Hello, hello, hello. Table of Anthologies, hello. We're firing up for a real double feature tonight. Today, rather. Live with... Okay, so I posted everywhere. Now time to actually do it. Carousel. Create, yes. Hello there, General Kenobi. Window capture. Arium. Create. I hope you're all ready for a world-building experience. Hello. It's time for a little Arium. So, I hate doing this, but I need to go back and find one more server. So, why don't we get ourselves rolling? What's her name? What's this person's name? So, here we are, and it's time for us to finally, how long into the broadcast? Oh, I don't want to think about that. 18 minutes. Arium. And here we have a cover that evokes whimsy, right? Arium. Arium Create. We'll help your group discover the story they want to tell. Arium Discover brings your best ideas to life through role-playing. So we've got a pretty strong pitch here immediately. If you don't know that this is one of several books, you may be getting the idea. So, we have here strong font logo choosing. We haven't quite gotten to the game yet. Arium Create. Authors: William Munn, Natasha Entz, Drew Gherkin. Editors: Charlotte May-Arang. Sensitivity Advisor: Mariam Ahmad. Lead Designer: William Munn. Book Designer: David Meisler Kubank. I wonder if book designer is what layout designer is called here. Arium logo designer: Heather Gherkin. Adept Icarus logo designer: K.M. Alexander. Cover artist: Andreas Rocha. Publishing art direction: William Munn. Playtesters: Emily Earhart. I recognize that name. Shout out to M. The One Geek. Chase Ingram. Katie Young. Dalton Obrey. Frank Earhart, Daniel Yocom, Rochelle Yeats, Adam Clayton, Patrick Tracy, Wade Edwards, J.C. Chambers III, Jonathan Bowen, Katie Rinda, Alex Tully, Robert Smith, R. John Rock, Mary Munn, Cassie Munn, Emma Munn, Michelle Bruvelier, Brian Bruvelier, Joey Bruvelier, Isaac Bruvelier, Leyland Bruvelier, I really hope I'm not butchering their names because I just said that 5 times in a row. Marina Nye, Tyler Rollins, Brent Gerard, Jacob Ward, Tim Ryan Scully, Steve David, Michael Mahoney, Jeremy Wild, Shane Dalton, Stephen Estep. What have we learned in reading a bold-faced page and half of the credits? A lot of people worked on this, and they had a fairly formalized playtesting system in that they have a big block of credited names in addition to lots of roles. Sometimes we're giving them twice, right? We're looking at the upper end of organization that you're going to find in an indie RPG. There is clearly like structure here, presumably. We have an ISBN, we have a corporation date, year, yada yada. So they're professional indies, which is often what we're looking at. Although I don't think that changes the nature of the game design. Particularly when we think about things like the layout and art, that is a factor. Additional thanks to our friends and families who've been both patient and supportive as we work for untold hours writing and playtesting Arium. We love you all. To Alan Barr, who answered so many dumb publishing questions, he should be listed as a contributor. Shout out to the people who helped with that. To Emily and Katie, who were here at the beginning and at the end, and many of the in-betweens. To the RWG, you know what you are, you're the best. To all the people who we forgot to mention here, we know you're out there. Oops. Alright, served yada yada. Adept Icarus. Very nice. Rather talk. It's a nice, simple, fills the zone Nice, in line with title, table of contents. It's Spartan. We're not doing anything fancy. We're giving you the big ideas. We're not calling them Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, but we are upscaling a few points. Introduction. Requirements. Playing Arium. Create. Example. Wrap up. So intro, requirements, playing, example, wrap up. This all across 50 pages. By looking at this alone, 12 to 14 is the listed playing Arium, right? How does this work? Goes from page 14 to 33. The example goes 10 pages. That's roughly 20. So the example is about half the length of the rules. The wrap-up, find us optional rules, seems to be like, probably shouting stuff out. It looks like we've got a pretty svelte game here. It does not look like we are going to have to spend too long with it, which is particularly if we're doing creative, collaborative world building or solo world building is fairly important. So this is actually large by indie RPG Carousel standards, but small by general game book standards. I mean, 50 is decent, particularly if you're selling at a con. It's a decent chunk of book. We've been told that we are going to have a fair bit to work with here. Introduction. Hello to the curious person who picked up this strange little title. We congratulate you on your sense of adventure. We're glad you're here. Let's get the big question out of the way. Why in the name of the stars is an Arium? What in the name of the stars is an Arium? From this point on, we'll refer to the concept of an overarching world, universe setting, and story adventure seeds as an Arium. It also contains the collection of places, people, and things that exist within the Arium. Arium creates a standalone toolkit for building Ariums for stories and role-playing games. It's designed to streamline and create an Arium the entire group will want to play in. We're not pulling your leg when we say anything is possible. So out the gate, we have a book that is speaking to us fairly directly in a conversational style. It feels like a narrator speaking to us in a more direct mode. And we can already see, because they're doing things like saying, yeah, we're not going to cut and dry calling a setting. Our intro page is literally just, here is the concept of an Arium. That is basically what it says, like, this is what an Arium is. We have given you a tool for making an Arium. It's a bit of a magical circle moment. It's a bit of a request that we step inside the logic of this. This isn't just the, pump out a world in 10 tables flat product. This isn't a... There's not a boilerplate, so to speak, that is familiar, because if it was, it would say for fantasy, sci-fi, whatever settings, system agnostic settings, yada yada. He's saying, what's the big question? What in the name of the stars is an Arium? And it tells us. This is good. This is setting new expectations of something we don't have pre-existing expectations of. I don't know. I have no pre-existing concept of an Arium. I do, in a way. I grok what they mean. But I don't have the label Arium on it. So if you get to the end of a setting creating guide, lots of people will say either I felt like I didn't create a setting, or I created too much, or I didn't create enough, or like I wasn't getting what I expected. But if you get to the end of an Arium creating guide, you've created an Arium. You're like, well, I can define other things as Ariums and compare them against them. Star Wars is an Arium, right? But that's not how it's thought of or conceived. This is clever. This is a good expectation setter. It's a good intro. Even though it's really just saying, we're going to make a world. Arium create. Want time-traveling Sasquatches kidnapping kids? Or pro-football player drama involving concussions, contracts, the consequences of insta-fame? Maybe the ghost of an ex-United States president communing with anthropomorphic talking squirrels in the restroom of a Cracker Barrel restaurant is more your speed. Would your characters like a chance to stop by Zaps, the proprietor of Demon Sap-powered Magitech? Maybe they could use it to fight pirates off the decks of your ship sailing the sand-dune seas. Perhaps folks want to settle in on an ice-covered planet, complete with underwater society on the far side of the universe. One that could easily be could easily be at home in the works of Lewis Carroll or Douglas Adams. Arium Create will help your group discover the story they need to tell. You still with us? If you're sick of reading at this point, we posted a handy video that demonstrates some of the fundamental concepts of Arium Crate on the Adept Icarus YouTube channel. Now, this is a good direction because it tells us they have a YouTube channel, it tells us where it is, it tells us where to go. Here's a factor to consider. The internet no longer remembers. The internet is not eternal. Google has announced that they will begin deleting accounts that are inactive for 2 years now. Right now, that excludes accounts with YouTube channels. But you don't know that the day isn't going to come that they say, sorry, you have, 100 gigabytes of video on our platform, pay us $99 a year or we're shutting it out. Or just that it will suffer some massive collapse or data breach. Or that the YouTube channel will get deleted when someone hacks it. If you consider the book a relic, then the book is in a pretty good job of calling upon concepts. Like, you're going to know what Cracker Barrel and presidents are. You're going to get these strong, dramatic micro pitches in the top bullet points. Those are forever. Maybe you don't know who Lewis Carroll or Douglas Adams is, but you could look them up. It doesn't matter if WorldCat is dead. It doesn't matter if they've burned every copy of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Odds are good that if you're reading a tabletop role-playing game through a digital distribution method, the internet is still around and you can still look up historical figures and their works. So for 3 lines, I don't think it's a big expenditure to point to something that might not be around forever, but it is worth thinking about when crafting tabletop role-playing games, and it's a deliberate decision. And they knew that, and they did it anyway. I think it's good. Because I definitely think that there are some people who maybe there are a lot of small products that are doing very well these days, and I like that. But sometimes they thrive on having very large infographics, maybe less text. Arium, we're going to be doing some reading. They're small pages. It's not much reading. But you're trying to not... do you want Arium to cater to just people who read a lot, or do you want Arium to cater to a wide demographic? There's nothing wrong with widening the demographic, widening that appeal. Where did this idea come from? I like this little sun rising logo, which I'm realizing now is what that is. Oh, it's so obvious in retrospect. I like the iconography. We'll discuss it more. But the font... The fact that the font is like a little maze, a little slide maze that's incomplete in the sense that there's line breaks. Yet it tells its story. It tells you the word. It's good. The Arium Create Team's RPG pedigree starts with the popular systems in the 1980s and 90s, and it extends to modern game systems like Fate, PBTA, Tiny D6, and Microscope. Now, important note: Microscope is a world-building game as well. But to the best of my knowledge, none of those other systems are. I also believe a Fate bridge for Arium is in the works, or so I saw in a comment on Drive to RPG. We'll see how that goes. Folks who have experience in technology, manufacturing, or software industries may also recognize the hallmarks of lean, agile collaboration techniques throughout Arium. Now that's interesting. We'll see if we can identify what appears to be a different strain of project management technique as employed in the creative endeavor. Because ultimately, when you make a world-building game, you have to give people some means of keeping track of what they've done, or at least a suggestion. You don't have to do those things. But it sounds like Arium has a pretty good idea of how it's going to help create and maintain the Arium in the lived space. It's talking about the game your friends need to play. I think it's very much geared to... It's not just it is not a remote clinical tool. It is a direct... We will guide you into having a fun world for quirky adventures with your friends. For years, Will has been running meetings of all sorts in the corporate world. Complex event scheduling, idea generation, feedback gathering, simple voting, and more. Using only a fistful of markers, a stack of sticky notes, and a room full of writing or semi-willing participants. Maybe you'd throw in the occasional timer to keep things moving along. He uses concepts and tools more than once to help brainstorm and organize ideas for events for various writing groups. That's where Drew first saw the technique and its potential. His imagination ran wild with possibilities for use outside of the meeting room. Okay. Oh, now this is interesting. I thought they were going to use some terminology with lean, agile collaboration. Let's read on. Drew first saw they tried it out with members of their writing group, and the system success prompted them to take the show on the road to FireCon 2018. Comrade Jaw presumably spared them as indie designers and not affluenza havers. There, they demoed world building with sticky notes for a modest crowd, about 20 people, probably an exaggeration. You know, we have like, this is the back of the coffee. I'm reading a back of the coffee label about like their small grindhouse. You know what I mean? I don't think you call them a grindhouse, but imagine a horror themed coffee now. But it's pleasant. It's pleasant. I'm enjoying this. We're getting the humble origins. FireCon is also where Natasha first got to see the core rules of Arium create in action and give thought-provoking feedback. Later, when Will started thinking about the concept as a complete game rather than a fun convention exercise, she ran some of the ideas by her. Natasha gave even more helpful feedback. She also suggested several rules concepts she'd been working on that fit perfectly with the vision Will had in mind. You'll see those rules in Arium Discover. So here we are, offering part of our game to you. We hope you love it as much as we do. Adept, Icarus, and the Arium team. I was going to say part one of our game. Yes. So this is nice. This is giving us the Blues Brothers band coming together backstory on people. We have the jump from Will to Drew to Natasha. And we felt that altogether basically a page of layout was worth telling the story of the game. And I think that's a good decision. In part because, as you can see in the story, it comes from con culture. You don't put the story of the coffee shop on the back of the bag because people will buy it less. For the people who don't care, they don't care. It hasn't impacted their decision. For the people with an interest, a bit more care, a bit more focus on what's in front of them, a desire to read, and a desire to take in and consume stories. That's who you write it for. This is in the introduction for them. For the people who will scan through and see where did this idea come from and find that an interesting idea. Have their own personal curiosity. So we're going through the intro here. What is a role-playing game? By 2020, there have been countless pop culture references to role-playing games. Have you seen Stranger Things, The Big Bang Theory, Critical Role, Voltron, Legendary Defender? Each references role-playing games. We're also very highly referential. We've dropped a lot of authors' names. We've dropped a lot of evocative concepts. An RPG is a bunch of friends collaboratively telling an entertaining story while they have a fantastic time. Yeah, there are some rules in place to add strategy and randomness and to keep the game fun for everyone. We believe people new to the idea of tabletop RPGs will have fun with Arium Create. Grab an adventurous friend and give it a try. I think you should always have a what is a role-playing game section or what is this game section in your book for reasons that are not entirely cogent to the pure experience of Arium. But I think it's important to note that they're considering this a game that you play and have fun with. And that's worth something. I think that the way they went about doing it was probably deliberately obfuscating the particulars because they want to step you through this and they don't want to get too technical and lose anyone. They're also just playing up the fact that it's fun. Have a fantastic time with your friends. Entertaining story. It's keeping the vibes. It's keeping the vibes. The intro section could be renamed The Vibes. Quite frankly. And it would still be the same section. And it would still do its job. Well. I'm coming out of the introductions into the requirements. So I've been hyped up. I've been told I can go watch a YouTube video if that's my speed. I've gotten the back of the blurb story, and now we're into the requirements. Now, a word like requirements, a section like requirements is going to be like, whoa, I have to have things, so I can see why they don't front load this. Also, this is very nice. The shortlist, 1 to 6 friends. Some kombucha. Having spicy ramen and egg. And I'm trying to keep the fire down. A game master stroke facilitator with a timer or a phone watch. It's interesting. So there's still a GM, although also called the facilitator, which feels very much in line with the legacy we've had described, and I think that having that legacy described to me is going to help me frame what we're getting into here. Because I wouldn't be reading facilitator, like I'd be reading facilitator as they wanted a euphemism for GM, because they don't want to have like ultimate authority there. But here I'm like the facilitator of like a corporate meeting. Like a boardroom productivity meeting with a timer. Post-it brand 3-inch super sticky notes. Trust us. There are marking specific brands. Sharpie brand markers or another fine point black marker. 3 tokens per player. Poker chips, glass beads, pocket lint. This is fun. Explicitly 1 to 6 friends, which we've seen recently with the 3 to 6 of Crying Wolf. I'm curious to see if there's a reason for that, or if they're just giving a ballpark for people who are going fast. A little time. Arium Crate puts a group through a series of streamlined creation steps that give you a unique Arium everyone enjoys in about an hour. Maybe 2 if you take your time. Parts of the session are timed, so a timer either standalone or on your phone will also come in handy. To play in person, you need sticky notes, preferably good quality extra sticky ones. We are specifying at the front here, in person. The shortlist is assumed, like here's the physical goods you'll need. Also, preferably good quality extra sticky ones. Also, grab some fine point black markers, don't skimp on these either, and something to use as tokens. Even dice will suffice. And yes, Will freely admits to being a monster for that rhyme. I mean, this is cute. This is in keeping with Arium. This is the vibe. It's even in the requirements list, it's like they're speaking to you. It is a writing engagement technique. It will turn some people on. It will turn some people off. I think that the cozy world generation for adventures with your friends crowd, this is the right lane. And they're clearly concerned that you're going to get bored of reading or flip around or not fully absorb stuff, even though they want to put in a good deal of words. They want a multi-page intro. So they put it in the jokes, the japes, the acknowledgement of what they've done. Even Dice Will Suffice isn't a rhyme that I would have focused on that much, even though it's a good rhyme, had I not had the parenthetical after it. The Arium Create Quick References will be your best friend if you're the GM. Oh yeah, you also need people. Hey, technically you could do all this by yourself, but the voting wouldn't mean much. Groups of 2 to 6 seem to work best. Alright, so we played it with as many as 12, not 20 like we exaggerated the introduction. Alright, I like the progressive downgrade for the humble origins where they're already like, maybe we're exaggerating. One of the people who need to act is the game master facilitator of the group. We'll refer to them as the GM. That's nice. We love markers and sticky notes. Online play sidebar. Okay, so we do give service to the online. The commitment to sticky notes and markers may seem obsessive. Still, they're great collaboration tools for a whole lot of reasons. When we started talking seriously about Arium, the crew was curious about Will's adamant dedication to them as a medium for the game. According to him, the most important reasons for using them are 1. Sticky notes. Limit the number of words per entry, which keep the session streamlined, straightforward, and easy to reason about. 2. Easy to sort and group. Markers. Keep entries legible at a medium distance. Help to further limit the size and scope of individual ideas. The physical media bottleneck and organization potential This is perhaps the biggest part of this being born in a boardroom, and I absolutely stand by them bringing forward something you wouldn't normally think about. And like, I will admit, before I read this, I was like, yeah, sticky notes, markers. But I can tell they're making a strong play for this. They're saying this is how we do it. Running Arium Crate with a distributed group is pretty easy too. We recommend using any video conferencing that allows screen sharing, Zoom, Skype, Discord, and an online idea task board that updates in real time. Trello is free and easy to use, so we use that. Here's a Trello board from one of our playtests. Again, this isn't forever, but fuck, I could click on this right now. In fact, I will. I will not. I will. Zero lost name, no discussion plus veiled could be replaced by learn in steps 1, best moves. Cultures and organization, big picture, sentient, spell slinging, gun, dinosaur, cowboys. Alright, like we got, alright. So, Grumpy Old Joe. And old Prospecting Pterodon. So this is fun. And this is good. And this is part of why, even though we know it won't last forever, is that what I think it is? No, it's Chase. But I am recognizing some of these people. Iron Chase. Creation phases. This is good. This is good. They were right to link this. They were right to bring up this particular tool, even though this particular tool won't be forever. It won't last forever. Someday Trello will charge for any board at all or close. But you'll probably be able to figure out, even after that, what Trello was like. And you'll probably be able to figure out other programs that are like it. Right now, Zoom, Skype, Discord is sort of the trifecta. Maybe that'll change. But you'll know what they were like, and you'll get the idea, and you'll just know you need screen sharing. So I think this is a good way to talk about online, with a mix of very evergreen, just describing the sorts of tool, to very specific, but hey, as long as this link lives, this is a great resource. As an alternative to Trello, a real-time shared document like a Google Doc would work in a pinch. You can see what's in a pinch, because I'm a big Google Docs head, but it's not going to give you this experience. It's just not. What stories will we tell? Arium Create shines in a few specific areas. 1. Telling stories the entire group can feel ownership of. 2. Helping groups who struggle with indecision when they try to play traditional story game systems. 3. Creating cross-genre scenarios and mashups of things you always wish you could see in mainstream games and media. They always go gonzo in their examples. We've got gunslinging cowboy dinosaurs in their example. The opening stuff always had to have something like a sentient squirrel or something. They add the unexpected element. That's good. Because you could, I'm assuming, use Arium to make a very typical fantasy world. I believe there's a voting system, we'll learn more about it later. However, why are you making a new setting at all? Why are you collaboratively making a new setting? Where is the demand for this? Probably not in people who feel very well served by extant settings. Probably not in people who are disinterested in world building. And that can split, because a lot of world building is just trying to make like someone's own idea of the most quote unquote realistic, like, dark fantasy world a billion times. And I love that shit. I'll eat that shit up every day. Show that to me. Show me your trade routes. Show me your wind patterns. Tell me about how there are only humans. I'm fine with that. I like that, in fact. Give it to me. But yeah, I think you do that with Arium, but we keep our examples very, very gonzo, because we're leaning on and we're expecting to some degree that the gonzo is a seller and an exciter for the people who are going to stop and read all the green leaves here. Hello, Lerb. Welcome to Arium Create. 4. Inspiring general world building and storytelling awesomeness. Arium Create works fantastically for small writing teams, removing all the elements they need to get started with in a shared Arium. Yeah, I mean, the legacy of the corporate boardroom is here. Lurb, this is a game of sticky notes and markers. Yeah, this is definitely. We talk a lot about how to share this information, how to limit this information. You only have so much room on a sticky note. Markers keep things readable from a medium space, and you can't write as tightly with them. A lot of this physical media stuff, and also the shows that they talked about. Chases with Level 1 Geek, I believe, is a cool person. You should all check out Level 1 Geek, by the way. I should drop their Twitch link at some point in tonight's events. Right. A note about content ratings, content rating, and game safety tools. Also, just the slight rhombusing. The layout designer isn't credited as a layout designer; they're credited as a book designer. And this does evoke projects that Casey has shown me that they and others did for their book design course as a capstone to their graphic design. It's got a sense to it. It's got an understated style to it. We've got the crisply burnt orange as our tone color. We've got some pretty tight use of images and generally white and negative space. Just pushed out enough to be full. And this is just... It can't so smoothly. My eye was tracing this before I even read the words. You have another link. We found a great page detailing safety tools. I do wish they had named the safety tools here earlier because, yeah, page not found. This is what I was talking about earlier. These things aren't evergreen. These things don't last forever. This day was always going to come. Thankfully, that's not the whole safety tool section. Maybe if they listed a name for it, we might have a chance of finding it. But here, it's a bit.ly Arium safety. Be kind to your fellows first, and everything will probably work itself out. Not bad advice, but let's... First off, Adept Icarus, we believe in safety for the entire group first and foremost. We use safety tools in our games, and we recommend everyone do the same. I think this is the important part, though. This is what they're getting across. We believe in them, we use them, we think you should use them too. From here, you can look up just tabletop safety tools, right? But we are trying to guide. We're building the shoulders of giants here with Lacune, see page 24. But there's plenty more useful guidance out here for making your RPG safe and fun place for all. Now, I believe the Lacune is your Lacune. No discussion veiled. Okay, no sexual violence, no isms, but not limited to racial, like all drow are evil. Children using, selling, being offered drugs, police violence, animal abuse, fire-related death, bedroom scenes and equivalent, extremely creepy behavior, stalking, picturing people without consent, etc. 2 aren't. Space travel, launch settings, internet. Michael Bolton? This is probably a joke. Or maybe this guy is a bad person and I don't know. Hey, Malcolm, it has. Hello, how has it been? How's the Legacy doing? I always regret that I wasn't in that Legacy game that you did. And I see you working on other stuff as well. Busy. You keep yourself busy, man. I have to hit you up about I can tell you we finally have pretty much the sheets ready for Change Stars. I'll hit you up about that when the moment comes. But how's it been otherwise? Do you have like an old war wound from the deck incident? Or are you doing all right on that front? I'm a little sore because I went to the gym yesterday and I've been very out of shape. I had to like take 10 on the bathroom floor and not vomit. In our Arium create sessions, we use a lacunated step to review safety tools and restrict tone and content. Falling apart, literally. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Just like you're pushing yourself. Just like sore, not feeling good. Yeah, it's important to take time and like take exercise where you can get it. Casual stretch, some old man health stuff. I'm sorry, dude. I've had a quote unquote old man back since early college, so in a way, I feel you on that, and more so every year. But I feel you. Well, hopefully there can be some solace here as we enjoy Arium, and then later a little Where Evil Lives. So, important invocation of safety tools. Again, and I've mentioned this, I'm not going to harp on it too hard. Hyperlinks aren't forever, websites aren't forever, particular digital tools aren't forever. But creatively, it's been going really well. Man, I've been seeing you putting that stuff out. We've got Legacy. We've got, gosh, I feel bad. I can't remember the name of your latest. I'm sure it was posted about in the Discord. But yeah. The Dire Pack for Dragonbane. Nice. Epic Vistas. Painfully evocative. Shores. Stars. YF Techno rating with a party of 3. Funded at 345%. That's that shit we like to hear, Malcolm. Woohoo! YF Techno, join us, please. Timbo the Wizard. I recall a wizard by the name of Timbo in my Arium, a realm of possibility. This is the indie TTRPG Carousel. Every Sunday around noon, late start today, we do a little bit of a read-through of an indie RPG. And we offer positive critique and feedback aimed at a positive light. I was just talking about how hyperlinks aren't forever, but broadly speaking, we're taking the game as it is, and we're looking at what it does well, and sometimes what we'd like to see more of it from it, but broadly speaking, we're doing a read-through. And it's a lovely game. Arium Crate is part 1 of 3, 2 of which are out. And it's a very interesting world-building game. Unlike other guided group world-building games we've seen before, it has a large emphasis on stuff like sticky notes and a lot of physical media you'd use, but with digital solutions for the similar outcomes. And I just think it is a clever concept, clever system. But I thank you for hype bombing me, Timbo. Of course, those hype bombs that don't detonate will litter the fields of this world, Timbar 5, for generations. And one day, a friend group's life will be changed forever when little Timothy steps on some UXO and lives forever with his legs in a perpetual state of hype. Thank you for watering the Lee, Malcolm. I'm having some spicy egg and noodles, so I can use all the liquid I can get. But yes, welcome YF Techno and friends. Playing Arium, Create. The realm of possibility. Arium Create is built entirely around getting folks in alignment with the Arium elements they care about most. Beginning at the highest level, the group will collectively narrow the possibilities down to a universal concept or mashup of a couple. Then, they'll discover the big picture themes and resonance your Arium holds. Next is the creation of cultures and factions. Once you've got these elements down, you'll create landmark details and learn where the group is most likely to tell stories. That's interesting. And I can see why a game which thus far, blaze reason. Always a reason to blaze. I don't smoke, but... Oh, and Craig Halter. on the YouTube. Thank you, everyone. We greatly appreciate this. And do check out, I would be remiss not to throw you the link, right? Let me look at Adept Icarus. Adept Icarus has a website. They put out Arium. It's lovely. This is like a more professionally put together indie group, and there are lots of names on this. Lots of people always put in work to bring these projects together. But this is what we'll be reading through. We're reading through Arium Create. Note, a lot of world building, conversations around world building. We want to know like the planet's wind patterns before we know who lives there. We have an emphasis on elements and stories, and we've not talking about building a setting, we're talking about building an Arium. And Arium is a pastiche of all of like the elements and stuff that goes into it. And yes, it includes world building, but it also includes what kind of themes you explore. Star Wars is an Arium. But things like, Han Solo shooting first, the Mando going back, like these are parts of that Arium. Not just the fact that, the E11 blaster remains very popular after mass production by the Empire, you know what I mean? But that's also part of the Arium. The Arium is the space to tell the story. The tabletop role-playing game, the collective story, the TV show, the whatever you're writing. So we have this new term introduced and created by the book series Arium to talk about it. And that's why we're not just saying world and setting. And I think that that's a strong element of this game because it helps adjust our headspace and where we are when considering it. So we're going to go big picture themes and resonance, cultures and factions. So the broad groups are, we know what the specific groups are. There's elements on you create landmark details, and you'll learn about the groups most likely to tell stories, location. Depth and character to the Arium, including the types of people and things that will be central to your scenes. These later elements are ripe to be claimed by players for their future game sessions. All told, Arium creates a realm of possibilities vast. Indeed, the abyss of avoidance. Very good art. Very good. Just the shine, the pose, the fact that it's like just one person in this huge cosmos referenced appear. It's tight. The abyss of avoidance. We don't discourage much when building an Arium. That said, see our advice regarding safety tools on page 10. Additionally, follow the rule of cool. If something is hampering your enjoyment from the Arium, talk with the group. Arium Create is very much a game of concepts of improv. If you can remain open to ways of making other folks' ideas work for you by saying yes and, you'll probably have a fantastic time. We talk about having a lovely time with our friends a lot in this book, and the group experience is core to it. An important note that is talked about earlier is that this game comes from a tradition of proctoring business meetings, and then taking that to NerdCon environments, meeting people there, talking about rules. They sort of Blues Brothers together, the band, Drew, Will, Natasha, and more. Hold on. Yeah, okay, yeah, I would say, if I missed this? No, we're just going back. So, there's things to avoid, but we're not discouraging much. Mostly they're encouraging you to talk with each other and keep it exciting. The world building advice and examples always lean gonzo in this book, and I've analyzed before why I don't think that's either a coincidence or a mistake. I think it is a deliberate decision made by people who know their audience, and I don't think that the tool necessitates you do that at all. But I do think that it is an aspect. Get started. So, the game, by the way, YF Techno. I don't follow you, YF Techno? My apologies. I'm following you now. Shout out YF Techno. So the gaming group is gathered. You're caffeinated. I've had my matcha. Hydrated. I've had my water. Or inebriated. Hey, we don't judge. Very conversational tone throughout this book. The book is talking to you. It's engaging. Now you're ready to forge a new reality. The group has stacks of sticky notes and Sharpies, right? If so, you're prepared to begin. Again, the little hey, you're using the physical media prescribed, right? Because they stand by it. They've got a whole page dedicated to explaining it, and quite frankly, it did a good job of selling me. Sticky Notes has 2 bullet points. Markers has 2 bullet points. They get it across. You limit scope and size. Keep it legible at a medium distance. Limit the number of words per entry. Easy to sort and group. The physical nature of the Sticky Note, I mean. There's much to be said. The goal of Arium Create is to collaboratively build an immersive Arium that everyone is excited to explore and tell stories in. Again, this is a good emphasis because if they said world, people would have brought their own baggage of what world building in a world meant. But it says the Arium, an immersive Arium in particular. You'll be working through the 7 creation steps, starting at the overview level, and you'll gradually add detail, drilling deep into the ground's passionate veins of oil, vision of an Arium. The group will set everything from the genre all the way down to the story-driven traits of the people who inhabit the newly born Arium. It's important to note that this book repeatedly emphasizes that you will have fun making this world together. I have no unkind words for other collaborative role-playing games I may or may not have played about world building. Some of the people didn't like each other so much after them, if I'm being frank. Sorry. But I think that this is coming. The initial con experience is 2018. There's been a long gestation period on this, and it shows because I think they've thought about the shortcomings of other games in this genre and experiences in this genre. And we're seeing the weight of that experience, the unique perspective that comes from the group proctoring experience and perspective. And it's all coming together here with Arium. It's important to note this is a democratic process. This is an opportunity to create the bones of a remarkable new story. We talk about stories a lot, but we don't say we're making the stories here. That may be Discover's job. I don't know, that's the second one in the series. But here in Create, the bones of a remarkable story. Arium Create allows us to accomplish in a single game session what many game masters toil over for months, with the added benefit of all players contributing and buying into its creation. Buy-in is key. Why are so many games based on real IP? Yeah, it gets nerd money. But also, hey, you want to play Star Wars? It's different from, like, hey, you want to play my space opera? None of the women in the originals wear a bra, and the guns are all over plastic World War II props. Like, one of those is drawing a different crowd. You know what I mean? One of those is just drawing a different crowd. And part of that is buy-in. You already have the buy-in on an established setting, an established Arium. It's important to note, this is a democratic process. Ideas with the most votes win. However, compromise and adaptation are highly encouraged. So we have winning, then we have highly encouraged. The entire goal of the game is to create an Arium that everyone loves so much they can't get out of their heads. We do a lot of emphasizing and adjectives, and it is definitely, even though it's not said it yet, to hype up the proctor. You are supposed to get the proctor coming in with the right sort of energy, because I don't know if you've ever been to a meeting environment with a semi-set agenda and stages, but the host really sets the tempo. Though the host can wet blanket a hype group, and it can dry out and ignite a wet prairie of a spread group of silence. Not sure why I'm using a Maoist or evolutionary analogy there, but shh, ignore it. How does this work? First, start by reviewing the goal of Arium Create to collaboratively build an Arium. As a group, discuss the names of the 7 creation steps and the 3 creation phases shared by each step. Also introduce creation tokens. Everyone needs to know what they are in for. Creation steps. 0 through 6, love a numbering that begins at 0. Lacunae, universal, big picture, culture and organization, landmarks, people, goodies. They don't say continents, they don't say planets, they say, hey Pat. They say landmarks. The creation phases. 1, time ideating. 2, collaborating. 3, voting. So we always bounce in and out of these 3. And I love this image. It's an arresting image. It combines a circle and a polyhedron. It's so simple and yet so svelte. It activates so much of my brain. If your indie TTRPG has an image like this one, or like the rock paper scissors one from I Have the High Ground, send me that shit. I want to put it on the show. I want to look at it. Creation tokens. Players each have 3 that can be used any time to yes and a creation. Okay, so there's highly encouraged collaboration, and there's handing out the yes and tokens to keep people yesing and anding. Because we do a world building system that has 3 screws on a show that we've rarely done. Adept Icarus, hello! We've got the gamers in the building. Greetings, greetings. Would I be correct, Adept Icarus? Is will thyself. We're here. We're enjoying. We're going on a journey together. Tips for new groups. If the group has never played Arium Create, we recommend running through the 3 creation phases on at least 2 test creation steps as a warm-up. Our favorite 2-step example is, what are the best movies of all time? And then, from those movies, what are the best characters and actors? The key is to pick something the group is intimately familiar with that is a subset for the 2nd step. That exercise demonstrates the drill-down nature of flowing through subsequential phases of timed ideating, collaborating, and voterating before you start into creating the actual Arium together. For example, I should go on page 33. I can tell now why an example would take half the space of the rules based on my guesstimation from the talk. Which, by the way, I've been saying, but tight, overall very tight graphic design, reminding me of like portfolio pieces, show pieces for graphic designers. Creation tokens. A quick word about creation tokens. A quick word. But let's imagine we want an even quicker word. Our eyes might fly to the side box. Quick reference. Creation tokens let a player modify any idea in the improv tradition of saying yes and to that idea. For example, yes, we'll have anthropomorphic phoenix people, and nobody has seen one for over 1,000 years. Leftover tokens are saved and can transition to character selection. So this is obviously about the spirit of the group. We call these screws when we're doing deep-seated because, well, that's not a collaborative process so much as a have lead dance and work together to make your own, work alone together situation. But here, you know, like if you're really not on this train, you can kind of say check please 3 times. And they emphasize the desire to collaborate, but they give the backup and they limit it. And it's a strong element. I talked a bit before about how like a lot of this starts out with like, hey, we really encourage collaboration, but the vote wins. And there's a difference between encouragement and victory, right? But there's also clearly this fail-safe. I'm imagining there's a series of sinks and full faucets in here. I mean, I think we've seen them. That does quite a bit of heavy lifting. And I also mentioned, I feel like the purpose of the introduction that I realized as we get in, and a lot of the way this book is written, is probably to hype the facilitator. To hype up the facilitator and get them in the right headspace and mentality to properly proctor. Because Arium Create, just like any sort of meeting that this tradition that comes from, will probably sink or swim depending on the energy of the facilitator in a huge way. I think it's true for like most of these experiences, but we're giving it care here, and I think that pays off. A quick word about creation tokens. Each player is given 3 tokens, glass beads, dice, coins, etc. at the beginning of the Arium Create session. They should be encouraged to use them if they absolutely wish to change or improve an idea submitted by another player without requiring any sort of collaboration. This is not intended as a player versus player mechanism. However, the other player could also further modify the idea with their own creation token. Players may only say yes and to another player's idea by adding their own twist to it. This is done in the spirit of improvisation. The first rule of improvisation is to agree. Always agree and say yes. When you are improvising, this means you are required to agree with whatever your partner has created. So for improvising, you say, freeze, I have a gun. And you say, that's not a gun, it's your finger, you're pointing your finger at me. Our improvising is ground to a halt. But if I say, freeze, I have a gun, and you say, the gun I gave you for Christmas, you jerk, then we have started a scene, because we have agreed that my finger is in fact a Christmas gun. Bossy Pants by Tina Fey. Reagan Arthur Books. 2011s. Rarely have I derived any pleasure from reading a Reagan quote, but here we are. Players who don't find a need for their creation tokens will find them beneficial when transitioned into character creation. They should be encouraged to use them if they absolutely wish to change or improve an idea. See the optional rules on page 45 for examples of this. Creation phases. Quick reference. Facilitating creation. For each of the 7 creation steps, the Game Master flows the group through creation phases. Timed ideating, followed by collaborating, and finally voting. The steps are designed to build on each other and shift the focus from broad to specific. The phases similarly zoom in as creation progresses, but they focus on one concept completely at a time. Phase 1, timed ideating, don't discuss. Collaborating comes next. Everyone writes one cohesive idea per note, and up to 3 per person. The GM keeps time and can add their own ideas if they wish. Interesting. So GM is player optional. The phase ends when time is up, or everyone has created 3 notes. Time estimates are listed in each step. As a general rule, plan to use the low end of the range for large groups and or short games, and the high end with small groups and or long games. So less time for more people. I guess because you want to get the ideas out there and start sorting them. But that's not an immediately intuitive thing I would have thought of, which is part of why it's good that the book told me. Phase 2, collaborating. The GM talks through organizing and grouping the notes. Everyone makes suggestions for grouping, combining ideas for similarity or awesomeness. So, Adept Icarus. So I'm assuming you've used Arium to play games before, right? At this point, is it standard for your group? Are you if we're going to do a new campaign setting, we're going to do Arium? And how popular are non-custom settings with your group? Well, I mean, your group, I don't know how many people play games with, but I am fascinated to learn more about you. You've stoked my interest with the where did this idea come from and the con story. I was liking to the humble origins in the back of a particularly frou-frou bag of coffee, right? Where it's investing me in the story of how Arium came to be and the idea of Arium. Every makes suggestions for grouping, combining ideas for similarity or awesomeness. Okay. So you'll suggest and you'll group and combine. I might look at the example and specific rules more after the quick reference to know what combine looks like, but I think I have a pretty good idea. I could just do it with this. Voting. Everyone votes for their favorite ideas by marking a note with a unique initial or symbol that they will recognize. The number of votes per person is determined by taking the total number of grouped sticky notes divided by 3. For example, if there are 9 idea groups to vote on, each player gets 3 votes. 15 gets 5, and so on. The GM can round remainders up or down at their discretion. We have a bit of wiggle room here for the facilitator. I'm imagining that you see we're giving some rules, some structure here, but there is acknowledgement that you want to vary. Some of each. It's definitely, I overwhelmingly prefer to running game settings that I create, but we tried with my group collaborative games that basically try to do what Arium Create does. But I think Arium Create sidesteps a lot of the pitfalls that we didn't like about those games. Bring all the winning ideas. So, these votes, bring all the winning ideas together and discard those that didn't receive any votes. So which ones have won? Discard those that didn't receive any vote. I guess if you received any votes, you've won. Each of the 7 creation steps consists of 3 distinct phases. Timed ideating, collaborating, and voting. The only exception is lacunae, which excludes voting. Review each step detailed description starting on page 24. for additional clarification ideas. Phase 1, timed ideating phase. Sidebar is extra ideas. If the group wants to create an extremely large or complex Arium, you can raise the maximum number of sticky notes beyond the recommended 3. Just remember, the more ideas you have on the table, the less streamlined and straightforward the next 2 phases will be. Make sure to allow for enough session time to complete them. I use Arium Create to help design new settings for other games we're working on too. Not necessarily. Sometimes works out. This includes the GM at their discretion, but it makes the most sense in small groups. There's lots of proctoring advice here. There's lots of facilitator advice, and there's like bits of leeway here and there, and I like that. Nordic influence, fantasy, steampunk, magic. At the end of the timed ideating phase, each person should have a little stack of sticky notes containing the seeds that will potentially populate the group's Arium. Not every idea will be a winner, but that's just fine. The final result will be incredible. Use lots of positive adjectives here. And again, I think that's a good way to stoke hype in the reader. You don't want reading this book to be kind of like a chore for them. You want this to build steam and momentum on the catalyst for the session. Not Carousel, but for the GM, who we presume is the one reading this. The recommended time to complete this phase is dependent upon 3 things to the step you're in. The number of people in the group and the planned length of your story or campaign. As such, we give recommended time ranges for each alongside their listings. Creation steps, page 23. Tune the timing to the group's needs. We encourage everyone to avoid talking about their intentions at this point. Collaborating during the timed ideating phase will often hinder both creativity and each player's individual expression. Keep ideas private and ideate in silence for now. The talk comes next. Phase 2, collaborating phase. Here's where the GM may take the opportunity to observe and suggest ways the group could collaborate. Facilitating will be an easy task with some groups and more difficult with others, but as always, we recommend asking the group questions rather than delivering statements or commands. Good advice in general for GMs, but particularly here. Guidance, epic, intergalactic empire, sci-fi, space opera, fantasy, steampunk, magic, Nordic influence, anime inspired. So we're grouping the similar ideas. I see. Start by collecting all the idea-laden sticky notes from the group. Once they're all piled up, begin sorting through them. We really love using a giant whiteboard for this process, but huddling everyone around 3 sides of a table will do just fine. The goal during the collaborating phase is to go... This is almost more of the origin leaking through, because 3 sides of a table. Why not 4? Because they're long tables. The goal during the collaborating phase is to go wide with the ideas. Place ideas in a horizontal row of notes containing different concepts. One person can read each in turn, or each person can read their own notes aloud. A préférence. Call out similar ideas or concepts that go very well together based on the notes everyone wrote. Group these complementary ideas vertically with the original sticky note. Here's an example of how ideas might be grouped together. Promote discussion throughout the phase and call out items that would excite you if they were conceptually joined, but always try to honor the wishes of the folks who wrote the notes. A note writing player may have a strong sense their idea needs to remain separate and distinct. That's perfectly okay. If 2 or more note writers agree their concepts should be joined, they should have the final say. We're talking a lot about the agency of the players here. That's important. We've also emphasized this is a fun group activity, that you're going to have a good time doing this together in a way that I do not think is often how these things are written, and I think that it is a mark in Arium's favor. When all the notes have been read and grouped, there will be vertical groups of collaborative concepts and horizontal lines of independent ideas that stand alone. Godsmack plays. Practical magic realism, a love story, horror, dark, and lethal. We promise they will be laughing and negotiating and immediate collaborating as everyone starts fusing different ideas into one as they are read. Now, lots of games are an implicit promise. This is an explicit promise. We promise there will be laughing, negotiating, and immediate collaborating as everyone starts fusing different ideas into one as they are read. I'm imagining people around like the conference table and the whiteboard laughing, having fun, being like, ooh, yes, and like, no, you see, this is different. Like, this book is doing a great job of evoking the scenario for me in a way that a rules book typically does not. I think it's a strong point, and I think it's a necessary one for Arium in selling the experience that Arium provides, that Arium Create in particular provides. Phase 3 is voting. Once all of the ideas are out and sorted, it's time for democracy to work its magic. Get ready to head to the polls. Not making the joke. Get ready to head to the polls with your markers and vote. Everyone participating in Arium Create, the logos continue to be beautiful, by the way. And the burnt orange was a well-picked accent color. Everyone participating in Arium Create must know all the voting options, so make sure everyone can see and read and reach the grid notes easily. Encourage people to move around if they need a better view. This is why a giant whiteboard works so well, although a flat, expansive wall could be just as cooperative. Maybe you can tell why we highly recommend the high-strength sticky notes here. A large table or countertop works, but the players may need to stand to reach the sticky notes. Each person, including the GM if they choose, gets votes equal to the total number of distinct ideas. Divided by 3. Number idea columns divided by 3. Round any remainder up or down at the GM's discretion. For example, there are 9 columns of ideas to vote on. 2 of the 9 columns have more than one note, but the GM counts these grouped ideas as a single column. So still just 9 ideas. Oh. They divide the number of columns by 3. It is very clever, forcing people to have singular distinct things, but permitting those who came up with these things on their own and seeing that people are thinking similarly to stitch them together. If someone's thinking sci-fi and someone's thinking C-book and someone's thinking magic, and they have different ideas about what those are, do sci-fi and steampunk go together? Is it the magic in that go together? How is this grouped? How do people conceive of it? Every top of the go-around, we're drawing out original ideas on your own. It reminds me of co-op board games, where you're explicitly not allowed to let people know what cards you have, to prevent backseating. This comes from a tradition, as explained in the book, of running conferences. One thing we know in groups is that some people will come to dominate conversations. Some people will throw ideas out faster. Some people will be louder. That's not a negative quality, but the night where everyone is having fun, that is being described to us in Arium Create, I feel probably comes about because a lot is done in this system to encourage it. And you know what? Kudos. So we have the votes. 2 of the 9 columns have more than one note, but the GM counts these grouped ideas as a single column. Let me explain how the votes work, which I'm curious, how did you come to the vote math? Everyone gets 3 sticky notes, ideas divided by 3. In a sense, is that not always one per person? 9. Everyone has 3. Yeah, so it's like 1 or less votes per person at the table, I believe. So you'll never have more votes than there are people? Game Master note. Adjusting this formula isn't recommended. We have another instance of a game which appears to be loose in some ways, associated with like world building and stories, and we're collaborating, and is like, hey, we've actually done some hard math here, and you should stick to these numbers. And it's important that we get out here's why, because we're giving leeway here and there, round up or down your discretion. We're dealing in absolutes as well. This is the phase structure. Adjusting this formula isn't recommended. However, it's entirely up to the group. Limiting the votes that are cast during each step ensures the most robust ideas continue and that folks buy in. We're generating buy-in. We're generating a system people would love to play in. Universal and big picture may yield only a few winners. In contrast, later steps often produce the most results. The GM works with the Gromp to decide where to draw the line. Maybe just to keep discarded ideas in their mind palace for future surprise appearances. The mind palace, good reference. This can be a lot of fun for someone who thought their favorite idea was dead and gone. See, we're keeping in mind, hey, if somebody's hyped for something, why don't you whip that out of the later stage? You'd be like, whoa, that's the thing. And you know what? That could make someone's night. And that could really be the difference between someone being like, I don't give a shit about this, and someone being like, yeah, I'm hyped for this. It's meant to encourage having enough votes. You are definitely voting for ideas you didn't create. That was one thing I was thinking of, because if everything goes on with even one vote, it would mean you would inevitably have things. You'd have a situation where some people would just vote for their own shit, basically. But the combining phase means that unless all three of their ideas wound up standalones, even to entirely vote for yourself, odds are good you have extra votes. Just remember the rule of dividing by 3. Here's one more explicit example. Please note the intent of using something recognizable for voting helps make sure that no one accidentally votes for the same thing twice. Just remember the rule of dividing by 3s. Here's one more explicit example. If there are 14 different idea columns, maybe a few of them have more than one note, but this doesn't matter. So we divide the number of columns 14 by 3. 14 divided by 3 is between 4 and 5. Which by 3 equals 4.66. So the GM decides to round up or down and so on. Once you have determined the number of votes each person has for the given step, it's time to start casting them. Voting could be done by raising hands, but that isn't much fun. We've heard of everyone draw a unique symbol or initial of their choice on their chosen ideas. Allow everyone a few minutes to review all the options and then ballot away. There's a lot of proctoring going on here. In our example, here's how the voting transpired. Intergalactic Empire received 1 vote each from Edna, Neon Wayne. Okay, so everything gets at least 1 vote. Show the breakdown of the votes. Dark and Lethal received 0 votes. Sci-fi, magic, and space opera, horror, and Dark and Lethal are not shown as they didn't receive any votes. After the votes are tallied, reorder them so the top voter gets... The top vote getters are grouped together. Put ideas that didn't get any votes, sad sounds, into a discard pile. Now the group should decide how many tallies it takes to make the cut, based on storytelling style, the step, and the distribution of votes. The GM facilitates this decision, and it shouldn't be in a vacuum. If you aren't sure what the cutoff should be, try a finger vote. On the count of 3, everyone holds up a number of fingers representing the votes they think it should take for items to make it into the Arium. I see. I saw the 0, I saw that, and I was like, well, what's it? Is it just 0 loses? But no. Chosen universal. GM may keep a few of the low vote getters in their figurative back pocket for their use. However, the true winners of the adopted ideas influence all future steps. Thoughts secretly kept aside aren't Arium canon. For example, facilitation. It looks like we have 3 universal ideas with 3 votes each. Epic scale, sci-fi, and Nordic influence are probably our winners, with the others having 2 votes or less. How does everyone feel about an epic Nordic influence sci-fi Arium? If the group discussion doesn't clear things up, the game master may ask the group to consider an additional round of voting. Okay, so if people are like, I'm not sure, I like these things individual, but I'm not sure this is a great taste that tastes great together, you could send it back to the Redux. Interesting. Add the low vote losers to the discard pile and copy the main gist of the winners onto a single note if possible. Label this final note with the step title. Some steps may require a few notes for consolidation. Collaborate with the group to make sure these notes distill the essence of the winning ideas. Sometimes it may make sense to just keep the original notes. Creation steps. Lacunae, 1 to 3 minutes, 1 to 3 minutes, 1 to 5 minutes, 2 to 9 minutes, 1 to 5 minutes, 2 to 9 minutes, 1 to 5 minutes. Some groups already have a firm idea of what they want. Steps 1 and 2 recommend going through the exercise anyway, but feel free to consider the steps as components you can play with. Yeah, I mean, even if you want like big picture sci-fi, someone might put something out in a way that speaks like a different tune, gets more or less votes. Narratively important stuff, i.e. systems, items, vehicles. Is it 1 to 3 creation? Does it really take that little time? Is this just for like 1 to 3 minutes to write it down? Focal point, which does not belong to Arium. Lucuni, the plural of lacuna. Lacuna has a couple of relevant definitions: an unfilled space, or interval, a gap, a missing portion in a book or manuscript. A crucial point about lacunae is the only step that has no submission limit and no voting creation tokens. Creation tokens cannot affect lacunae. If a lacuna is written, it is real, no exceptions. Okay. I see. So generally 1 to 5. But we note, people and culture and organizations in particular get 2 to 9 minutes. And everything after the lacuna and universal gets 1 to 5 rather than 1 to 3. Presumably because we're expecting some of these, like it's easier to say sci-fi or no insert this present than it is to figure out, like, okay, well, what sort of societies do we want? We found some groups already have a firm idea of what they want for steps 1 and 2. Already read that part. We are in the last 20 here, and I do have a grand transition to make today. So I will begin to speed through, but we are only on page 24 of 52, and Arium Create deserves full attention. I will figure out how to handle that, but let's just immediately... We know what's up with the lacuna. As I mentioned before, sadly, these... now, is this one... Sadly, this is a dead link, the safety tools. It's just... the internet is not forever, and the internet no longer always remembers, sadly. Probably trying to Wayback Machine it, but in general, I think that the bits about the digital that say, here's what the functionality you need is, here's a couple of tools that exist right now. I think that digital advice stands up, but also this link to the Trello, this is a real game changer, and I greatly appreciated it. We have a link on our website to the safety tools. Very nice. And again, I highly recommend you go check out adepticarus.com. You've got game resources, you've got the resources, you've got a lot of stuff. I see it. RPG Safety Toolkit, the X Guards and Lines and Veils, which is the beginning. Here's the toolkit. You've got a whole Google Drive link That's nice. So you always get in the drive and not necessarily have to like go make a TTRPG account. And yeah, that's pretty baller. And I'm going to share this link here. And the Six Guns and Saurians, the Rudy Tooty Shooty dinosaurs. How do you call it? We just let only water bears in here. Is pretty cool. Let's do the focal point, shall we? Genre, tone, flavor. Stay as broad as possible. Portal, fantasy, big dang heroes, scary-ish. Unicorns, modern technology. Unicorns are veiled. Modern technology doesn't fit the sci-fi elements of our game. Drug addiction is not something that the players want to deal with in their game. Okay, so we have 3 different levels. The lacuna is non-negotiable. It cannot exist. The lacuna operates similarly to a veil. It only exists in the background, but never on camera. The lacuna could be replaced by an alternative that fills a similar role as long as the Arium doesn't use the specific thing. So we can't specifically use it, but, you know, there's probably a sci-fi way to have a refrigerator. We do the universal, the picture on the focal point on the big picture, backdrop and scope of the Arium, issues, events, story holes, continents, wars, histories. Okay, so big picture is including land masses, although I only saw it particularly called out in landmarks. So it's the focal points are helping me correct some misconceptions I had initially reading the broader stuff earlier. This group is established universal concept. It's time to start thinking about the big picture. The scope of the collective creation will largely be determined during the step, and this will help frame the remaining steps as well. While Universal is the flavor of the Arium, the steps gives us, in the broad sense, the themes and the landscape in which the story will play out. Fuel for great stories and many adventures, which is what we're here to do. It will also grant a sense of realism. The bigger picture will help the Game Master design an immersive story with several storylines. We have the arc, we have the idea, we have the concept, we have the themes. Cultures and organizations is an interesting one that stands alone and is before landmarks in a way I find interesting. So let's get into it. Optional. If the group mostly made up of writers or creatives who really get into high-level world-building ideas, you can split the culture into one step and organizations into another. According to 1.5. I see. So optionally we can split these off because you know some people are going to be like, oh, all the culture ideas, all the factions ideas. But once you know the cultures and then create the factions, that's different than creating the cultures and the factions. Like, maybe you make a mages guild and you make, like, a nation of nomadic seafarers, right? But you might have an idea for the sort of guild or organization that would be in the nomadic seafarers after you know it's already won. You know what I mean? And it's an established Arium canon element. Now that we have our guiding concept, it's time to figure, although in theory, if you wanted to, a similar result would be to combine those, I believe. This section includes ideas pertaining to histories, belief structures, different heritages, etc. This is the opportunity to lay foundation for future steps. If someone wants to play a Minotaur, there should be mention of a Minotaur culture here. If your Arium deals with the interplanetary settlements, mention of a global disease and natural disaster on Earth could be appropriate historical motivator. Very West post-apocalyptic wasteland, we all took off on our shiny chrome ships as the face melter spread slow but sure across the wasteland. We used what tech we had left to arrive here in the hard scrabble Space West. A Weird West post-apoc wasteland may have geographically relevant mutations. A second world feudal Japan likeness may need warring clans, backgrounds, and beliefs. This is also the place to begin subverting any and all tropes. So we set up the defaults and we're like, time to knock those out. Organization can be anything from loose sects to political parties to a secret sisterhood bent on crocheting the perfect doily for every table in the city. My God, we must stop them at all costs. The ideas brought forth during the step should elicit a sense of immersion and begin planting even more seeds for adventure ideas, character concepts, and the in-Arium opposition to the group's efforts. Take this opportunity to give depth and texture to the beginning of your Arium. All sorts of intrigue, conflicts, alliances, and machinations of the nefarious and benevolent now come into play. Maybe ogres have formed into several nomadic tribes to keep their families free from predatory slavers. Or perhaps they've begun the first school dedicated to space dogfighting. Encourage subverting tropes to create something new and glorious. And there's a lot of lean towards the gonzo, the unexpected, the interesting. I've dwelled on it enough times that here late in the game I'm not going to revisit other than to say this is good and consistent advice that pushes people towards distinct ideas. And I think you're coming to a world-building exercise to get a distinct idea out. Dragon Riders need a lift, that'll be $10. The Purple School for Portal Mages, a franchise. Unfairly treated creatures are fed up and may rise up. I want to be one. Game Master note. As the Game Master culture organizations, well, they can be a bit of a double-edged sword or a finicky blaster. On the one hand, generating more ideas will give you your Arium a more vibrant feel. On the other, some of the ideas that make it through the voting phase are undoubtedly going to need further work and detail. That's more creation for you after Arium create. Finally, when creates extra mindfulness of the group's designated lacunae during the step, be sure to avoid any isms or situations that might allow for them at the table. Be prepared. Good advice. As players influence the Arium to include their particular intentions. I think it's important that we speak here in terms of intention with the Arium, and I think this is part of the strength of not using world or setting. The concept of the Arium, the shared canon space in which we tell our stories. What intentions are you bringing to this table? What intentions do you have with this meeting? Having fun with your friends. Well, also having fun yourself. The Game Master should allow them to exercise their vision. Be prepared to facilitate a compromise discussion if disagreements arise. If a player seems to be overtly pushing the group towards a specific idea, pause the step and ask why the idea is relevant to them. Most likely to tell you about the concept of the character they've wanted to play. Okay, so we're giving some pretty particular advice, and not universal, but good odds advice, we'll call this. This is good odds advice. Odds are good. They want interplanetary travel because they want to play an interplanetary space traveler. Help the group decide if there's a realistic way to enable the player's vision. If not, then the idea will probably lose out during voting. The player will need to find inspiration in another aspect of the Arium for their character. This is acknowledging not everybody's going to have a winner on their hands, and you cannot stand against the storm, so to speak. One vote, it seems, will frequently be below the cutoff. Landmarks. Focal point. A narrative relevant place you could point to on a street level map. Congrats. Okay, so they really want a specific place. Dark Valley, Ravine, the Windmill, Dragon Hotel. Dragon Riders are often found here. Giant tree in the middle of the kingdom. Almost impossible to the top. So landmarks are like we have continents earlier. I thought landmarks were like basically all the physical locations from the overview. But this is like, oh yeah, the big tree. Oh my god, we're going to adventure there. There's big lice in it. Oh my goodness! And you go on the Deku Tree adventure because you created and voted on the Deku Tree. Tight. People, focal points. The J. Jones, an average everyday xenobotanist. The J. Jones. Boromot, the one-eyed. Jaxie, the space princess of doom. Slippy Ooch. Grendel, the fearless coatman. All the individuals you inhabit Arium as a group. You voted the concepts you created. The first thing, people concept in the stage will be used to populate the world with NPCs. Some of them indeed can be RPG player characters. Still, we recommend not getting too deep into the character creation mindset right now. Just focus on the interesting people and concepts who will be in the world. This is solid. Your Lando Calrissians. Your Emperor Palpatines. Your movers and shakers and kind of people at all levels you could run into. Game Master note. It's important to note that each person shouldn't fit the scope of the Arium presented. Should fit the scope of the Arium presented. As a Game Master, you may see opportunity to discourage a person concept that feels drastically out of place. Talk with the other players and remove the note before voting if the person cannot be successfully modified. If the person cannot be successfully modified to fit the Arium. So this is a pretty strong call to moderate. Use this approach as a last resort only and consider awarding the player a creation token in compensation. Okay, so now we're talking about giving them additional tokens to buy them off because this is a bit of a big step we're working tight to control. I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong here, a lot of people try and shoot for NPCs that feel special or cool to them, but are not necessarily special or cool in the context of the Arium, just in general. But I'd be interested, Adept, like, what sort of experiences have been had with that and how it came about. NPC pool. I'm going to mute my desktop audio here for a moment. It doesn't happen that often, but when it does, having guidance we thought was important. Yeah, definitely. Some of the scenarios you've described for me in this book, I'm like, damn, I didn't foresee that coming up, but I'm glad it's been described here, and it seems like we've got a good guider through. You know what I mean? I need to get this to some people. But as we come over here in these towards the end, the goodies, focal points, really important stuff: items, vehicles, equipments, curiously light wand, flaming sword of true hearing. All players choose goodies from this phase for their own character, allowing. Nice, okay. Like, I really like the idea of playing a world that has the Ring of Grammarmancy that allows me to change one letter out of any spell's name. That's even how magic works in the world. And part of why they're bringing it to the table is like they want to have it. That's interesting. Let's scan through the example. Group of experienced in Arium create for the first time. Go through these test creation. By the way, how was the playtesting? And did you notice a big variance in feedback for like sessions that you weren't there for during the proctoring? And they just kind of like reported back to you? Boom, I guess I'd rather... Okay, peeps, what are we ready to make our Arium? I guess, but I'd rather play D&D. Just Poma, we're trying something new. Fine. I just love D&D, I want to learn something new, but if everyone else wants to play it... This is an important person to include in the example in many ways. I would rather be playing D&D right now. I already know how to play D&D. We are playing D&D later, but... as an indie tabletop role-playing game designer and player, and it was just non-indie, but just non-D&D games. This is, what are these? Yeah, column creation. I want the big sticky notes. You know, Boma starts to get the sticky notes they like. We start to have a positive. Shift, K, their practice, fellowship, 2 towers, Return of the King, E.T. shots Avengers, Clever. You particularly note what the person the person who's like giving resistance and kind of having to be like managed by the proctor, we're noting their sticky notes. We got great feedback all through playtesting. Earlier session had tons of feedback, and those were one primarily run by the authors. Later sessions, not run by us, had less. Huh. So more or less just like, had good time. Here's what we did. Yeah, I mean, it seems like you guys did like a good job of like, you know, long-term refining. Right, example. Silence is it? Well, what is it? Other things is wrong in the head. I do love fellowship. I put it down too. But wait, let's back up. Everyone's supposed to read their own, and then someone else had the same thing, or really similar. We join them together. Or sure. Oh, okay. So fellowship and the group's supposed to decide. We have pushback. We combine. Quiet. We move things around. We're like, isn't this the same thing? Adds an S to the end of a note previously saying alien. Okay, it's an important distinction. Yeah, alien and aliens is a distinct. I mean, one of them is a Vietnam movie in space. The other's a haunted house in space, right? We played a lot of Alien RPG. Alien and aliens are basically the two modes of play for that. And these are the minor distinctions you might not think of or could be overlooked, but definitely will come up, particularly when you have a bunch of nerds. I mean, one of the reasons is literally break these phases into two if you have a lot of writers and world builders in the group, which definitely sounds like you've had people who've run along before over their great passion. And I like Guy Ritchie a lot too. Wasn't really thinking of those kinds of movies, but I guess you didn't say. Imagine what you talking because yeah, I do love those movies. Makes me think though. Makes me think. Okay, so I'm editorializing here, and I'm not giving you the strong read through that I would normally. I can normally get 20, 25 pages through on this, and I'm on page 30 here, 39. But that's quick scrolling. I will say this about that. Good game. I would play this. I would play this game. The example is cleverly written. This book is pointing really at the GM. It gets you hype. And it helps you over the humps. And it helps you think about inclusion. People are going to have... I've got here on my phone, Goose is the Pearl of Lacuna. Like how we all ixnay Boomer having this character teabagging dead goblins. Yeah, wrap up. So that's the gist of the Arium create. We know. That's why you're still in the group. So, yeah, the uncomfortable parts of person management are brought up here. We got the short list. We got the things in a really svelte form. You can easily reference this and make progress. Beautifully designed, simple, clean, with some good evocative art, particularly earlier on. This, the Abyss of Avoidance and the plain Arium create, just such a wine and cheese pairing of images. It's pretty dense. Yeah, I think that this is an excellent game. I highly recommend it, based on my initial read. I'm going to look at Arium, I believe, Discover next. I think it goes Discover Explore. When I next do Arium here on the Indie TTRPG Carousel, we tend to work on to another creator's game next, and lots of the creators have multiple games. So, Adept Icarus, I'm glad that you could be here for at least the half portion. I'm sorry that I couldn't time it better, so we could have you here the whole time. A lot of it, I mean, it's revision with the VOD, but a lot of it was me going over the intro and talking about the things I liked and things I was identifying, and how your explanation of it, where it came from with the system and the con, was a really good way for it to work. Absolutely, and I'm sorry that I had to speed here a bit at the end, but we will be moving over. We're playing Where Evil Lives next, and I need to get some stuff done there. So we're going to move to a standby. Of course, and my regret here being that I couldn't do the full thing. I will glance over the book more off stream, but I just got through the core of it in a sense. And I think this is definitely something to check out, particularly if you're like me and you've had a group that's had failures with trying collective world building games, because this adds a lot of the proctoring dimension, a lot of the facilitating dimension, and I think that is key. to overcoming some deficits that one could experience in other games, which theoretically do the world building fine, but I think this is built person centric and out with an eye to outcomes and the experience of doing it in a way that it elevates what Arium Create is and what Arium can be. And I love the creation of the Arium and Arium building instead of world building or setting building. So I'll let you go for the moment, but everyone grab your snacks, grab your water, have a little relief. I'm going to go to the green room. Yeah, that's Malcolm. Literally early on, they do. They talk about how this comes out of a background of precisely what you're discussing. Where is the section of the book? Where does it come from? Yeah, this. I'm gonna bounce, but thank you all for coming through, Dreamers. I'm gonna move us over to standby, and in short order, I'll be on. have been muted this entire time. Jesus Christ. Hello, everyone. I didn't realize we were muted. Hi, this is Diesel Shot. We were doing character introductions as 3 carts roll along the road, driven hard by the Hobgoblin Lieutenant Arium, and 4 figures stand out, although one stands out amongst them all. James, why don't you describe the character you're playing? What's brought him to this flashpoint in his life? Trophy.
Okay, so yeah, Trothy stands out very much. They are a lizard person that looks kind of like a mix between a crocodile and a human, as though it's like a crocodile but with humanoid proportions almost. Um, they're wearing clothes that look like they were meant to fit a human. Probably not their own clothes. Trothy lives in the woods. They take care of the woods and often come into the different towns nearby to return things that uh would not or that wouldn't decay in the woods naturally, but are found in the woods. Like, when dead adventurers go out and their weapons get lying on the ground. He collects those and then returns them to people. And this recent uptick in banditry and such has caused that to become a much more tedious and difficult job. And so he decided to join into this caravan to help lessen the problem. They are a Circle of Spores druid, so they sort of not a very comfortable person to hang around. And they're walking alongside, like on the grasses and such, beside the cart, probably closer to the rear so that people don't have to look at them.
And you're slightly off the road. The people slightly disconcerted. Early on, Bozor, a large, he's a bugbear. He's not wearing armor or anything. He's just a dude here to do a job. He's got a big piece of wood you could describe as, either like a door frame or a club, depending on perspective, I suppose. And he does at some points attempt to make casual conversation, like, "So, you live here, huh? How's the woods?"
Woody.
He's like, "Yep. I have 6 children, and they're always trying to get out and play in the woods." And I say, "You can't do that. A cockatrice will get you." Ho.
Good advice.
It breaks off perhaps further attempts, but oof. How do I get? Is it gonna let me chroma key live? Edit filters. Chroma key. Chroma key, please save me. Color key. Custom color. Please let me color pick it. Close. Okay, yes. Alright, so we have, unfortunately, due to the nature of it, however, the legs are now fucked, but we have kind of James's art on the screen. With that, we come to the next of the 4. Shin, why don't you tell me a little about what character you're playing tonight? And what's brought them to this point in their lives, even if they're just wandering through.
My character name is Vilkrin. He is a Sumalfar elf. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it. It's a summer elf.
Sumalfar, yes.
Sumalfar elf. He is a far traveler, not really belonging anywhere. Is just trying to live life as it passes by him and not to get lost by the current of life.
Mm-hmm.
It's ambiguous if he's actually a part of the caravan as a guard or as one of the peasants. But one day you guys just noticed he was part of the caravan. He was just walking alongside everyone else.
Gairama definitely says, "What do you do?" with like a questioning like little to her brow.
I'm hurt. You have not realized I was here helping everyone? I loaded the carts. I carried the stuff. What do you mean, what am I doing here? What do I do here?
No, I mean, when the raiders come out of the woods and start slitting all these peasants' throats, what are you gonna do? he points to you. She points to
I
you,
will
and she
be
gesticulates your finer dress than everybody else.
I will be protecting me, myself, and I, and these lovely peasants. I don't know what you're gonna be doing.
Ha!
Hopefully, you do your job.
I'll do my job. If you keep these peasants alive, all the better.
Am I part of the people you're protecting? Just clarifying, poor friend.
I don't think you understand how the League works here, friend. My job is to move the cargo.
So, if said cargo was endangered, you would protect it?
That's what I'm getting paid to do.
Hi, thanks. My name is Cargo now.
A pleasure. We're gonna get along just fine, cargo. And yeah, so a new friend has joined. And there's some people here, but there's two more. There's two more sort of, and where are you like in the column? Let me put you on the map, and we can just establish that briefly here. Vilkern, or Cargo, as you're now named.
Gonna have to change my character sheet now.
Where is our friend Vilkern?
Uh, Vulcan's gonna be standing by the middle cart, understanding that the middle is usually the safest.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got a line sight into the forest nearby and getting ready to bolt if needed.
Mm-hmm. Like just like sizing up like the woods.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as you walk, Vidor behind you, like, oh, are you much for nature? He kind of looks out at the trees and says, to be honest, it scares me, not because it is loud, but when it gets quiet. I am thinking, what is moving out there that I cannot hear?
I'm sorry, my friend, but the whole world, everything's moving. And if it's not, then, well, I guess it's not part of the world anymore.
Ah, you speak well. For cargo. He smiles.
I mean, I'm not chief cargo. That's what you're implying.
He smirks and said, I would never. And so, two more people are in this procession. They are not dressed like everybody. The only other, like, I don't think that James and Trothy and Vilkrin, you're not wearing any armor, right?
No.
Nope.
Okay, yeah.
I'm wearing traveler's
Vilkrin has like a wooden board, but like, yeah, like
My scales are
yeah.
armor, and I have a wooden
Yeah.
board.
Gaia she's got like her coat on, but she's got like chainmail on under that. Like, she's the only person who looks vaguely professional here, with two important exceptions. A towering bromide with a floofy hat and a big swyander over his shoulder, by the name of Hans, and the woman who he looks to above and beyond anyone or anything else here, ever with a quick, mein liege. And Pat, can you tell me who that woman is in the broadest possible terms, and what brings her to this flashpoint, and where she and her loyal retainer Hans would be at this moment?
I assume General Keiko is just here to help. And
Mm-hmm. Well,
she's a well,
general perhaps to Hans,
mhm.
in that
No,
she,
I mean,
she has
she's a gem.
she has an army of one.
The mightiest armies always start from the humblest of origins. And Hans is far from humble, so she's already quite a ways away from the bare minimum. General Kaiko used to have a greater retinue and a higher standing in life. However, now she finds herself in exile and betrayed by her clan. Hence the noticeably inverted crane pattern on or mon on her banner that she
Indeed.
constantly maintains on her back.
Yes.
She's fully armored, very serious looking, and
Certainly.
but somewhat kind in terms of in basic interactions with her.
Yes.
She's probably
Amon,
been with the crew the whole time.
Amon, nobody has seen here before. A striking downward crane. The people are a little slower to say anything on Kiko, because she's, obviously well-bred and equipped, and she's got a retainer who is bearing the same mark on his shoulder. They look noble, but, Gairama gives you one good look and says, "Veterans? Yeah, you know how to fight." And says, "You should, with a dismissive wave, take a position." And where do Keiko and Hans take a position? Do you have him ever at your side? Are you fanned out? Where are you generally with the group?
I don't think we necessarily stand side to side unless combat demands it of us. I think we would adopt a protective position around the caravan, one of us on either side, so that we can maintain eye contact at all times. However, we are flanking the caravan just in case anything goes wrong.
Would you put yourselves at the front, at the rear, at the mid?
Ooh, the middle sounds perfect. We are a team of warriors, and we intend to do our duty.
Kaito decides he doesn't mind being between the carts if it means being on the inside from Hans. And, Kaito says, "How do you move with all that armor on?" And Hans, with a smirk, says, "You lift with the legs. It's build strength in this tenure." And he kind of does a quick squat to designate. His Zweihander unsheathed over his shoulder, and not a fear in the world. His visibly repaired but still sterling armor sparkles in the wind, and this, which is a thing that something sparkles in case you weren't up on the sparklage. New season, new sparkles. But yes, all of this has made way for a single day along the high road. What the trophy? Yeah, obviously I want it to represent trophy. And you're walking along the road. And I now ask you a question no 5e player wants their DM to ask them. What's everyone's passive perception?
15.
13.
Mine's gonna be the worst in the party.
I can tell you that Hans is a PP of 10.
Good.
Very average, just above average.
Indeed.
Oh wow, my thing popped out. That's cool.
So you're walking along, and John, the lead driver, says, we need to stop. There's a tree in Zoro," and Gairama says, "No fucking stopping! Everyone look alive!" And someone says, Tella says, it's just a tree in the road, Gairama. I don't see anyone. You don't see them. I'm telling you to keep moving. And you hear a shh as she pulls her longsword out, and the company march reaches about here.
I put away my quarterstaff that I've been using as sort of like a walking stick.
All right. So you just have shield and open hand?
Yeah.
All right. Hans looks to Keiko, looking for her lead.
Let me look at the log here. Look to the forest. Make sure that we're not getting jumped.
Give me a perception as your eyes scan the woods. It's deep here, not quite woad, and yet far from normal. If anything yet pervades the woods that would bother you, you see squirrels, trees, nothing menacing.
Oh, I think my character is insightful enough to assume that there's something amiss with a tree potentially blocking our path. So she's on guard whether she sees something or not.
All right. Vilkrin. What does Cargo do upon hearing this exchange?
Um, Vulcan's gonna try to stick close by to one of the carts.
Mm.
Be ready to either hop into the cart,
Mm.
and act as a peasant, or to see if it's not too much trouble to stay on the outside
Sure.
and show a face.
So there is a moment where you hear a whistle spinning through the air. There's a twang, a swing, and as a goblin sniper from behind the stump looses the short bow shot that delivers a ram into John's chest. He doubles back, blood spreading throughout the cart as he grabs at the wound. Ambush! Guiorama shouts, but the attack has already been sprung and the woods are alive.
Where was the goblin?
The goblin sniper has appeared here, and you are being ambushed. Rather than using the regular ambush rules, I'm going to run you through what immediately happens. There's a rustling in the woods as danger is upon you, the reality of combat setting in as adrenaline overwhelms. Goblin lackeys come out of the woods, swarming. These little minions, or mignons, depending upon your dispositions towards them, swarm in. Vyodor, bringing what meager peasantish spear he has up, surprised, saying, Cargo, help! As they descend. And the goblin lackeys act as one. They are but minions. And with their group attack, they attack with 1 greater damage and 1 greater attack modifier. They have advantage by virtue of flanking, and they have a +1, making a 9 that hits Vyodor's AC. They lash at his leg, stab at his body. They always deal 1 damage, +1 per. He's up at 1 gaming as he cries out for Vilkrin's aid, fear in his eye. He clearly has no idea what he's doing, trying to wildly whip about his spear, but not even really bringing the blade out yet. He is not ready for this, and it is coming for him. A goblin lackey emerges from the woods and darts right past Hans. Hans tries to cut down this foe, but they're crafty. They dance in and out and around. And they come and slash at the cords holding some of these draft horses. Ting! Leather flaps open, a horse cries, Carla screams and pulls the reins hard, beginning to drive the cart sideways towards the ditch, obscuring Kaiko's path to Hans. More and more the foes flood from the woods, a cry of a horn, and as all of this happens, and enemies close in, 2 goblin lackeys come upon Trophy, unable to reach a flanking position.
So this is they surprised us, so I don't get a reaction.
You were watching the woods, weren't you?
Yeah.
I'll give you the reaction.
All right, one of them has to make the first one to enter has to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right, the spores overwhelm them as their eyes kind of roll back, like, and they get a nat 1. What happens to them?
They take 1d4 1d4 damage from my halo of spores. So
for technical reasons,
1 damage.
If an AoE if you deal more than 6 damage, we care for a minion. But I will tell you this: this minion, seizes up and dies, and the goblin lackey seeing that is kind of like realizing it's committed and screams, "Help! Help! They have their own curse. Better help!" And kind of like blindly lashes out at you with your dagger. They manage to slide under your guard and tick you. You take 1 damage. You know the sting of the blade, although as a druid of spores, you know it tastes no poison. And then, out from the brush bursts a goblin warrior. They know what they're doing, they're well equipped, and they swing a blade. Charge! And they do. Goblin lackeys fall upon, trying to sprint into position, some of them, but 2 of them manage to get into position to start fucking up the lead cart. And they harm the front horse, who rears up. And loses their shit. The drive forward is greatly imperiled as Diorama, sword in hand, jumps off and just kind of like, let's see the roll here. Skates on the skull of the first goblin lackey, turning him into so much fine paste beneath a hard mailed boot. As she screams, "You picked the wrong fucking caravan!" And she lowers her blade at the lackey, who shivers and says, "I'll show you how a noble of the hearth fights." And it is now time for initiative. Everybody feel free to prove yourself.
Well, about damn time.
Yeah, and oh shit, hold on. I'm removing a lot of people.
Whoops.
All right, no, that's okay. I'll put you back on with what you rolled because you got a 21. Keiko is ready for this.
You goddamn right I did. Look alive, Hans. Get into formation.
Ja, mein Liege.
It's like the war.
It's just another battlefield between us and your rightful throne. I'm at you! He says, baring his blade at the coming foe, who, think twice, seeing his Zweihander wielded by a dude who is not going to be impressed by a dagger.
Yeah, the massive Naginata extends as if, as if by magical means, although you can clearly see that she's just incredibly skilled with her chosen weapon. And she's already in fighting stance before everybody gets their, primary action.
Lee, I forgot to select my token, so I rolled it, but I'm not on the tracker.
That is okay. Let me copy paste one of you to make a fake. Far in the bottom right.
I can roll again just to put myself in there.
No, yeah, do that, and then we'll place your number. Far in the bottom left is a fake. Is the goblin tracker? Ignore that guy. I'm putting an X over him. So, the battle has been met. There's chaos. There is war. Add turn. Puts you at 1. Unless ordered to successfully by someone to move, the peasants are moving dead last. Keiko, it is your turn, and I'm not seeing anybody else. Hans goes on your turn. I will put him in at 20, just so we are sure not to skip him. But I do believe, with your retainer, you are free to have him act, to interlocute his actions among your own.
I can get here, right? And this is split action and move?
Correct. 5e lets you split action and move. You can get up there, and additionally, you have a reach 10-foot weapon if you wanted to hold back, but if you come in here, you'll flank with Diorama.
Yes, I don't feel I need to hold back just yet. I'm intending to
You slide forward with your glaive. You are going to kill the goblin lackey, but show me how gloriously you do it by rolling your damage. Your blade arcs up and through the goblin lackey with such great force and alacrity that if there were another lackey within attack range of you, you would kill them dead as well. Arc them.
She swishes.
Blood flies into the eye of the draft horse. Yeah, what do you do?
Yes, blood flies into the eye of the draft horse, and a head collapses onto the undergrowth in the opposite direction, and she presses the body down with her pole before she's already moved past that goblin. And I think, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's as far off as I can go. She gives a wink to the hobgoblin who's piloting the caravan.
Yeah. Gairama stepped down and seeing that says, "That's what I'm fucking talking about." And it is now. So Hans has a signature attack
Yes.
with his Zweihanda. And what would you want him to do? You can pilot him, or you can just have him do like you can be like, what have you yelled to him? Like, is he right?
Charge!
Okay, you've told him to charge. He isn't looking back. He isn't looking about the fact that this is just
Charge
quintuppled. He is running up, and some people are getting done up as his Zweihanda lashes out, and unfortunately, he rolls a 9. It says, "Yeah!" And he puts it, and he like dings the rock with his huge blade as the goblin lackey dances aside and says, "Oof, mea culpa. I'm used to the height of a dwarf." And he like brings his blade around to get ready for the next go bout. The goblin sniper has just identified a great target. And
I bet the fuck it has.
and they make a short bow attack against Keiko. And 11, it's like over your shoulder,
AC
really.
16.
You're too dexterous for that, even. It hits the ground behind you as the goblin warrior says, to me, kill her." And kind of looking a little shook. Looking a little like maybe he should have brought more dudes. It is Trothy's turn. And as he says that, by the way, like a tag-along lackey or two who seem like they don't really know what they're doing, kind of pop out of this hole and look at each other like, Trothy, it's your turn. One goblin lackey dead on your spores, the other visibly sweating, horrified by the strange aura you have, and scared of this magic you cannot comprehend.
All right. Trothy, I look down at this like little stab rune, and I just let out a, and I'm gonna bonus action bite.
Your jaws clamp down. He rears back, trying to force you back with his dagger finds your shield, and your teeth find his neck. There's nothing to scream left anymore after you've ripped the core out. Just the sound of air releasing from the lungs straight through a ruined fucking throat.
Which gives me a fun two temporary hit points.
Yay! You're feeling very refreshed. It's kind of like orange.
And then
Tastes kind of like orange juice, honestly. Pulpy orange juice.
still sort of like in that little growly tone, I'm gonna I'm gonna approach behind Vidor, but I'm going to point towards the goblin sniper, and I'm going to chill touch.
Ooh. Would you say is the ghastly claw that flies towards the goblin sniper across the field?
Yeah, a little skeletal claw, like a dinosaur hand, sort of.
Yes. It's 110,
reaches out.
110 feet. You got the range, yeah?
Yeah, 120 feet range.
Perfect. Yeah. It weaves in and out amidst the trees, comes down, clamps hard into the goblin sniper's chest. Their eyes roll back as a terrible, deathly ice washes over them. 7, 8, 9, 10. They're barely still standing. They look like they're pretty fucked up.
And then I just sort of like turn and look at these two Actually, I'll step. Yeah, no, I like here. Just look at the two goblins.
All right, yeah, you get the sense that right now they're looking at each other and they're looking around and they're going. They're continuing to try and fuck with the wagons and attack the people, but you know they're thinking about what the fuck is happening next and they're not liking it. Vilkrin, things have gone as they always do eventually, completely to shit. The guy who's trying to be your buddy behind you is getting stabbed. The cart right next to you is careening for the ditch, and more goblin lackeys with no one between you and them are emerging from the wood. Your only saving grace being that the muddy rocks you're kind of stood next to is difficult terrain to cross over. What does Cargo do?
I scream out the door. I thought you were gonna do more than this, and I'm going to cast Sleep on Vidor
Alright.
specific. No, I'm kidding.
All right.
30 points of hit points
Yeah, I
when the
will.
creature's within 20 feet in ascending order. I don't know if any of these have different hit points, considering they're all the same creature.
And can you, Michelity, thank you for the follow.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, which you can designate friend and foe with sleep, correct?
Correct. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure.
Yes, thank you,
Although
Michelity.
reading this more closely, I'm not entirely sure now.
We're gonna say you can. You know what's up. So here's what happens. Pop. 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 And it's within 30 feet? Pop.
I could have sworn it's within 20 feet. Oh, sorry, 90 foot's the point, and then it's a 20-foot radius of that.
Okay, so it's in the point is on yourself, or?
Yeah.
Okay. So 4 goblin lackeys are taking a hard nap. Immediately. Just fall over, poof, slumped. Vidor looks back to you, and Vilkrin, have you cast in front of any of these people before? Like, do they realize that you're a sorcerer?
No, this is the first time. All I have on me is a quarterstaff, a flute that I play sometimes, and that's about it.
Vilkrin! I didn't know you were a wizard! Oh my god, we're saved!
Oh my god, you're so smart! I'll let you believe that. And with my movement and what I can, I'm gonna try to crawl into this.
Give me athletics to crawl up into this wagon as it's careening to the side.
Yeah, I'm good at that, right? No, I'm not good at that.
Vilkrin, you do. You climb in, you face plant down, one of the jumping barrels lands and crashes right into the small of your back. Give me a strength save. Okay. You take 2 bludgeoning damage, and you are pinned by a barrel in a cart set for disaster.
Hey, Carla, you made really good pancakes yesterday. Could you help me out?
And she's like screaming, like grabbing at the reins as the goblin lackey fucks with the horses and cuts the line. It is Gaiarama's turn, and Gaiarama knows to kill the snake, you cut off the fucking head. So she does not hesitate. As she comes up, longsword, she takes her longsword in both hands, and basically, like a pro, like, doesn't even treat this goblin like they're a foe on her level. Much more so, as if though this is a, like, putting tee, and she's about to 9-iron his fucking head off. And if she'd caught that crit, she probably would have. Instead, it literally would have down at 0 gamed him. Instead, she delivers a significant 6 damage to the targetto, and the wound takes him deeply, but he remains standing. The goblin warrior has his go. He swings his short sword. He tinks off of her AC, and the goblin warrior says, to me, we're flanking. And he doesn't know something, so he steps right here. Kaiko, you have been raised to wield the Naginata since you could stand. And you are a master of the polearm. The crafty ability of the goblins has a little bit of a loophole. Because you see, it talks about avoiding ops when you move out of an enemy's reach. But guess what our friend just did? Move in.
Moved into mine.
So do you want to op him?
Yeah, I mean, if mechanics permit,
Yeah.
let's fucking go.
Give me that attack.
Right.
Yeah, so he's...
That's a very palpable hit, I
Yeah,
think.
give me that damage. I don't think you can deal less than will kill him. He screams, "Flack!" as you ruin his chest, and he falls into a heap of blood, basically instantly dead on the ground. And yeah, the goblin lackeys who are about to start moving look at each other. The goblin sniper's grabbing his chest, and he's like, he looks like he's fading probably pretty fast. He's got something fucking him up. And he screams out as he sees people's morale fading. You can't come back to Queen Bugna without loot! Steal what you can and run! And that seems like it could be a decisive element. Yeah, they have an advantage. They try and look they know they're fucked, but they're just trying to do what they can and get out. So this goblin lackey is asleep. All those goblin lackeys are asleep. A lot of them who are about to do some stuff are pretty fucked.
For good measure, have one of these two started their turn within 10 feet of me make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, to see if they're just fucking dead. One moment. Goblin lackey makes a con save. I'd call him dead. Some of the spores roll off of your feet up over the goblin lackey and into the nostrils, and you see like, and like a little vomit blood kind of like pools in the corner of their mouth as they go wide-eyed over the side. And Fyodor looks at you and says, good job. And yeah.
Many thanks. Nature wins.
Nature very good. This goblin lackey rushes forth, and they are just trying to collectively push Hans out of the way. Like, just imagine two very like persistent like third graders just like shoving at your knees while you are very top heavy. And they are going to go for just like a bit of an overwhelm, trying to push him. They use dexterity to their advantage, a nice 6 and 9. And Hans flexes, flattens his feet, and oof, with the advantage of both of them, actually does manage to get pushed back a bit. You see, calls out, ah! And this goblin lackey crawls back in and starts to just like, he just like rolls a barrel out. It cracks off into the woods, and like it bumps on some rocks. It's already broken one of its barding rings. The goblin lackeys are commencing the emergency looting procedures. This one hops on the cart and is hanging off. These two, one looks the other and says, We've got to kill that one. They took down the boss. What do you mean? That's how we become the boss. Don't you want a short sword? He looks down at his dagger and he says, fuck it. No goblin lives forever. And the two of them rush into range on Kaiko as the goblin lackeys make a group attack against her. Now, individually they'd miss, but +1 means they hit, and +1 damage means they nick you for 2 damage. They've taken first blood, Kaiko, although it's far from impressive.
Ouch.
The goblins who are waking alive on the field, there's no save against sleep, right?
No. It is
Alright.
purely based on hit points and what I roll.
Many of the goblins are afraid. Carla very desperately attempts to regain control of the cart at disadvantage. Yeah. So the cart that she's like, the front one like lurches awkwardly to a halt, and a barrel that was loose falls flying, hitting a blood-blinded, already afraid horse in the head. She starts and tries to run right at Kaiko. Kaiko, you know the horse isn't going to hit you, but you just stand stock still with 2 enemies in front of you and a horse rushing at you with a lurching cart behind them. Roll wisdom to steel yourself. A wisdom save, if you will. And this one, you know, going to the drink, hitting Tella. Tella's having a bad fucking time. Hooves are clomping, people are getting hit. Vidor looks down like he's like threatening one of the down ones with a spear and says, just keep moving. And Helga alone is like, well, they don't teach you this in wagon school. And just keeps driving, missing Trothy, kind of keeping going. Bozor says, I don't want to hurt any of you, with his huge club as he comes to the fore and tries to help push the cart back into position. Hiroshi is sort of, you know, dipped into the woods, and he takes a point of damage. He's like, ah! As he scrapes his knees up on he's forced up against with a big body side slam, like he's been thrown down Dragon Ball Z into a stump over some moss. Yeah. And that is the situation that awaits. So, what do you guys... Okay, so that's the commoner's turn, right? Like, mostly they're fucking up, other than... Kaito sees that, like, you know, things are fucked, runs up, and he alone manages to bring to bear a club. And he just tries to bonk this goblin. And as it happens, it, like, the club comes down, like, the guy's head comes up and down, and he's dead. And Kaito looks at his hand and says, "Oh my god, soon to upon me." He drops the club, holds his hand, and says, "I've killed someone!" As Han says, "Yeah, with any luck, you'll live to kill a few more. Now pick up the dagger." And Kaiko, it's your turn. There are 2 Gobbo lackeys in range. What do you do?
Well, it's a pity that I'm stuck on cleaning duty.
And how did the wisdom save go?
I was supposed to make that as well. My apologies.
Yeah, you're the person who's got a horse rapidly approaching the reader.
Well, I maintain face. Look at that.
Yeah, no. As it happens, you've been on the field of the fray before. You know these dangers, and you hold fast.
All right. The trials and tribulations of war are nothing to me, but the horse was in the way of a full swing. I don't know that an 11 hits.
Yeah.
Or
So,
does it?
do you have anything that would boost you? Because no, an 11 won't hit. But Gaia Rama looks at you with a reaction and says, "No, lower! Clear him out!" And she adds 1, which is a 12. You cut closer, but that's not enough to hit. Anything else, or is it Hans?
I think that's all I got.
Right. You've told Hans to charge, and you haven't given him any other particular orders, right?
I assume Hans can extrapolate.
Hans dashes and hops onto the tree trunk, his heavy armored body somewhat crackling down, sending splinters out, as he goes for the last of the leaders on the field. Yeah! He runs up, puncturing holes in the part of the tree, but coming to the top of the stump to end his turn within melee range of the goblin sniper. It is the goblin sniper's turn. And the goblin sniper seeing this says, "Grab what you can and run back. Run!" 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And the goblin sniper attempts to just hide in a bush because he's very scared. You lose sight of him in the bush. It is Torothi's turn.
Okay. Be walking forward. And I'm going to point at this goblin now, the one in the cart. And once again, a skeletal dinosaur claw just comes out of my hand and probably misses.
You pop a shot and it flies wide. Alright. Anything else, Trothy?
Nope.
And the aura... Oh, that's on their turn. Vilkrin, what are you up to? You are presently pinned. The crash is ongoing. Someone's been knocked aside. The horses are going wild. Tella's probably going to get trampled. Carl has lost control of the situation. You're like small of your back is crushed by a barrel. What are you doing, Vilkrin?
I don't really know. anything I do at this point is probably not going to change the fate of the world. I think first things first, I want to try to get out of the barrel.
Sure.
Does that take an action bonus? What would it take for me to
I'll let
try
you
to
spend
escape?
half of your movement to attempt a spicy stand-up from prone, requiring athletics or acrobatics.
I will do acrobatics. Is an 18 successful?
Yeah, you slide, you pop out just as naturally as if though you were merely rolling under a log fume on an elaborate game show. You pop up with no issue without further disturbing the barrel.
I'm assuming both horses, like the one that got cut off, it's still attached to the other horse.
Yeah, so presently these horses are still tethered together.
Um, can I try to um jump onto the farther horse, grab the rein um that's still attached to the horse,
Mm-hmm.
to um and try to like calm it down and slow it down?
Do you want to? You just want to like be like, whoa, Nelly, right?
Yeah, like to like
Okay.
stop it so it doesn't like keep
Okay. Technically
trying to.
speaking, with a 10-foot, how much movement do you have left? 5,
I have
10,
15 feet of movement.
15. You do it. You pop up, you run, you kick back, you run off from the back of the cart that you have to tee your Achilles off of. You sprint the length of the cart, you leap onto the draft horse. The draft horse immediately starts to buck and neigh and rolls its head back at you. You are 90 degrees perpendicular with the ground. Give me parallel with the ground. Give me an animal
I know what you're trying to
handling.
say. And a handling. I got a 7.
And you make me
Another athletics.
a strength or dexterity save at your discretion to remain mounted. You are thrown into the dirt.
Damn.
You are beneath the cart, prone, having suffered 4 bludgeoning damage.
The environment's so dangerous. Nature is so dangerous, you know. Not these
right.
goblins. These goblins that do nothing to us.
It's Gairama's turn, yeah? Alright. So she sees that one getting away. And she says, we're not here to chase them, just to get through. And she looks at Kaiko fighting these guys and says, you deal with them. And she runs up into the back of this cart and says, I don't fucking think so. And rams her longsword at the goblin lackey. The goblin lackey ducks just in time, and she's actually stabbed deep into the boards on the side. Fuck! And she's like twisting at her longsword, trying to get it out. The goblin warrior is dead as fuck. The goblin lackeys have lived to one more turn, miraculously. The sleeping ones are asleep for a minute, right?
Yes. Or
Alright.
until woken up.
And you don't have to concentrate on it, right?
Correct.
Alright. The only goblin lackeys of consequence attempt an attack against Kaiko and fail. The horse behind Kaiko runs on. The commoners are, completely out of sorts. Bozor like grabs the side of the cart and attempts to lift it with his great strength. And Vilkrin, the horses are going wild. And Carla, realizing this is a lost cause on the lead horse, comes up and attempts to just cut it free. And she does so. It runs off into the woods, narrowly avoiding trampling Tella. And they begin to get the cart semi-righted with one draft horse pulling it. And everyone is in the ditch are having a bad time. But thus far, none of the commoners are dead. Helga's starting to try and steal left, where Trophy is, and Vyodor is not even sure where to go. Whole thing is chaos. Kaito begins vomiting on the side of the road. It is Kiko's turn. Kiko, what do you want to do?
So Kiko's going to. Oh, I'm still surrounded by goblins, aren't I? Yeah, no, that's not going to last very much longer. Jesus, what are with my rules? Yeah, I don't know that I hit necessarily. If only there's no like
If only she was
fire
on the
reroll
far.
in
If
this.
only she was on the far side to give you advantage. Yeah, I guess the only question is, do you think it's worth an action surge right now? And I'd say Hans looks
No, it's
around.
just embarrassing.
Hans can't find the person he's pursuing, but he looks back and sees that you are 2v1ing, right? And on
Mhm.
his turn, he sees this is going to happen, right? He dashes in behind them, hops over, skids through the dirt, sword up. They're like, huh? And then when their back is turned, you slash through both of them. Give me that damage on the crit.
All right,
Yeah,
there we are.
so that would actually be enough to kill 3 goblin lackeys in range. So yeah, you slice through their bodies, and how does Kiko look, having just ruined all of these goblins around her? The blood spattering the field.
So she stands, looks over at Hans, the blood covering her face because she didn't put on her helmet before she entered combat, and she gives him a nod and says, "Good work. Did you find the sniper?"
And says, "Yeah, but I lost them in the brush," and points the tip of his blade in this general direction.
Like a Volk. Well, we might be seeing them later in that case.
Yeah, seek cover, he says, gesticulating towards the cart and trees.
You did well. Carry on. There's more work to be
He
done.
says, "Mein Liege," and he turns to the cart. But he's done all his movement, you've done none of your movement.
I'm gonna move over here. Actually, probably move like onto that corpse.
Alright, and do you want to stay out in front of the cart presently? There's like one horse still attached, or do you want to try and get in the cart?
Yeah, can I just hop into the cart?
Yeah, you
Oh,
can-
wait, no, we've got,
You want to amble up
hold on,
behind him?
she's a capable warrior, right?
Yeah, she's a cape.
She's probably gonna take care of that goblin.
Alright,
I don't need to worry
so where
about
do you
that.
want to go?
Troth has that one. Looks like they're mostly taken
The
care
lackeys
of,
are
actually.
asleep or dead, other than the one in the wagon and the one that is hiding somewhere on this raised ridge.
Alright, well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna get onto the log here and start moving my way towards the ridge. Let me make a perception check too, if I might. Son of a bitch. Does a 19 give me new insights as to where our quandary might be hiding?
Well, yes, it does. You peer in, and despite your -1 modifier, your sharp eyes catch the position of the goblin sniper.
Excellent. Well, that's my turn.
All right. The goblin sniper sees you. They don't have advantage anymore, and they just make a regular short bow attack. Arrow flies by. They run and hop into a ditch, and you lose line of sight as they bonus action hide. And you know they're headed that way. Trothy is Trothy's turn. Trothy, what do you want to do?
So this cart is the front cart is still is uncontrolled right now.
Nobody is driving the front cart, and several things have been thrown out of it, and some of it has crashed out in front of it. But like the lead horse has temporarily stopped, but it could start going at any time. But yeah, no one's driving the front cart.
I think I'm just going to I'm gonna trust that the seasoned warrior has that goblin in the cart, and I'm gonna start heading out. Why is it being like this? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I know that the sniper was somewhere up top, so I'm gonna dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and start heading up the side.
All right, Vilkrin. The horse car has been stopped moments before you would have had to worry about the wheels and axles. What do you want to do?
Spend half my movement getting up. Take a second to brush myself off. I'm like, Carla, I knew I could trust you. Thank you so much for not killing me.
Yeah, we could die. What's going on? Hiroshi, are you okay? And everyone is sort of, in disarray.
And just to clarify, am I seeing correct? Is there still a goblin lackey in this
There's
cart
one
trying to loot?
live goblin lackey here who's trying to, like, just throw the loot out into the woods as much as he can, yeah.
Look, I'm gonna try to climb into this cart to see if I pass this time.
You can mount over this. You can mantle over the side. That's fine.
Okay.
So you're in here. The Gaia-rama has just revving her sword into the wooden side. The goblin lackey's like hee hee and like swinging about with the dagger as Gaia-rama like moves with her shoulders and knees to keep him from making an easy approach. What do you do?
I take my quarterstaff and I wind up for a hit, and instead I backhand with a shocking grasp on the last lackey.
He looks like he's ready to dodge, and then you swing. And oh, you wind up just sort of like flapping the lightning in the wind.
Is he wearing metallic armor?
The goblin lackey is no, not like wearing like maybe leather, maybe hide, definitely nothing fancy.
Let's see.
It's patchwork at best.
Well, damn. Oh, then that one will miss.
All right. Gaia-rama says, "Well, it looks like we have some magical cargo. A shame you won't be taking the valuables." And she uses her longsword.
And also,
Suddenly, I feel like I should have helped out.
the goblin lackey flashes out the softer target Vilkrin to no avail. As all of this happens,
just ignore what's happening on this cart. What happens at the cart stays in the cart. No one needs to see in or out of this place.
yeah, Viola steps aside. Helga does not give a shit and runs directly over a goblin lackey, but she goes over him, so she doesn't like crack him with the wheels. The forward cart horse begins to lurch forward again, but you guys then hit a barrel, twisting the whole thing. Everyone aboard the cart. So Vilkrin, make a strength save.
Man, maybe I shouldn't have dumped.
You're
that
gonna be
strength.
thrown out of another cart.
Yeah, you hold your feet.
I'm getting all these 20s, but they're never in the first slot. They're always in the second slot.
All of you hold your feet despite a hard bump that seems like a pop and a wheel and a cracking. Sounds like it's fucked one of the axles. As the cart begins to careen towards the branches of the downed tree. Keiko, it's your turn.
Right. So, Keiko's going to try and see the where the goblin went again.
Sure.
Because that motherfucker just keeps hiding from her. So, I'm going to take the liberty of making another perception check.
I know, but you do know the direction
well.
the goblin sniper is going in, and maybe if they're doing something hurried or intensive, you might catch a glimpse.
Yeah, which direction was that?
They were disappearing down this incline. And if you were to stand, say, here, and gaze past the tree, you might... Oh, the tree's probably going to fuck you, it's not like... But you could...
Yeah, I'm gonna get over here, and then I'm going to yell, "Halt! If you stand in place and answer for your crimes, your life will be spared. I can't speak to anything of the sort if you try to run."
The goblin sniper does not
And that's
give
going
an
to be
immediate audible response.
Intimidation check.
Ooh.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Hans is now dashing, like, "Oh, I must go back," and like he's like running back up to join you. The goblin sniper leans over the corner to offer their reply. A short bow attack at advantage that strikes you and
Not
deals
bad.
its additional sniper damage. So 1d6 plus 8. So
Damn,
you
they
take
remain hidden.
you take if they miss, you take 9 damage and they become visible. A real
Holy
shot
shit.
hits you as Hans says, "My liege!" And the goblin sniper runs for a hole somewhat conspicuously and starts to dig at something. It is Trothy's turn.
Trothy gets to the top of the ledge. Uh, and it's like, poor decision, revealing yourself. And then I'm gonna poke him again. Because we know how goodly he felt. Oh, God.
Dang, a double on that one. So this is the type of one
We-
shot we're playing. I see.
The hand goes like
and Womp.
the hand spins into the air, but honestly, for someone who's just been like almost crushed to death by it alone, he looks up frightened and digs faster, more haphazardly, going for what appears to be a maybe wood or a hatch, as being torn apparent. Clearly afraid. Vilkrin. All right, Vilkrin. You start your turn standing this time for once.
Yeah.
You're still in a cart with a goblin lackey. What do you do?
How much forward movement are we doing towards the fallen tree?
Imminent. It's imminent. Next commoner turn, it probably crushes the narrower tip and many branches, and there's already cracking sounds and issues with the axle. If this cart can make it the rest of the way along the high road with no further damage, it won't be able to after it's gotten its gears fouled up in that.
Look. Last time I tried to save a card, I got hurt. I'm not gonna try to save it again. I will try to shocking grasp again though. Does a 14 hit?
Yeah, you walk up, you bitch slap again, or you just grab them?
Yeah, I just grabbed him.
You grab them, and like they basically melt as lightning like flows out of the bodies. Enough that more would zap out and kill another lackey if they were nearby. As Gaiarama says, "Good work, fucking cooked him." She hops up and attempts to just like, animal handling this bitch, and as it turns out, she's run a few carts, and she has her wagon license. So narrowly, you guys don't get fucked.
As she looks back,
Someone
if
went
she
to
looks
wagon
back,
school.
Vilkrin is like half in motion of like jumping out, not believing in her abilities at all. Realizing they're gonna be safe, I'm like, oh wow, what a view. Let me just sit down and be safer.
Amazing. So, and they continue to run. So, horses are running. There are no live goblin lackeys on the field other than the sleepers. The commoners are scattered a bit. And Gaiarama calls to them, "Keep moving!" And they realize that's probably the only way they're getting at us alive. Helga, being faster with 2 horses, takes better control. Narrowly avoids getting popped under the wheel by that. Bozar runs ahead and throws this barrel out of the way and helps Tella up. Hiroshi stood himself up, and everyone at the sound of her voice and realizing it looks like most of the enemies are dead, gets up. Kaito, pulling the vomit from his sleeve and looking at it with conflict, picks up a goblin dagger and keeps going. Vidor hops on and climbs into the back of Carla's cart, spear up, pointed back at the goblin lackeys still sleeping. And it looks like maybe, despite everything, you're about to get through this with none of your people dying. And, at that, it's really down to a single question. Does the goblin sniper make it through that hatch? And the only people left standing who make that decision are Keiko and Hans. So, Pat.
Well, if it's up to me, the answer is no. All right. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Where's the hatch? Can I
So
see
the
it?
hatch is like beneath, like the goblin sniper is like almost stood on it, but like just off to the side.
Mm. And
It's
it's a pull-up hatch, right?
is a pull-up hatch. Yes.
All right. I'm
Honestly,
going to make a roll.
yeah. All right. So yeah. All
All
right.
right. Does a 16 hit the hatch door?
Yes, it does. So your
It's not
objective?
opening.
So your objective is to just plant your blade into it and like lever your weight.
And I look down at the goblin and I say, surrender,
The goblin
and I will
sniper
spare you.
looks around like, and Hans hops in behind. His white hands are high, pommel raised as if to plug him down, and says, "You'd really rather surrender than the alternative. But know this, my liege is very generous, even to our enemies." And the goblin sniper kind of cowers and says, "Of course, your liege." And with that, it looks like all that's left is the fact that there are sleepers in the back who are going to wake up fairly soon. And what is immediately being shouted by Rama is, "Jettison any tainted cargo. Throw the bodies out the back." And she first throws this goblin lackey and then looks at John, checks some for vitals, says, "Oh, shit." And then starts to roll him over. And everybody else is sort of like gathering up and starting to move. Bozor has picked up a barrel. And as she's doing it, Rama looks up at Trophy and says, "Looks like this is where you get off," with a look of acknowledgement. And yeah.
Yes.
So,
Good fortune in the rest of your journey. And I'm actually going to not go towards the hatch yet. I'm going to head down south.
yeah, she says, "Good luck killing everyone. Good luck killing every last one of them. May Saint Osor bless your blades. And Hachette, swing your clubs." And there is a moment where it's clear that like the vehicles are getting going. Vilkrin, Gairama is gonna pitch John's dead body over the side of the cart and keep going.
John
These
was the
guys
other
suck.
passenger, right? Like,
He
not
was
the passenger.
he-
He's
he-
not the cart driver,
He was
right?
the cart driver, yeah.
As she's trying to
Yeah,
pitch
yep.
on, like, whoa, wasn't that your coworker? Didn't you guys work together?
The League has casualty insurance. His next of kins will get something. Come
Yeah,
on.
who's keeping track of who died here? We gotta make sure we get him back, don't we?
And Gairama says, "In case you haven't noticed, the other horse is off in the woods and we still have cargo, Vilkrin. We need all of the weight cleared we can get." And yeah, what do you look at her and she's got his body half rolled over the side, looking at you like, "The fuck, man?"
I slam
And
my
she-
staff. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
And she's like, "I'm here to get paid. And I'm a professional."
So Vulcan slams his staff down, and a little bit of his Fey heritage flares up a little bit. His hair glows a little bit, and I try to use intimidation. I'm like, "You're not going to leave this man behind.
All right.
Every one of us died for this mission, for this job. We're gonna take as much as we can. Unless we're losing a cart, we're gonna take him back."
All right. She looks at you, look at your staff, and she says, "All right, Vilkrin, but only because you asked. Good job making yourself useful, Cargo. Now," she looks at you and says, "Are you really here to join us, or are you with them?" And she kind of glances out towards Trothy, who's walking back.
Sorry, say that one more time.
She says, "So are you really here? Are you really my cargo here to ride with me? Or are you with them?" And she glances at Trothy, who is walking back towards the sleeping goblins.
I started that one. I should probably help that out. Also, I'm sorry about the floor. And as Vulcan hops out of the cart, there's like the one smolder mark from the quarterstaff.
Nice. And she says, thankfully they have car insurance too. And
Wow, there's a lot of innovation that someone did
yeah,
for this industry.
yeah,
Like,
she cries
man,
out and says, "If we see each other in Freistadt, I'll buy you around." And yeah, with
yep,
that,
totally heading there. I'll see you there.
everybody like gives the peasants are shaken, but she starts to shout orders. Trophy, you're headed back. So Keiko and Hans have a prisoner, and a hatch, and Trophy, you've got 3 live unconscious gobos who have 30 seconds until they wake up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk around and slowly, essentially 3 turns, just gonna walk in a circle, uh, and
And
actually probably in a circle like so, from this one first, this one second, this one third, and
with
then
your
dragging
with your
this one's body into the mud.
wait, you gathering them up or you killing them?
I'm sporing them, and so that they can go and become fertilizer like they're meant to be.
Okay, so the moment they arrive, they start to make the con save, right?
Yep.
Vilkrin, you see that like the sleepers seize up and something terrible comes out of their mouth and their eyes roll back and they go very limp and like rigor mortis dead like. Well, let me just see if any of them manage to survive it. No.
Vulcan's seeing the first one happen.
Yeah, so Vilkrin, you see that and Trophy is like coming to the second. Yeah, what do? You
Well,
see...
first I bend down and I close the first one's eyes, and just then I
Wait,
start
hold on.
walking to the second.
Yeah, so Vilkrin, you see this.
I'm gonna take the last Goblin Lackey and just attempt to drag it out of the road so that this doesn't happen in the middle of the road.
You drag him out of the road. You see Trophy comes upon the Goblin Lackey, and this Goblin Lackey makes a con save. Does 13 make it?
My DC is 13.
This one doesn't seem to be dying so easily, Trophy. What do you do about that?
You're
Another
strong.
6 seconds.
Good. And then I just continue on to the next one.
All right. And Vilkred, you see Trophy coming, and there's like an... What do the spores look like? What color are they? How is the aura flowing from Trophy?
They are unsettling. They're like a dark yellow. Like,
Okay.
you know that yellow that's almost a brown, but you can't quite classify it as a brown?
Yeah.
It's like a dirty mustard.
Yeah.
Goldenrod.
Vulcan's gonna step back, but Vulcan's gonna be like a servant bow, like pointing towards the goblins, like I have brought you this offering, kind of gesture, and he's gonna back off.
That's unnecessary.
The
And then
goblin...
after he coughs up all the nastiness, I close his eyes as well.
All right. The carts are barely getting back underway as Gairama says, "We are leaving," and they're starting to like usher on, and she says, "Keiko, we're moving." And
Affirmative.
all right, and she says, "I'll see you on the other side then." And the peasants.
I'll see you in Freistadt.
See you in Freistadt. I'll wash out and head up to the inn. And yeah, you guys. So
yeah, Keiko's. Oh, sorry.
yeah, weathered, somewhat horrified faces. Bozor weeping at the sight of a dead John, who he closes the eyes of. No, why did someone have to? And the wagons struggling, clear damage to the lead cart. Half of them with only half of their trains. Keiko beginning to tell people to, not Keiko, Gairama starting to tell people to pitch the less valuable shit. The shit's been tainted by damage. We don't know what they smeared their arrows with. Throw that barrel. They're all trying to move and push and break branches. They're probably going to be gone soon. You have a prisoner down here. Just kind of looking up between you and Hans. You and Naginata is slammed into the hatch, and Hans is, kind of like ready to smash this dude with his pommel if he needs to. The goblin sniper has their bow in one hand and a clear hand up otherwise.
Yeah, so Keiko looks down at the goblin who's clearly not getting away, and she says, "And hand my comrade your weapons. Everything you might have hidden away. I
Yeah,
want that bow. I
of
want your
course.
arrows,
The goblin
and I want
sniper.
any daggers and poison you may have."
The goblin sniper removes, drops the short sword, hands over the bow, unclasps a quiver that still has 12 arrows remaining, and holds up their hands and says, "That's it."
Good. Now, hmm. Let me take a look at something. So do I have some twine in a satchel potentially,
Yeah.
or like some rope?
Yeah, you got some rope.
Um, just I only need a little bit.
Adventure
So
of the road, of course.
with leaning on her naginata, which is firmly lodged into the wood of this door, she's going to extract a length of rope, just about, yay wide, right?
Mm-hmm.
And or a little wider. And she's going to actually, I don't, doesn't matter. She's going to tie the goblin's feet. Not so tightly that the goblin has to hop or something, but just so that running's going to become an extreme difficulty.
All right. The goblin sniper
And
doesn't look happy about this,
yeah,
but acquiesces. Yeah, while you're down there, by the way, let me investigate.
that I will. While I'm doing it, I'd like to start up a conversation. Ah, gosh, can Hans help me out
Yeah,
here? Maybe.
Hans says, "You're looking very stiff. That's bad form." And the goblin sniper says, "Well, I'm being tied up." Hans says, "But why are you trying to conceal your inner boot heel?" And he reaches down and whooshing, pulls out a hidden dagger the goblin had there. Looks like he
Good
was holding
spotting.
out.
I
Not a
didn't
good,
expect him to not be.
not a good
He's
idea.
in no position.
Yeah, and Hans rams a
Yes.
dagger into the dirt wall behind him.
Now, you're going to tell me everything about this operation,
He's
or
like,
you'll be joining your comrades down there.
Yeah. So speaking of, so Trothy and Vilkrin, what are you two doing immediately by this? By the way, there's a very strong scent battling with the spores. Um, this was a barrel of spice that has now been like tainted and thrown out, and is just sort of like like around, right? So you're next to this bust barrel of spice, and it smells. It's pretty odoriferous, and what do you two do like in the immediate aftermath?
I'm gonna ask Trophy like, so there's one still back there. Are we not taking care of him?
He is strong enough to survive, and one must survive to to gather the stuff and leave, so that none come back.
I understand what you're going for. I don't. Oh, okay, you're just walking. Okay,
Oh,
fine.
what?
No, no, that's okay. Um, yeah, well, Vilken just kind of trolls off, like, okay, I guess, and just kind of like walks and tries to catch up with the rest of the
Yeah.
group.
If you look back over your shoulder, you won't see that goblin lackey. A bit later, you're not sure when they woke up. Maybe they were playing possum for a moment there, but they're gone. The wagon train is already moving as Gaiarama shouts invectives and keeps everybody moving forward. And as she's leaving, she looks at Kaiko, looks at Hans, takes in what's happening here, and gives a nod of respect. And the caravan is gone. It is just the party upon the road now, and a party has somewhat formed. Two people on the road, maybe not quite seen eye to eye yet, but together, and two people in the ditch with a prisoner. You guys overhear the sound of interrogation, or at least talk. I assume that you would join, and also you can't help but notice this place where like 5 goblins burst from and 2 more came has a obvious hole, only somewhat covered by moss, that the last two seem to have burst through.
Yeah, Vulcan's gonna try to catch up with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, uh, are we torturing this one? Are we asking a question?
And
Am I intruding?
Vilkrin's
Torture comes if the answers don't.
Goblin Sniper looks, pretty scared. He's like, hey, no, we don't need to. And give me an intimidate.
At the
Keiko,
moment,
Keiko with
they're
advantage.
cooperating. Let's
Sorry,
hope
was
they
that
stay that way. And yeah, I mean, well, intimidate with advantage. Ah, ha, ha, yeah, baby. Finally, a good roll.
Okay. Um, all the real entrances have pitfalls near them. If you're not careful when you come in, you'll drop and people will hear it and come.
That's why you'll be our guide. Now tell us more.
Whoa,
What's in these catacombs?
whoa, whoa,
Where are you
whoa.
operating out of? Who do you work for?
It's the edge. It's the queen. She's just declared herself queen. And anybody wants to roll a history about that one.
Kaiko's actually proficient in history. Keiko. Oh, you've got me doing it.
So, Keiko, you understand that it's a little off that this goblin is referring to like a self-declared queen. Those titles not normally preferred by the Aurorii. Well, you also notice that the goblin sniper's eyes seem very uncomfortable in the sun. And you begin to wonder if this goblin is Aurorii at all. The far more common group of what would be termed less politely goblinoids, or if this, and notably it's an all goblin outfit, which isn't common at all for Aurorii. You'd normally find at least some bugbears and hobgoblins and others. You think that this person's from the Devuvion. You think this person's from below. And he says, Queen Bargnot. Listen, we take prisoners. We're not ruthless. It happens. And he's very scared, and he says,
We take prisoners too.
I don't know everything. I'm new. There's been a change in leadership. Queen Bargnot gutted whoever was in charge last. She was up doing mercenary work during the war. Now, she fell in with some mercenaries or bandits or something. All I know is they've got some tunnels that she had them dig out. We operate out of there. I haven't seen every room. I don't know anything. I don't know everything. But I just know you got to be careful coming into the main room.
All right. Well, you're going to be our tour guide, for better or worse. Think you can stay alive?
And he's like, and he kind of looks a little frightened and says, yeah, I'm good at that. I'm good at staying alive.
And if you switch sides, you'll be the first person I kill. Even if I'm in dire straits, even if I'm halfway dead, I'll make sure that you don't make it out. You're with us now.
No. Vulcan on the background is gonna be like, one of us, one of us.
And Goblin Sniper looks at Vilkrin most disturbed of all and says, well, yeah, well, and he thinks about it for a moment. And he says, so,
We're going to Freistadt after this. It's a very welcoming place. If you survive, I'll set you up.
He says, sure. And give me a persuasion with advantage. He looks, he bites his lip, he says, over there. Through the reeds, there's a hole. It leads to the trap entrance. If you go in there, a rockfall will get you. This is one of the real hatches. When everything went to shit, I ran for it. You'll notice nobody ran for that hole. But it's not the only one.
I'm glad you did.
There are others. I don't know where everything comes in and out. But I can tell you if we go down here, he kind of trails off and says, we've got to make it past the spider.
Spiders, not a big problem for me.
It's a Devuvian war beast. I mean the kinds of spiders you mount a ballista on the back of when you're laying siege to a beacon city. I mean that kind of spider.
Maybe a bit of a bigger problem than I expected. All right,
I know
everybody group up.
I know that there are other tunnel entrances, but this is the one they always had me come through. I guess I was new and Queen Bargnot, wanted to keep me in the spider food zone until I'd proven my loyalty. By the way,
Well, you're going to have some trouble with that now.
my name is Tack. It's a pleasure to be working with you all, but if you keep my feet tied up, it's gonna be hard to maneuver in the webs down there. And you really, really don't want anyone touching the webs.
Well, until I can trust you, I'll have to keep a tether on you. How about your waist?
He says, sure, I've often been told it's snatched.
More information than I needed to know.
Alright, so do you...
Hans, if you'd assist.
Yeah. And he ties a quick, secure knot around the waist, hands it to you, and then...
I want Tack on a leash. By the way, what are Tack's pronouns? I think
He, him.
him, maybe?
Yeah, so Hans takes the dagger, looks at you expectantly, and like he's gonna cut free the foot ties on Tack.
Oh, don't waste the rope. I untie them and I say to Tack, the name's Keiko, but you can call me General.
All right, General. And he looks around. He's like, "Aren't you surface nobles or something? Why are there only 4 of you? Why are you guarding a caravan? Why do you give a shit about any of this?"
It's more questions than I care to answer.
And fair enough.
But I'll tell you if you survive.
Well, I'll look forward to it. So Vilkrin, Trothy, Hans, and Kaiko. So Vilkrin and Trothy, you witnessed this whole exchange. How are you reacting to it? How are you responding to it? Are you doing so at all?
Broken is just being a cheerleader in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say Trothy is just sort of looking on.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really trust Tack, but also doesn't see why not. So.
All right. So Hans looks at Keiko and Vilkrin and says, "It looks like we got a little dinged up, and that arrow needs to be dealt with thanks to our friend Tak here. And Keiko, you do have an arrow in your side." And Hans says,
Right, yep.
"If nobody," Hans looks at Trothy and Vilkrin and says, "Did anyone get away?"
Technically, yes.
No one that will return.
Are you sure about that?
Also correct.
If the enemy have advanced news of our warning on this way, we need to move immediately. If they do not, mein liege and the elf could probably use a breather.
Yeah, I could definitely have a sit down.
They ran after witnessing all of their companions die in pain, spitting out their own insides.
I hate to be
I
the bearer of bad
suspect
news,
they're
but
long gone.
that one didn't witness anything at all. It was asleep for most of the fight. It woke up to a bloody mess, but did not witness the bloody mess.
Tak says, to be honest, that sounds scarier.
Right. Well, Tack, would they likely return to the Queen having failed?
He shrugs and says, maybe things fell off the cart. If they grabbed something valuable, they might be able to salvage it by saying they grabbed something but everybody else died, but...
Doesn't sound like we have time then.
And Tax sort of shrubs his head and says, "But to be honest, these aren't exactly the devoted followers, all of them. I mean, some of them are really into Queen Bargnot, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that she wins. And we got wiped out. It's possible they ran. I honestly don't know. I'm new here. I don't know everyone."
This one didn't grab anything either. The closest thing that fell out of the cart was well out of their reach.
Fair enough.
If you think it is an emergency, General, did you say, Kaiko? Then we can head forward, but I doubt it.
Well, frankly, I think we can probably afford to rest. Very low level, very few survivors. Doesn't sound like a recipe for a ambush being raised. If we wait an hour, I think we can afford that. Zach, you hungry?
Oh,
I think we're going to
yeah, I could
take
go.
a 5-minute rest.
I could go for something to eat. Yeah, and where do you guys pop up for your 5 minutes of rest?
I don't expect us to leave the vicinity of this
Hatch.
area.
All right. So you just camp. You camp.
5 minutes of rest?
It would be an hour.
You take a short rest is the point. You take a knee. It's like 30 minutes. It's an hour. Who knows? Point is, do you do?
I'm actually not going to take a short rest during that time. I'm going to head down towards where all the bodies are and ritual cast Detect Magic to see if there's anything magical.
All right.
Before
You clean all the bodies. Nobody had anything magic on them.
And I'm just going to like gather all of the metal stuff and pile them in the road so that it'll be easier to take out of the forest once we're done here.
Yeah, so you got, the odd mesa and a dagger, what have you. Mostly it's weapons. Occasionally it's a little coinage. They're just piled in the road here. And yeah, so that all happens. Everybody who wants to can take a short rest and, top back off. And Tack says, once the fighting started inside, you're probably not going to get another chance to do this. And Tack is also getting a long rest. So, a short rest, rather.
Yeah, while we're resting, I'd like to ask him more logistical questions.
Judge Wolf,
and also, woo,
because it is Bat Country. Sorry, I cut you off, Bat.
Goddamn right. No, you're fine. So while we're resting, Keiko's going to ask Tack about logistics, how many people there are in these catacombs, what the defenses are like, and if they use poison on their weaponry.
There's lots of poison, especially from the assassin, and the creatures. Watch out for spiders.
You keep good. Do you keep any stores of anti-venom in your catacombs?
If we do, maybe it's in the storage room where we keep the prisoner cages, but I don't know. I haven't been allowed back there. You've wiped out about
How many prisoners?
Right now,
Yes?
we only have one. He was
And you were saying?
some local surface side goblin adventurer. We hopped him. Anyway, you wiped out about half the raiding force of Chaff, but most of the officers weren't on this raid. And obviously, you'd know if they sent out the War Spider, because this fight would have gone real different.
Yeah, you might have
We'll
lasted
work
more
to
than
avoid that.
6 seconds.
And he's like, yeah, keep laughing it up. If Marrow catches us, we're all spider food.
None of my Naginata has anything to say about that.
Good luck, General. Anyway, I'm ready to go when you are. And, yeah, do you guys go down?
I think so.
I think we do.
As the short rest ends, I'm going to do another ritual casting, this time of detect poison and disease, because I was just told that there would be poison and disease. And so, within 30 feet, any poisonous creatures or poisons, I can tell the location of, so long as they're not blocked by stuff.
So, what does it look like when you when you cast that?
Uh, so it has a material component, so my shield starts to sort of like, well, Vikrin can see it's actually this little totem that's on the back of my shield. But my shield starts to sort of like shake a little bit, and more spores come out around the shield as I do these hand gestures and mutter these words that you can't tell what they are. Um, and then the spores sort of pulse and come back and pulse and come back. These odd dark yellow glow, or not glow, but like it where it's a glow but with no light, just like pulsing out and then coming back in.
Nice. So, yes. All right. You do that. The hatch, the wooden hatch awaits. Who's opening it? Who's taking point on this, John?
So I think, reasonably speaking, Keiko and Hans are likely to be in the vanguard, along with Tak. I think Keiko may be holding. No. Hans is holding Tak's leash, and Keiko is standing behind the two of them.
Now he kind of looks at you as if though to say, if it comes to it, I'm dropping the leash and swinging my sword. But he doesn't say that out loud.
Oh, yes, that's understood between us.
He nods with
it should be long enough of a leash that there's some tether that a handoff could be made with a bonus action. But that said, I completely understand the need to potentially drop the leash. If Tak tries to run, he knows the glaive will be in his back before he can get that far.
Vikrin, do you wish to be in the middle or the back?
I would love to be in the middle, surrounded
Very
by
well.
friends, and yeah.
So then the order, correct me if I'm wrong, but the order sounded like it's going to be Tak, then Hans, then Keiko, then Vikrin, then me.
Sounds about right. I'll be right back.
All right, so the group pops open the hatch and prepares their descent. And yeah, you see a circular shaft that sinks about 30 feet into the earth. There's a tunnel with hazy light. There's little holes all over this shaft. And Tak says, meant for goblin fingers. To climb up and down. If you have big ones, this might be an issue. And yeah. The group arrives down below, I suppose. Allow me to move you over. with a wee bit of fanfare. Why is it refusing to show me what it's showing me over here? I like this symbol. We'll put you down here. Alright, so and you are moving into a dark place. Do any of you have a means of light or seeing in the dark?
I have dark vision.
Mm-hmm.
We may need to light a torch.
There are, yeah, I mean, there is some spotty lighting down there, but you know there'll be darkness around, so it's worth just keeping in mind.
I think Keiko's going to have a torch readied in case it gets dark.
I was told all the threats are going to be poisonous, so at least for the first 10 minutes of this descent, I don't need to worry about this whole sight thing.
Mm-hmm.
At least not for distances.
Alright, but you don't have any lizard man dark vision, basically.
Nope.
Okay. So Tack is sent down first. And it then goes, Kaiko pops in. And you find it's not, in fact, daylight mode. But there is still light pouring out to where you're looking. And Tack says this is where you can't step. And he like kind of like pokes at what obviously flaps like it's a canvas covering. And Vilkrin is like next in with Trothy at the rear. The Roll20 decided doesn't want to display that information anymore. That's fine. So, Keiko. You're here, right? And you can see into the chamber.
I'm still on the roadway map.
Everyone is because I didn't drag the player's banner. Thank you. So, Keiko. As Tack is quietly explaining something to you, you see a skittering up ahead. And you've had to climb down using little, like, goblin finger hole-sized holes down a 30-foot shaft. That's not exactly easy to do in Gauntlet, so this has been a long, annoying process.
Right. This is tedious.
Yeah, you could let down a rope if you wanted to, but that would cost 30 feet of rope.
No.
So
long as nothing outrageous happens in our descent, I think we can manage.
Mm-hmm. So you see sticky, thick webs crisscrossing over the ground. And they are
You weren't kidding.
There are stinky humanoid bones and blood-stained rags littering the floor. And yeah, you see as you peer out in the fainter parts of the light a massive, perhaps elephantine-sized spider with blades tied to its legs moving around the chamber that goes up to the wall and climbs up it and disappears into the shadow and aperture. Tack looks at you silently and kind of gesticulates as though it indicates that,
Keiko gives the kind of expression that says, yeah, I saw that shit.
Now, important question. You guys have to while this is happening, people behind those inside are having to finger hold in tiny holes. Are you guys going to stay, are you going to hover above Hans and then go down? Or are you guys waiting at the top of the 30-foot climb and then making it once you see a cleared opening?
Vulcan's gonna start climbing down, not realizing that they're gonna stop.
All right, Vilkrin, your fingers are starting to get tired.
Same here. How wide is the opening down or the hole down?
It's a 5-foot shaft, 30 foot down.
And the order of operation of our marching order, I'm sandwiched between
Correct.
a lizard folk and heavily armored humans. Or,
Correct.
well, actually, I don't know if they're humans, but
Yeah. Everybody else is
uh,
human. Well, attack.
safe among friends. Okay. Do we need to start making any saves at this point or not yet?
No, but it's imminent. If they don't hurry up. Do you say anything, or are you just
So-
holding here silently?
I want to go. Psst, Hans, can you guys like walk a little bit forward? Make some space. It's very hard to hold this position.
Tack, you know your way around this room, right?
Intact nods.
There's a safe way through it.
Intact nods again.
Lead us
Mm-hmm.
slowly, carefully.
A little bit quickly though.
All right. So Cake is gonna make a trust fall here and actually follow Tack's
All right.
movements.
So Tack rolls stealth and steps very close, like quietly around the edge, and sort of makes a small 2-foot hop to avoid this fall pit, and starts to move into the room. You're following?
Yeah, I'm within like 10 feet at all times.
All right. So
I'm also going
you
to
got to hustle over
make
here.
the
Yeah,
hop
give
step.
me the sneak. Mm-hmm. And
Ooh, we're not that sneaky.
Hans also makes the sneak, and he's holding back.
Because
You see the
he's
talk?
sneaky.
So like you lose sight of Talk in the darkness. Do you light a torch?
Well, I'm holding his leash.
All right. So you're going on trust of it. Okay. You notice something. Vast portions of the floor are coated in webbing. Thick ropes laid out by the one that dwells in this dark gamer den. Just crisscrossing the floor. Talk stepped off in the darkness. Are you just trying to follow in a straight line how Talk is leading?
If I notice any quick footwork, I'm going to light that torch.
But like, what if like you feel it like pulling this way and then around? Are you trying to recreate the arcs in darkness?
I think we light the torch at that point.
Okay, so you
Say, give me a second.
and Talk says, "What are you doing?
I can't see your footwork.
If you light a torch, we're done. We're done for."
Very well.
You have
Guide
to-
my feet.
You have to trust me. Step to your southeast, 5 feet. If you touch the web, she'll know. All right, and Hans comes up
All right,
behind.
so
Finally,
5 feet.
our companions can drop down in, and you're witnessing this shit. And what are y'all's opinions on this? And of course, you don't need the torch. Real can. Wait. So wait. You don't step there, right? You step where you described. If you just step.
correct.
Okay. Hans is slowly falling behind, although he's having to do some interpretive investigation here. Yeah, so Vilken and Trothy, what are you two up to?
I'm assuming we heard where the pitfall was.
Yeah, it's been
Gonna
pointed out to you.
navigate past that and kind of chuckle under his breath of watching everyone trying to navigate in the dark.
Yeah, Hans is about to step into this web.
I'm gonna grab his collar.
He's got.
The back of his.
He's wearing
blade.
armor. Yeah, you grab the back. He like, looks at you silently.
It's like, friend, a little more to the right.
He nods and he steps over here. Give me a stealth when you enter, Vilken. You also note that you could probably walk over over the webs and not touch them if you made an acrobatics check. But, you know, there's the risk of failure. And trophy. Could you go me a stealth?
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my quarterstaff to like poke at Hans every time he's about to like step on a webbing.
I am
as, like,
just
an
going
early
to
warning.
stay like right up on Vilkrin.
Mm-hmm.
So when I said surrounded by good friends, I didn't mean it like okay, let's.
So you guys get to here, right? And Vilkrin, you're a little behind Hans. You guys are all here, right? Kaiko, your boot crunches a skull.
Well,
Tack freezes up. Everyone looks around. Yeah.
Keiko doesn't say anything. She kind of looks concerned.
She kind of
And,
like he puts a finger to his lips, and he says, "Everyone needs to trust me. If we move as one, we can make it." And what Tack is proposing is that you entirely trust him, and he makes one more stealth roll for the group. If he succeeds, you're getting through. There has been the
Keiko
sound of a
nods.
crunched skull, but you haven't died yet. Okay.
Also, Lee, real quick, what are these torches that are around here? Or is that like just simple?
There are torches, like they're kind of like crude torches on like the walls, the edges, but
Okay.
nothing's in the middle. So if something were in the middle, like it would stand out, right? Is not casting up. This seems to be a large entrance. This actually looks to be the light of day, trickling into a 30-foot, like a wide opening maw that maybe a spider could walk through. So everyone gets here, right? And Tack approaches this wall, right? There's a pervasive quiet. Everyone looks at each other. You know there's a big fuck off spider in this room with you, and you're gonna have a bad fucking time if it attacks. The scenario is tense, but you seem to be having a rough time. You are against the dirt wall as little particulates sort of fall as chittering moves above. It is a tense time and place. And in this moment, he reaches out and he knocks on the door. Not a door that you see at first. This looks like more dirt wall, but you hear wood and a hollowness. And after the initial knock, Tack slides inside with the door falling away behind him. You see into another chamber. Kaiko, you remain within 10 feet. And you note that before entering, Tack performed a rhythmic knocking. And again, he rhythmically knocks before opening the next door. And there's a person in a cage who at first is reviled to see Tack, but then quickly says, "Oh my goodness, you're not with them. Please, let me out." As leads Tack in, and
Are we alone in this chamber aside from Toblob?
Let me tell you of this chamber. There are 3 6-foot tall iron cages at an end of this room. two of them are empty, but the southern one has
I move
a
in.
goblin wearing filthy clothes. To the sides of the wall, there are crates that stand piled up to the ceiling, emblazoned with the marks of various merchants, including some red-white symbols of the League. And yeah, everybody who wants to is free to come in here or to linger at their discretion. But Tack is by now like up against this door, right? And Hans is
Yes.
in here
So,
within 5 feet.
Keiko's going to gesture to the cages and ask Tack where the keys are held.
Mm-hmm. And he's like, oh, the queen. She has the cage key.
Of course.
What are you in here for anyway?
No one else.
And Tobold says, Toblob says, these pesky bastards are trying to ruin things here on the high road. I couldn't stand for that. An adventure in good standing. I had to show them I'm more than just a fetcher. And for trinkets. Thought I'd do some real hero work. Then they found me. He spits. If you let me out, I can do a lot.
Can you do enough to not
That
get
was
caught?
already the plan.
But
Toblob says, trust me, I'm sneaky. It's just they have this one person who works for him. His name is Morky. He's something else.
it's kind of hard
Can
to.
I insight this? Because this sounds kind of suspicious.
Yeah.
The trust me, I'm sneaky is not something I.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to trust you saying you're sneaky when you've been caught.
Listen, you can't
it
sneak
doesn't
by
bode well
Morky,
for your
trust
case.
me. And, yeah.
I will join in on this insight.
Trophy, yeah, you get, the, insight on Toblob, right?
Yeah.
And who's holding Tack's leash? Cons?
Because
Oh, alright, Keiko.
originally the plan was Hans, but things just transpired so that I was having the leash most of the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're deep underground. And Toblob is sincere. He is embarrassed that he has been defeated, been overcome by this Morky, who is of superior sneaking ability, but he's confident that he can succeed if just given another chance. You hear drunken revelry coming from the next room as dice clatter, and someone says, "Hey, why are you winning every toss? I swear, something's crooked." Someone else says, "No, just the dice gods on my side. Trust me, I was blessed in a shrine down below, you know." The other voice says, "Yeah. What's it like there? You know, with the under hearts? Or oh, I forgot. You guys don't do that." And yeah, Tack looks like he's leaning against the door and like looks at you and he's like gonna do the same knocking he's done on the other doors. And Toblob kind of looks at you furtively and says, "Most of the officers are next door."
And what would
Thank
you
you.
do about that?
And he says, "I wouldn't go through there. Not without being careful. But they're drunk. It's going to be easier to sneak past them right now." Yeah,
Sounds like a good opportunity to take care of them.
sure. They've got tough fighters, though. If you have potion or alchemist's fire or poison, you could, or if any of you can cast spells, I'd try to clear it as much as I could. And Tack kind of looks at you guys furtively, like unsure what to do.
Yeah, Keiko looks at the two behind her, and she looks over at Tack, and she says, "Maybe we should let these two take the lead in this room."
And Tack says, yeah, but there are traps on this door. I have to deactivate them or you'll get sprung by a poison needle.
Can I examine this Toblob's cage?
Yeah, you could examine the cage. It appears to be a firm metal cage. Thick and
Yes, take care of the
tough.
traps.
Do I think it's susceptible to acid?
Absolutely. If you were to pour acid over the lock on the cage, it would swing wide.
So if I free you, you will help us. I asked Toblob.
Toblob says, "You're here to take down the bandits, right?
Yes.
That's all I want to do. Get me out of here and I'm yours."
I am going to slash at the hinges
Mhm.
on the door with my primal savagery, which does
Ah.
8
Hmm.
acid damage to the hinges as I just move my hand out and suddenly all of my claws become lengthened and start dripping with poison. And then I slash down.
Yeah, Tack, his eyes go wide to see this. Toblob is like, yeah. And dink, as the cage door falls off, and presumably Troth, you step out of the way for this.
Yeah. You will help us and be true to your word.
He says, "You can trust me. I'm Toblob, something of a local hero around these parts." He steps out, dusts himself off, and says, "I just need a dagger, if anybody has one." Or two.
Around
To
the
borrow
group
this
of-
one,
Alright, you toss him.
Keiko says she tosses Tax dagger.
Alright, he grabs it and says, "Alright, when I find a second one, I'll really come into my own." And
Do you need a second one?
Toblob's like, I'm more of a two-weapon fighter. It's part of my style. To the north, by the way,
I'm kidding.
is anybody,
I'll
so
pass.
do you pull Tack back from the door?
I let Tax disarm the trap.
Okay.
I already had Tax weapons.
Okay, so you guys are overhearing the conversation to the north, right? It goes something like this.
Yes.
There's someone says, "Morky, I feel like you're murdering our wallets as well as our enemies. I mean, you're pretty good at dice." And presumably Morky responds, "Yeah, I learned a lot about how to use the residue for my gains. But we're doing it all on the light here. Kulteg." And Skelver says, "Kulteg." And Morky says, "Yeah. Say, you're one of those surface-siders, aren't you?" And Kulteg's like, "Yeah." And I mean, we do things pretty much the same, although it feels like we're kind of starting to prey on, I don't know, soft targets. I mean, what are we going to do killing a bunch of peasants? Take what they have. They put boxes in unsafe carts. We liberate them. Yeah, of course, I'm all for liberating goods, but, I mean, a lot of people are starting to get hurt. Starting to get people who, aren't carrying any goods. And Morky says, "The Queen wants the roads to be ours. All the valuables. Everyone has to pay homage to her to take her road." Colt's like, "Yeah, Queens. Right. Love landed gentry." Oh, was it time to dice again? There's a knocking of dice as Tack knocks on the door and he coughs and says, "It's disarmed." Although you note the dice rolling stops when he does that.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I nod in approval, and I gesture to our two magic users to take a position at the door.
All right, and Toblob now has two daggers and says, "Many thanks, my tall friend," to Vilkrin. So where do you push Tack to? And are you still holding his leash?
The
Yes,
dice,
I'm holding. Oh, sorry.
sorry, the dice and the talking inside, distinctively stopped, right?
Yeah, the dicing stopped after Tack did the knock.
Um, Tack, why would you do this to us?
And it's
Now
like,
we have to kill you.
Tack's like, whoa, 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 whoa. You heard me doing it before. I'm disarming the poison needles.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So why would you have to do this to us? Now we have to.
And he's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
It's not even a question now.
No, 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 no. It's not like that.
It, I'm sorry, I don't believe you. I don't think I can call you friend anymore.
He's like, no, no, no. We're the best of friends.
Um, Vulcan starts to cast Shocking Grasp.
And Toblob's like, wait. You're about to
Save
execute.
it for the
You're about to execute a
officers.
prisoner.
A prisoner that gave us away.
Not on my watch. Save it for the officers in the other room.
Toblob says, if he's betrayed you, you should knock him unconscious and report him to the guards. You can take him back later.
Hawk,
We have
describe
absolutely
to
no
me
proof that he's
the
betrayed us.
layout of this chamber, the next chamber.
And he's talking fast, and he's like, 15, maybe 20 feet deep, there's a shaft off to the side after you step in 15 feet. Otherwise, it's just a 5-foot hallway straight north. It's just this 10 by 15, maybe 10 by 20 shaft off to the side. It's where they'll be dicing. They'll have some booze in the room. A keg, usually. Volatile stuff.
Thank you for the intelligence. Vilgrim?
So we're going in.
I think we have to, regardless. Going back to the spider cave is not an option.
Yeah, and so
I believe that they know we're here.
So the hidden door is open to the south. The door is closed to the north. Tak is physically in the doorway, cowering away from Vilkrin, and not really wanting to get closer, and nervously describing the room to Trothy. What is everyone doing around this time?
Keiko's going to encourage the two magic users to take a pop in and blow shit up.
Do you need you need line of sight to cast a spell? So
In general, yes.
yeah.
Not everything.
Okay, so Tak sees this happening and starts to crawl up onto the crates to get out of the way so that people can reach the door.
All right. I assume I'm going to be in front because you look like you don't have
Tavo
armor.
crawls into the crates. All right, so Trothy, you want to open the door?
Keiko, can you stand to the side a little bit?
I'm gonna just like peek through the door
Yes.
before opening it fully.
Okay. You want to try and do you want to open it and look a little, or do you want to try and like get your head into like a warped portion of board or something? And like
No, I will be opening it and looking a little.
Okay. You open and you look a little, and what you see is a buff is a suggestion of a buff goblin arm, and some other goblins who appear to be peering towards the door.
I am going to cast Entangle centered right there.
All right.
Oh shit.
Let's go. So, how large is that area?
It's a 20-foot square.
All right, and you want it centered here. So, counting the southern square of the door, or just pushing 5 foot north? Your preference.
Pushing 5 feet north. I don't need it to be on the door.
All right. The officers in the next room are pretty quickly, worried about, is it strength or dex save?
Strength save.
Okay. What's your DC? 13.
13.
Okay. Warrior is doing all right. The sneak is grabs. Ow, my legs. The assassin is doing all right. The very buff, swole gym beast. Actually, no, not that swole gym beast. This fella right here does a strength save, and okay, so you've managed to snare one person with the entangle. What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna open the door at this point because the element of surprise
Okay.
is gone.
All right, so and here's the thing, right? They kind of saw you coming.
Yep.
So you get yours off, but Vilkrin, I'm assuming, did you have something ready to pop into the room?
Well, they mentioned that there's gonna be a keg, so I was gonna prep a fireball to hit the keg.
You do not see the keg. You do see that the room goes deeper to the east, and that might be where the keg is, but you don't have line of sight.
Damn.
However, the assassin is all. So what are you ready to do immediately? What do you do immediately? You were ready to shoot the keg. You don't see the keg. Okay, that's what happens. So
Yep.
Here's what happens, right? Darkness emerges, and there is a 10-foot area of shadow that subsumes. 10-foot radius sphere of shadow, rather. Forgive me. And the shadow is a deep and impenetrable magical shadow of magical darkness. And you're starting to feel a little whelmed, if you will. Total. And low light, 10 feet. And the color of the light is black. It's not displaying properly, is it? Oh, point is, 10-foot radius, darkness swallows you. Five, 10, yeah, I think we're going to call it this. So, darkness has swallowed this whole room. It's initiative time.
I thought you'd never ask. Oh yeah, baby. He out here getting shit initiative.
I was really hoping that Entangle get at least 2.
Alright, I think everybody's on except for Hans, so I'm just going to put one behind Keiko. Except I'm going to have to make it like... I'm going to go with 7.1 because we got a lot of ties. And descending... Who else has a 7? Yeah, alright. Okay. It's Tack's turn. You don't know where Tack is. Goblin sniper. You feel it pulling at the rope, but I don't know if your hand is still on it anyway. As violence erupts. And it is... You don't know where Tack is. But you have still have a leash tied to him. The goblin assassin as a bonus action hides. And they make a attack at regular from advantage and disadvantage combining.
Why is that?
Because they have advantage and disadvantage.
Where are they getting disadvantage from?
The fact that they're attacking in darkness. They're not the special kind of warlock that can see through their own magic darkness.
Well, your spell description says except for the assassin.
Oh. Damn,
Yeah.
really? I reread it because I was like, wait, they let you see through the darkness, right? Just kidding.
No,
Okay.
normally normal darkness doesn't do that. Almost all version of darkness doesn't allow the caster to see through it unless they have it
Alright.
other ways.
Trophy. A blade tinks off of your shield, but in the confusion, you feel someone slide past you. Toblob's like, ah! The foul assassin. Again, he ensnares me. I must escape its darkness. And he runs along the tops of the crates. Someone in the back is like, fuck, I'm stuck. And Skelver's like, get in there. And Calder's like, what do you mean? Obviously, you should go get the rest of the boys. And Skelver's like, oh, you're right. And what's the action? Is just a strength check to try and break free?
Yes, just a strength check against my spell save. That succeeds.
He rips his feet free. And
Why are they rolling so good?
he's like, yeah, get back there, Skelver. And Kultag kind of like comes in the darkness, realizes he can't see shit, and then it's just difficult terrain, right? They don't have to save again to not get caught.
Don't even believe it's actually.
It is difficult to rate.
Yeah, it's just difficult terrain.
All right, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He moves into cover because he doesn't want to be seen anymore. Trophy, it's your turn.
So I felt this dude moved beside me.
Yeah, you know
Correct.
it's to your east, yeah.
So I will lash out it at disadvantage because I can't see him.
Oh, are your spores active, by the way? Like, should they be making con saves when they approach?
No, because I need to see.
Okay.
It's a creature that I see that enters it.
Alright.
So yeah, I'm going to lash out with my Actually, you know what? No. Do I want to do that? Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to move forward. Because I know there's someone right here too. Still can't see them yet, but I'm gonna lash out at them.
All right.
With unfortunately an 8 does not hit.
All right. He cannot see you in the darkness, but your weapon, your primal savage lashes out, acid splashing on the ground. Turn.
Yeah, I don't have anything I want to
Valkyrie.
do with my bonus action.
Valkyrie, turn. What you doing?
Uh, do I know Morky's there?
You're aware of Morky's presence because you feel someone moving really close to you.
Actually, I'm gonna try to grab for the tether on tack that Hans is holding
Yeah.
and use that to guide me towards tack.
Okay, you grab it, you pull, and you feel to the northwest. That's probably where attack is. What do you want to do about that?
I'm gonna probably difficult, but climb up the boxes and leave operating range of Morky.
Okay, so you step out of op range of Morky, right? And darkness gives you disadvantage on your attacks, but doesn't give people advantage on their attacks on you, right? So,
If both parties can't see, it ends up being a flat attack.
but he can see you, and you can't see.
He can't see me, so he has advantage on this.
7 slashing as he hacks into your back, and he deals backstab damage as well for an extra 3. So
Oh,
8, 9,
shit.
10.
It's
Vilkrin
not
takes a
that much.
heavy slash to the back. Yep. You climb up. You wind up being on top of tack on these crates. And yeah, you feel him. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna cast Shocking Grasp on him.
All right, make me that attack
On
at
attack?
disadvantage. All right, give me the damage.
Attack's our guy!
Yeah, who gave us away?
Yeah, you
that just
hear
You
confirmed it.
monster.
you hear crackling lightning and for what sounds like Tack's voice. And Hans said, "Kaiko, you feel the line go slack."
What did you do?
And yeah, so that's your turn, right?
He gave us away. He deserved nothing less. You can
Eh.
let go of the rope now.
Insubordination. We'll
Alright.
have words after this.
It's
All right.
okay. I'm not your soldier. I'll be your friend still.
All right, it's Kaiko's turn. Keiko's turn. What do you want to do?
I'm not sure I want to take you up on that offer. I'm going to stand here,
Mm-hmm.
and I can see out of the darkness, correct? Or can I not see at all if I'm in the
You're
darkness?
plunged into magical darkness. You ain't seeing shit past that.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and attack at disadvantage here. Don't suppose a 14 hits.
Who are you targeting? Are you targeting the... Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, I was going for Morky.
It's not. I see you at 6 of 16.
Oh, mine still says 16 out of 16.
Okay, so you
that
miss Morky.
yeah, that
Hans...
was my
However, here's the thing. Hans can move into position on your turn.
based. Yeah.
He runs
All
up
right.
against the...
Take this.
Here's the thing. Right now, he can't get to a flanking position on Morky, but he can use the help action on your attack against Morky. So he kind of like comes in, sidles at him with his large guard of his blade, blindly groping, pushing around, and Morky's forced up against the wall. You bring your Naginata down. Give me the damage.
Oh, hell yeah. Helper Hans.
You knack...
Okay, that's 5
You
damage.
knack Morky for 5 damage. That is your turn, yes?
I believe it
Doesn't
is.
that also drop the darkness?
Because Morky has been hit? Does he have to make a con save?
Normally, yes, but your description also states that...
If the assassin takes damage, the effect ends. The effect has immediately ended. Darkness falls. You see the twisted face of souls, twisted in agony and thanks, as they all disappear back into Morky's blade. And magical darkness is gone. Anything else for your turn, Keiko?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hans is already gone, I think.
Yeah, Hans is gone. Anything else for your turn?
I think that's all we got. Unless either of us have
Alright.
a healing potion.
Skelver runs, opens this door, and screams, "Attack! We're under attack to the south from the spider caves! They know about the secret door!" And you hear a collective "Wah!" as a goblin who looks like some sort of wizard leans over, curses, and says, "Ah! I'll go warn the queen! Olga, get in there and kill them!" So, Forcan is... rather, I will add Rest of Dungeon is going to act on Initiative 0. So Skelver, having done that, moves over here to be, in cover. Norka, the underboss, takes 2 short sword swings.
One of them hits.
5 piercing. After that, falls back using...
I'm gonna bite him as he leaves.
Here's the thing. The goblin underboss is also crafty. Doesn't provoke op when leaving range. So 5,
Okay.
10, 15, 20,
Actually, that's a good
25,
thing. I don't
30.
want to use my reaction yet.
So Norka is here. The rest of the dungeon starts to spring into action. Goblin lackeys in the other room start to run elsewhere. And pour in. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Olgna pushes one of them out of the way, and they go, "Wah!" nearly tilt into the pit, hopping to the far side.
Very briefly, have no temporary hit points, guys.
You hear somebody make a loud noise in a nearby room, and you hear the flapping of many terrible wings. A leathery, flapping, almost wet sound. Tack is dead.
Oh, this has all gone south.
Morky scowls at Keiko and says, "You die with me."
Good.
And
When Marky's turn starts, he needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Morky tries to not die to the spores, and he
Succeeds. Yeah.
he exhales strongly. Good breathing technique. He fails to break through the scales of Keiko's reliable armor.
If you want to kill me, you're going to have to try harder than that.
He hisses at you. It is, and he bonus action offhand attack, so that's his turn. Toblob, honestly, that's not his turn. He stays there. Toblob says, "Finally, action!" He runs along the crates, leaps down, and brings his daggers flying towards Morky. He is rebuffed by the enemy's armor. Coolteg in the next room steps over and says, "Toblob, is that you?" And he sees the fighting, and he's like, "Damn! Hey, that's the fallen crane, isn't it? Oh, and a druid? Fuck. I don't know, Norco, what do you think of the odds out here?" And the underboss says, "Stop talking about odds, Topsider, and get in there and kill him." And Coolteg's like, "Yeah, let me just
Join us and you'll be spared."
He's like, "Spared? I mean, I could talk about promotions."
If you get in here and kill us, you will die long before any of the others do. There is only one position that you could stand.
And Coolteg's like, "I mean, are you hearing the lizard? He makes a good argument." And he kind of recedes back, and Norco says, "Coolteg! Coolteg, get in there, you coward!" And it's Coolteg's turn. Coolteg's not so sure about that. Trophy, it's your turn. Right now, you've got your enemy on the far side of an entangle alley. They're having to push through the roots that have burst forth out of the dirt work. They're catching at their ankles. The goblin lackeys have pushed forward in a frenzy. There's a bunch of them moving out of their trade room, sort of realizing that they might be headed towards a funnel of death, but they haven't fully realized that yet, outside of perhaps Coolteg. What do you want to do?
I'm going to suddenly. You've seen this like light halo of spores around me this whole time. Suddenly, it's just now thick and suffuse as more and more of those dark yellow spores just start pouring out of between my scales and out of my mouth, the areas around my eyes and my nostrils and my ear holes, and I get 8 temporary hit points now.
Yeah, death seems to swirl around Trophy as the spores thicken. And
I will step forward one and just say, "You are welcome to leave at any time," to the goblin lackeys.
Yeah, right now the lackeys are looking dedicated to the charge, but Coolteg looks you up and down and whistles like, "Damn. I mean, Nork, I'm just saying, I think our shaman's fucked off to the other room. You know what I'm saying? They're just taking point."
And I'm gonna pull out my quarterstaff.
So that's your whole turn, yeah?
Yep.
Did you ready to attack to bonk someone, or that's all your actions?
The symbiotic entity is an action to activate.
So Vilkrin, it's your turn. You're on top of Tack, whose tongue is out, eyes rolled back, clearly electrocuted to death. Yeah, what do you want to do? Toblob is distracted, so he doesn't.
Oops. Different controls. Can I take this kind of movement and get up here?
You're on top. Get up where?
Oh, that's right. You can't see my things. Can I?
Yeah, so that's
skirt around
that's
people?
6 foot tall, and this is like a 15-foot tall room. So you absolutely could get up on top of the cages. It'll probably be difficult terrain to step on the little grooves, but you could try and you want to like hop down and like run around and get on them.
Um, actually, it depends. What is Morky's armor looking like?
You mean in terms of like what is it made of?
Yeah, does it have metal?
It looks decidedly metal. It looks like there is metal bits on it. Yes.
Okay, I think that's worth it. Um,
So you about to send him to the sauna?
yeah, I just want to try to.
Powerful energy swirls from your hands as the air crackles with humidity, and you can't get quite to there, but you can get to here.
Okay. Can I like, reach him?
Yeah, you can
Here?
like crouch and slap him.
I will crouch and slap him.
All right.
Must
Electricity
be a 23
pops
hits.
off. Yeah, give me the damage.
8 lightning.
He has no reaction. He's at 3 HP. Smoke comes off of Morky. Anything else you want to do, Vilkern?
That is my turn.
All right, Keiko. What do you want to do? Horns. Hans is at the ready. Morky is kind of in the backfield. Otherwise, all the enemies are in front.
So can I stand here and stab in with flanking on Morky?
Yes, correct. Because of Vilkern's position.
All right.
Because of Hans' position, actually.
Motherfucker, when I have goddamn flanking, it's just ah.
Hans says, "Good distraction, mein Liege. I will finish him." And comes in and literally rams the sword over Morky. Morky jumps back and he crashes the Zweihander through the dirt and dust on his far side, putting the full force into the crossguard and cracks Morky's skull, sending a ruined eye flying and exposing gray matter as he simply bashes it in with the absolute tool of death that is this weapon. And he says, the rear is secured, mein Liege. Although the moment he says that, you do hear a loud mandible clacking from the room to your south.
Shut the door.
And Hans is like, ah, and he like steps back. He starts to look, and he's like, mein Liege. And Talwab says, I'll handle it. Yeah. And Hans then queues up behind. Skelver is in this other room, and he's just lost in the sea of other people. Norica is, a goblin underboss. Feeling like maybe it's time to give someone a command, right? Alright, everyone. Get fucking reckless. Let's go, let's go, let's go! And, yeah. So, everyone was getting hype. They're dancing around, they're acting erratic. Frankly, they're putting themselves at great risk by destroying their stances, but they look like they're fully about to commit to their swings. Yeah. Kultag doesn't seem to strike that stance. And, Norica, seeing this, gets out of the way, seeing that there's like a death war.
He enters 10 feet. I'm using my
Oh.
reaction. He needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, yeah. Norica steps forward and starts to... He passes. He makes a short sword attack at Kultag and says, if you're not with us, you're against us, Hearthhead. And he stabs Kultag for 8. And Kultag says, shouldn't have done that. And Kultag had readied his action to shank the first person who was hostile. And he responds in kind. Norica takes 8 piercing damage, and then makes another con save. What was... he looks like he's starting to vomit on his feet. He's poisoned. And Kultag's like, shouldn't have hopped in the spectator booth and started swinging it around, underboss. And, it's the rest of the dungeon's turn. Goblin lackeys flood in. So when they begin their turn within 10 feet of you, they start getting fucked, right?
I need a reaction, and I used it on Norica. So It is an
Okay.
active choice on my part whether or not someone dies from this. It's not passive.
Okay, so these goblin lackeys can only get at you two at a time right now because you're still hot gatesing them to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
So as we already know, the minions love to make group attacks. They do thud into you for 2 damage. Meanwhile,
Oh no, it hurt my temporary hit points.
you guys hear motion and scrambling and fast movement outside, and maybe there's people moving around above, and maybe they're gonna do something. No, most of them are just piling into this room as much as they can. And Morky's turn. Morky's dead. Toblob's turn. Toblob gets inside, and he's like, "I've got this. I'm going to close the door." And as he goes to like close the outside of the trapdoor, right? But he went in because he wanted to thoroughly give 2 thick layers, right?
Mm-hmm.
A blade arm swings in as the war spider, having heard the commotion, takes a dive on Toblob, who's not wearing his armor, who takes a thick 6 slashing. Ah! And Toblob is trying to close the door, but there's a war spider leg poking through. So the stone and wood is like being like caught on this commotion here as the door is half closed. Nolans is like, "My liege, I should have stayed back. I could have used my reaction." And, it is now time for the Kolteg turn. Kolteg just steps back here and says, "A man can live and die many times and never have a chance to sit at a hearth with a crane. Let's see how it goes." And decides to slit Norika for a further 8 damage. And he then looks at this, and he tips over a barrel in the room with him. And he starts to climb the wall. And there's liquid spilling all over, right? And he has craft just like everyone else, so they're dodging in and out of their range. And as this liquid accrues, he says, "Anybody got a light?" As you realize that there is, a lot of greenery and alcohol on the floor now.
No one else does. I do.
And Kulteg is a bit up the wall. Trothy, it is your turn.
I'm gonna take a swing at one of these goblin in front of me with my quarterstaff.
A 13 misses by 1. Do you have anything that can pump your hit?
I do not
All right.
believe
Anything
so.
else on your turn? I'm going to assume not. Vilkrin.
Yeah, I don't think I can because I can't move forward or backward.
Vilkrin, what do you want to do?
I will say, Vilkrin, if you did that fire thing now, but
Yeah. I'm sure I have the movement to like angle myself to see it, or
Yeah.
do I need to go
You
inside?
want a firebolt?
Yeah, I'm gonna firebolt inside there now.
Roll that fire damage. Roll that attack. And then the fire damage. Alright. You're hitting a large spill on the floor. It's not that hard. You strike it. Give me the damage. Okay. The fire kicks up and screaming. Some of the spores pop audibly with a terrible deathly smoke as all of the goblin lackeys, like immediately in here, burn and die, and Norica has taken 6 damage and is on fire and poisoned. And yeah, so that's cooked goblin lackey. As they burn and die in front of Trothy, ramming themselves into his wooden shield, trying to get past. It's a slaughterhouse in there. Norca, as a reaction, just actually no, he doesn't do anything right now. That's Vilkrin's turn. Anything else, Vilkrin?
If I still have movement, I want to get up the box here.
Keiko, what do you do? You have heavy enemies.
Is it possible to attack while in an ally's square?
Shin, you're a rules head. Any thoughts?
Normally no, because that's like small.
Yeah, I think you would probably have to
bonus.
pass through to the other side.
Yeah,
Yeah, you need to have
yeah.
something else.
All right, that's flaming. That said,
Yeah, remember,
this area is on fire, right?
it is. Do you want to run in there and try? Do you want to run into the fire?
Can I run through the fire, attacking while I do?
Yeah, and Trothy, does your entangle slow allies? I think it slows everyone.
Probably, yeah. It slows everyone.
5, 10, 15, 20. So you can get here, Keiko.
However, dropping it is a free action, isn't it? Dropping it is something I can just do, or do I need to?
I think so. Do you want to?
If Keiko starts running into there, then yes, I will drop it.
Yeah. So Keiko's going to turn to you and say, "Let me through." Before she kind of charges with her Naginata like out, up in front of her like a spear, and she's just gonna ram into the other side of this place.
Yeah, you're.
Ideally, she wants this spot.
Mm-hmm.
And
All
she's
right.
going to make sure that she gets it. Oh.
Roll me that damage.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so
She's just running through all these fuckers if she can.
yeah, so you like slash out, and honestly, you deal a little bit of the excess to Norica, who's burning next to you. You run through the fire and the flames, that was a D5, taking 5 fire damage in the process, and emerging into this spot. And remember, when people first run up on you and enter your range, you can reaction attack them. So Keiko has seized this position. These lackeys are dead. You know that there were more lackeys in here. I wonder where they went. So Keiko, that's your turn.
She turns. Yeah. So at that position, she turns her head, and says, "Hans, we're seizing the territory. You there? Good to fight with you too."
And Kolteg's like, fuck yeah! And he's like amazed that he's witnessing a noble in full regalia with Sashimono just like diving through fire alone. And Han says, "Mein Liege, I'd fire even to follow you into the hells, the canticles flames themselves." And he runs up and makes a signature weapon attack. He has advantage because his enemy is poisoned. He slams his blade, crushing Norica. The sub-boss is just dead, cracked on the floor. And, yeah. That's Keiko and Hans' turn. Skelver, seeing all, is like, no, boss, underboss! And makes a short sword attack. Striking Keiko for 8 piercing.
Ouchies.
I feel like the underboss had a cool move I forgot to use. Hit someone in a Chinese used to win the island 5 from. Right, I forget. That's fine. They didn't have one. All right. So you take 8 piercing damage, Keiko. And Norca is dead. As for the rest of the dungeon, Olgna steps within 5 feet. Oh, that was already within your threat range. And Olgna approaches you. And Olgna, she's swole as fuck. She is a goblin spine cleaver. And she wields a great and terrible great axe. She swings at you and fucking misses.
Oh, thank God. I don't know if I could have taken another hit at this
Although,
point.
she's acting reckless right now, meaning that you have advantage on her and she has advantage on you. That it was until the end of Norka's turn, but we're going to call it popping now. And same thing with the other remaining reckless behaviors.
Ah, well, that does knock me out.
All right, so Keiko goes down. Keiko's in the
Into
flames.
Hans's love.
Down. Yeah, roll me a save as Hans is like, my liege! And a swarm of skitterlings, flying bat-like insectoid creatures, flap in and fly all over Hans. And as Hans...
Reaction, they need to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right, yeah, and Hans is also burning up in the fire. And,
What?
yeah, roll your first
What,
D20. Just roll one D20. And,
just a D20. Okay.
Yeah, so the skitterlings, right? The swarm of skitterlings has to make a con save. They fail it.
They take 6 damage.
They take 6 damage.
Did you see that nat 20 on my death save?
Oh, so actually,
That
Keiko.
means you up at 1 gaming.
They come at you and they're about to descend onto the head of Hans. You see the spores tear at the little wings and such. It's not going to be enough to blunt the field. Here's the thing. You beat out that wound. You grasp your bloody side and you rise. Would you like to use your reaction to pull our master just straight through the middle of the swarm?
I fucking will!
Yes.
Oh, we don't have flanking on them, do I?
You do. You do, because they're between. Not only that, your not a blade is coated in burning alcohol. You are dealing an additional D6 fire. So hit me with the regular damage. Now, it's a swarm. It doesn't care so much about the traditional damages. But you deal a little bit of fire, too. And you start to see fear in the many eyes.
Doesn't care about aquatic damage.
Oh, no, it does. You dealt regular damage to it.
Okay.
They start to claw into Hans. However, he's wearing the heavy armor the fires of our body and empire make. And it says, insects. I shall remove them from my liege's path. Not even the fire and the flames can stop you. Onward to victory! And, Toblob says, alright. Toblob's back here, and Toblob is still struggling. Nobody came to help poor Toblob. Poor Toblob makes a strength check. Poor Toblob is still stuck with a spider leg with blades on it stabbing through at him. Kotex says,
Got this, Toblob.
Alright. You've proved yourself. Now, let me make an introduction. He leaps off the wall, dances between all of the enemies, and makes 2 dagger attacks with flanking both times. Once against the swarm, and once against Skelver. Swarm only takes 4 of that damage, however, Skelver takes a full 7. And that is his still poisoned offhand blade. That Skelver's like, what is this? This isn't regular poison. I've been drinking that stuff forever. I'm immune. And Kotag says, sorry, kid. Rule 1 of this business. Always have your own supply. And, yeah, so that is how that goes. Trophy. What do you want to do? There's a raging fire. There's a swarm of skitterlings all over Hans's body, like flapping their wings, trying to claw at him. Horrible and skittering.
I am going to walk on into the flames, right under the skitterlings, and smack them with my stick.
And when you enter the fire, you will take 1d6 fire damage for 4.
Oh no.
And you whack them with your stick of advantage, I would say. And let me just make sure I'm not forgetting anything about the swarm of skitterlings.
I assume an 18 hits.
Correct.
Oh, only 1 necrotic.
I'm going to say you crash through on them, and, like, the bludgeoning is also just a wave of death passing through them. The swarm has been thinned at 9 damage. They're dealing half damage that they would normally as the skitterlings die. Trophy, that's your turn, right?
Yep.
All right, Vilkrin. Lots of people standing in the fire you made. Toblob desperately trying to close the door, and you hear many footfalls coming from the south, Vilkrin, as that cave sounds like people are flanking around through there.
Yeah.
Now, there is a southern hidden door that Toblob is trying to close and stuck closing, and there's a northern hidden door that would lock Toblob out. What do you do?
I'm gonna try to help Toblob close the southern door.
All right. What means do you use? Do you have like a mage hand? Do you try and use your staff to just like cram the device closed?
I guess what is the mechanics of the door?
It's like there's like 2 handholds and it's like a barn door. It's like a barn door you have to slide shut.
If I recall
Unfortunate.
correctly, part of the problem is just that like the spider legs are coming through.
There's
so
a
if you just
spider
use
leg
your
with
staff to
blades
like
on it coming through.
push out the spider
Do
legs
you want to
when
just
they come
try
in.
and do you want to just try and counter the spider leg?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna use quarterstaff to try to leverage.
Yeah, give me a quarterstaff attack. All right, you bop him aside. Ooh, nice. Well,
Not good
let's
with
make
this.
let's make this sporting, shall we? Yeah, you don't stop the blade. The terrible blade leg of this huge creature crashes through, stabbing you in the ground, ripping up dirt, Vilkrin, literally bending and warping and destroying part of the very, burnt off casing. Like metal doesn't matter to this creature.
As the world shifts.
As the world shifts. So, Vilkrin, anything else with your turn? That's your action?
That's my turn. I'm gonna step away from the door again.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Tob-
Toblob, like, it might be a lost cause. You might
Toblob's like, I'll fall back. I'll fall back. Don't worry about me. I'll catch up, elf friend. Oh, wait. Did you murder that guy? Wait a minute. We're going to have a talk, elf friend. All right. So it's Keiko's
Oh
turn.
my god, a fight! Let's focus on that.
All right, Keiko. Important note. You can bonus action second wind as a fighter. All right? That's it.
Yes. So second winding, what does that do for me again?
It heals you for, I believe, a d10?
Oh God, yeah, I'm
Second
gonna
wind.
absolutely need that shit.
Yeah, so
fantastic.
you
A
heal...
D10 plus 2 because you're a second level fighter.
Yeah. So roll 1d10 plus 2
Yes.
as a bonus action. You find your second wind. You
Alright.
emerge through the fire and the flames. You're no longer in a burning square yourself, and you heal for 5.
Only 5, not so bad.
You're on your feet. So Olgna in front of you
All right.
is like a hulking spine cleaver. You attack
Oh,
and
she's about to have her spine cleaved.
hit. Give me the damage. 12
Nice.
slashing is delivered. Blood on the floor. She looks at you and snarls. It's time to get funky.
Is it possible for me to move and stand here?
That's wall. That's the wall. You can't
Wow.
stand there
Oh, there's a person there.
now.
What's there in the wall?
I don't know why I put the corpse there, but it is wall.
It's because
Okay,
it was layer-wise on top of Ogna. So you wanted to...
Yeah. We're in tight quarters. Unfortunately, I can't really move and give somebody else much leeway for hitting Ogna.
Yeah.
Actually, can I like tag team step back here? Oh no, that would be leaving her range of op. Never mind. Fuck that.
Yeah,
I
you-
wonder if Hans can get betwixt us.
Yeah, so Hans, he can interdict reach attacks on you, but he says, "Mein liege, combat swap," and like Castle swaps positions
Yeah.
with you, and
That's exactly what I wanted to do.
Olga attempts to off you. However, he is an avowed master of the longsword, and he interrupts her reach, and he comes in there, swinging his Zweihander and striking down at the foe. 7 slashing. It is
Glorious.
a Skelver's turn. Skelver's at disadvantage.
Let's see that Constitution saving throw from Skelver.
Yeah. Oh, because they're in range of you?
10 feet.
3
That's
ain't
why I
gonna.
stood in the flames.
Let's see that fucking damage as through the flames, deadly spores pour out.
7 necrotic damage.
He grasps at his throat, eyes peeling black, and he fades and slumps to the ground.
Surrender is always an option.
Kelteg's like, yeah, you hear that? And Olgna screams. So it's the start of Olgna's turn. Does she also take damage?
No. No.
Okay. The Goblin Scrying Cleaver Great Axe attacks at Hans and misses by 2. Toblob's getting ready to fall back, but Goblin lackeys pour in just before he can. And this Goblin lackey runs up upon Kulteg and makes a go at him. This is the combined one, which will be a 12, and this is a 15, which will just strike his AC on their own for 1 piercing. They nick at him. Ah, really? You have to go do me like that. And Toblob is hit because he's not wearing any of his armor because they stripped him of it. And he does take 2 damage from the 2 of them that are adjacent to him. The War Spider, again, tries to crash her blade arm through into kill. His disadvantage doesn't matter. Oh, that's the remainder of his health. As Toblob bleeds and falls back into the doorway, blood on the floor. And with that, it looks like the goblins to the south are about to start pouring through Vilkrin. And Toblob looks like he's in critical conditions. As he goes down, he grabs this like, ugh! And he's made his first death save as a failure. All right, Kulteg, he does his job. Another lackey dies. He's like, in retrospect, I probably should have prioritized Olgna, but you know. And he steps right behind Olgna. He's providing advantage on attacks there. Trophy. What do you want to do? You're standing in the fire and the flames. There's a bit of a pile up here. It sounds like people are bursting to the south.
I am going to step out of the fire because the fire bad.
Mm-hmm.
And more importantly, I don't want to lose what I got.
Now, here's a question. When you move through it, you take 1d6 fire. Do you want to try and, like, leap up on the wall or something?
I'm going to try to leap up onto the barrel.
All right, yeah.
It's right over here.
Yeah, it's a standing jump. Give me athletics.
Alright. Oof. Nope.
You trip a bit, and you kind of like slam to the side of the barrel, and you take 4 fire damage. When you lose the temp HP, does this aura go down?
Yep.
The death spores recede. And I'll take 2 off the top. And then you should be at 16, yeah?
Yeah.
You do manage to... Yeah, I mean, you're prone.
Mm-hmm.
You want to stand up?
I mean, am I still in the fire?
You're prone in the fire, yes. You want to stand up and get out of the fire?
I mean, at this point, I think I might just want to roll out of the fire to try to minimize the amount of fire damage.
Alright, you roll out of the fire.
And then, from the ground, I'm just going to throw a quick chill touch up at the swarm of skitterlings.
An ice-cold dino claw flies through the swarm of skitterlings and slashes into their core. Give me that damage. 4 necrotic gnaws. One falls. The second hanging heavy with its funny little body flapping hard as it can. Is that your go?
Yep.
All right, Vilkrin.
All right.
What's the plan here?
How close is Toblob from passing the threshold of the second door?
He's like in the middle of the second door threshold. You could pull him out and then try and close the door. The spider blade does have reach, so it can stab just enough to somewhat interrupt your attempt to close the door now. But if you make a good slam, you could get it closed. What do you want to do?
Is the spider not attacking the goblin lackeys?
No.
Okay. I am gonna spend my action trying to pull Toplob into the room.
Alright.
If I'm allowed to, I'm gonna try to close the door, but I don't know if I can.
You pull him into the room. How do you try and close it? Like, dexterously? Strengthily?
I mean, if there is a dexterous way to do it, I'd prefer
Acrobatics.
that,
Acrobatics, like, kick its shit. You managed to do it just in time to keep the leg blade from slaughtering Toblob further. Alright.
Nice.
So the door is shut, but I mean, the goblin lackeys have hands, and they use it all the time.
So the sliding door, is it a slide section that is on our side, in the wall, or on their side?
The sliding, the inner sliding mechanisms will be on their side because it's inside the hidden door.
Yeah. Okay. I was hoping to jam it with the course staff, but that's not gonna happen.
Well, you know that it has to slide out into the chamber you're in, and there's big crates right behind you.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm assuming I don't have the action to start piling it up.
If you have an athletics, you could maybe get one in the way. There's a chest of what looks like
Sure.
maybe tea, maybe not so hard to lift.
I'm assuming with the action earlier, I can move Toplob out of the way so it's not.
Yeah, you're not
Stuff
stacking
on
it
top
on
of?
him. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. All right, I'll try it.
Yeah, you managed to do it.
My
Source-
first good strength roll.
Sorcerer getting a lot of lifting in. All right, Vilkern, anything else for your turn? You want to move?
Can I start dragging Toplob up?
It'll be difficult terrain, but yeah.
Yeah.
5. Well, so 5, 10 because it's not, and then 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah,
I would be the max I can go is one space back if it's difficult terrain.
you don't have to start dragging him until you're going there. So, like, because of
I
how
also
that
don't know if I want him this close to the combat, so I'm gonna have him be
What?
there and I'll be in the doorway. Yeah.
Keiko, it is your turn. What do you want to do? Note, you have reach
Hell
and you're
yeah.
flanking. You could just stab over his head, although
That is
there are also skitterlings flying
Abs-
all over Hans. So, your choice.
Oh, I definitely want to take Olma out of the picture. And we've got flanking, so that's at advantage. A 20, I assume, hits. 9 slashing to Olma.
Yeah, she's not down. She's bleeding hard, but she's not down.
All right. Well, let's see. So I think that's my turn. I'm not going to take fire damage if I stay in the square, am I?
The fire, honestly, at this point, the alcohol is dying down, but you are, like, you might have to do something like duck and roll to avoid the fire damage.
All right. Can I do an athletics to avoid?
Yeah. All right, you tuck and roll a little on the spot. You're like, "Pwah," you set yourself up and get back out.
All right. That sounds like enough actions to have been my turn.
Hans has this advantage if he tries to attack something that isn't the swarm on him. So he attacks the swarm. A 10 does not hit his AC. He's batting about at the bats. Skelver is dead. Olgna. Swings the great axe. And hits Hans for 6 slashing. Ah! A plate cracks and goes flying. You see there's real blood coming from the side. Some of his straps jarred. One of his plates bent. Another flown to the side.
Here is not where you fall, Hans.
Of course, my liege.
Here is not where we fall.
Will you rise to the occasion and get us out alive?
The goblin lackeys push in and try to push aside Ooh, unfortunately for you, the Goblin Knights really put their back into it. The single chest of tea is knocked over. And, tea leaves spill all over the room. With a pungent odor. And the door is opened, and lackeys begin to pour out. And in. And, they stand over Toblob, and they stand, they crouch on the crates, and, very quickly, you know, the one who put his back into it can't really attack right now. But the other two make a group attack against you. A 9 will not be hitting, Vilkrin this day.
Nope.
Toblob. Toblob is making a death save with enemies like standing literally on his face, and tell my mother I loved.
Man, why'd you gotta roll on that one?
He goes limp in your hands, still Vilkrin. The ideal youthful adventurer whose mother is looking for him back in the village, never coming home. Meanwhile, Kalteg in the next room's like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this isn't my first punch. I'll say, pretty stylish way to take control. And the other goblin sneak makes a dagger attack with advantage, ramming it into the back of Olgana's heart. You know, she dies and falls over, and says, "Boss lady's gonna be held up in this room. Oh, we need to get the skittlings off of you." And he comes over here. Trophy, what do you want to do?
Can I step past Vilkrin?
Yeah.
I am going to walk right on it, stand up, step past Vilkrin, and then dropping the quarterstaff briefly, lash out.
You step in, you step over the dead, you lash out, and oof. Here's what happens. They try and dance away from you, but in his final moment, Toblob grabs one of their ankles, and they topple over into each other, giving you advantage. Roll me that damage. Okay. You kill two of them. Which two? Hey, finger of you.
The two directly in front of me. And then I will just say, you can always leave.
They're looking at like 50% casualties. They're looking at a lot of dead. You know, they look like their morale might be fading. They look at the spider behind them, and they're not sure how that's going to work out. But, so that's Trophy's turn, yeah?
Yep.
Vilkrin, what's the play?
Oh my god, thank you, Trophy. I'm not trying to leave you, and I leave him.
Mm-hmm.
I go to Keiko. I'm like, hey, Miss Keiko, I know we're not on good terms right now, but... And I smack her in the back with a Cure Wounds.
Alright. +5. Healing. You feel life, rejuvenation, a blue-white glow shine over you as this caster seems to be able to do a little curing of your wounds. The arrow scar is very healed, and you feel better, Keiko. What do you do?
As soon as I use it, I'm going to use my bonus action to flexible casting to get my spell slot back.
Very nice.
And I am out of sorcery points.
You do a little wiggle with your hands, and you manipulate the weave. And the woad. Alright. Keiko.
All right. Thank you. We still need to talk about the about tack though.
Yeah, for sure,
I don't think I've forgotten just because you healed me.
After we survive.
And
Indeed.
Keiko, right now there's a swarm of these little like insectoid, like guinea pig bats, like just crusted with their strange guano and yellow eyes, and something's leaking around their claws, and there's multiple of them. Over half of them are dead though.
Yeah, I don't have a very easy way to take care of them with my weapons at hand. I'll give it a shot with my
You
glaive
could,
again.
you can dip the Naginata as a bonus action if you want to like get that
Yeah?
flame again. All right,
Alright, I do.
you come into flambe. Roll me a
Let me roll that
d6. So that's 2 from the slashing,
1d6.
and then 4 for up at 2 gaming as a flame comes by and Hans says, "Ah, a shish kebab," and
Alright,
then
and then I'm going to move here.
all right, you move up, and Hans for his part hits their AC on the mark and cannot mathematically fail this. Cuts them down, they die. He steps through and he says, "Dorothy, back here, we can barricade the door." And he steps to the side so that people can start, getting through. There's lots of goblin corpses all over at this point. Guts smearing the walls, weapons discarded. And yeah, Cool Tag is, like, come on, let's go. A trophy.
Constitution saving throws from the goblin lackeys down here.
Uh-huh. They all look like, are we scared enough to run away? And then the spores start to seep into them, and 2 of them go. And the survivor, who manages to, like, cough up the bile, looking around, literally says, "I'm taking my chances with a spider!" And just straight up fucks off.
And I will just walk on in. Or walk on, well, staying behind Vikram, but I assume we're out of initiative now, or are we still in initiative?
We're suspending initiative. So you take a breath and you take in what you see. So you're in a room that was fairly ruined. But it was a training room. There's 2 training dummies in here, and there is some pretty good light. Lots of sleeping bags. This looks to be like throw bags and like little mats of woven fiber and the like. It's the living quarter, and the bedrolls and backpacks lie neatly in the floor around the cave's perimeter. And you could look around if you wanted to. Those of you with a 15 passive perception note that one of the backpacks gleams with silvered arrow tips. Other than that, there's probably some food and money. But yeah, the alcohol that burned up is you realize probably should have exploded. However, it was diluted and spread across the room. But now the fire gets deep into the rest of the barrel, and there is a palpable explosion with a distant cry. And the integrity of the tunnels is damaged, and there's no way back through here as everything within is crushed. Hans says, "Well."
So the only way out is forward.
Yeah, you also see several other chambers that seem to lead to hatches, but Kolteg says the boss is back through the guano room. Oh, dangerous to go alone. Kaiko. You see on Olgna's body, in her hand, corked, is a potion of healing for 2d4 plus 2 that one could drink.
Excellent. Who amongst us is the most injured? I'd say pulling it out. Hans, are you doing fine?
Hans says,
We might have
she
seen
can-
this.
Hans says, "Mein liege, I've been better, but I'm doing all right. I have heavy armor."
I look to Vilkrin. You look like you're a bit worse for the wear.
I would say you're more hurt than I am, but do we want to try to conserve things now, or do we want to to be ready to move forward at any moment.
Koltek says
We'll
one
need to be
thing.
ready
One
to
thing you
move
should do is
forward.
plug your fucking noses. And he kind of like waves his hand and says it's hard to get used to. And he points into the room, silvery, white, purple coating on the floor. You realize is skitterling guano just all over.
Is there anything like poisonous about it, or does it just smell bad?
Roll me a nature. So this when it first hits you, if you fail a con save, you will be poisoned for 1 turn. After that, you'll soldier through. But if you never
Alright.
smell it, you never make the con save to see if you get poisoned.
Mm-hmm.
I think Keiko's going to put a scarf over her nose, and she's going to ask Vilcrum one more time. Either you or I am going to take this swig.
I'll leave that up to you, because whoever doesn't get it, I'll help out in other ways.
All right. Well, why don't you heal yourself? I'll take this.
Right, and cast Cure Wounds on
She's
myself.
going to. Yep, she's going to take the potion. And so, what was it again, Lee?
2d4 plus 2 healing.
2d4 plus 4.
Plus 2.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll subtract 2. So 8 health. All right. Cool. I'll give it to myself. All right, looking a little better. Thank you for your change of heart. It was Kolteg, right?
He says, yeah, you're a veteran yourself, I see. You know what things are. Hobbins gets a little dry on the coin this far out. He shrugs and says, I wound up falling in with the wrong side. Never too late to make the right choice, though.
Well, you're on the right side now. You can call me General. We're taking this territory.
All right, General. Say, you're one of those cranes, aren't you? Oh, shit. You're the exile. He chuckles to himself and says, how does it know to feel that you're going to have an honor that none of your ancestors have for 1,000 years?
Which is?
Unlike the rest of them, who stood on ceremony from birth, he leans in and says, when your ass sits on that throne, it's going to be because you earned it.
You're goddamn right. Good to have you at our side.
He smiles at the beam in his eye and says, yeah, one more thing, boss. They don't know I've turned traitor yet. Maybe I could go in there and dissuade it, but they've got a really suspicious curse spitter. He could fuck me up pretty. He could fuck us up pretty bad, and I don't have any defense against magic. If I go first, could depend on how diplomatic I am, how able I am to trick him. She's got probably 2 to 3 bodyguards in there besides Forcan, and she's pretty tough. Not only that, he looks around. We didn't get all the lackeys. Some could come in behind us. Yeah, roll insight.
Alright, roll insight.
Yeah, Kolteg, you overheard him. You're kind of not sure, Keiko. You're like, I don't know how far I can trust him, but Vilcrin, you know that Kolteg would not have... he defected. He was already considering defecting and already trying to plant the seeds of doubt and probably leaving in the other officers when you first overheard him. And you feel like there's probably a bit of a culture clash between him and so-called Queen Bargnot in terms of what he as an Aurori believes and what most of these people who he is characterizing as Devuvian washouts are up to. But even some of the people who are like surface hires and just without scruple or willing to take money for anything. He's like he's a bit of a bastard, but he's got a code. And he feels like they are below the bastard code at the moment. And he's also a man who picks the winning side, which is you. So
Well, that was my read on him.
yeah. So Han looks a little unsure, but he looks to you and says, My liege, Kaiko, I follow your lead, always.
Well, let's make this
I
look convincing.
I'm gonna
then.
walk over. I'm going to pat Colteg on the back, and I'll say, "I trust you'll be able to be or to do so, to be diplomatic." And I'm going to cast guidance.
There's like a sort of golden glow, and he's like, yeah, I got this. And you guys want to go in there. So, like, how do you guys handle the guano room?
All right. So
Keiko
we
is
have Kolteg
scarfed
run.
up. Yeah.
Yeah. I say we have Kolteg run in first, try to get close and prepare for um a dirty backstab while we're gearing
Yeah.
up. Um you know, we chase him in, we wait behind the door to gather our forces, and let him mislead them to some extent. And then we come in when the time's right.
All right, he runs in, and you hear a rhythmic knock like the one Tack made, and he says, "Hey, let me in. It's Golteg." And you hear a voice you can't quite make out, and he's like, "Yeah, just sure, hold up the wire." He slides.
I make a very loud. Now, where did that last one get off to?
By the way, Trothy, you rolled a good nature, right?
Yeah.
You know that smoking skitterling guano actually confers dark vision for a time. However, it does have the risk of... It makes you sunlight sensitive.
Mm.
And, yeah, Kalteg gets in there. You don't know what's transpiring. You don't have a way to see into the room. You don't know what's happening.
As this is happening, can I, like, use my herbalism kit to make myself a nice little blunt?
Yes, absolutely. Roll me it may be a blunt rolling roll. I'd take dexterity, but I'd accept a wisdom.
My dexterity. I didn't do wisdom because...
And yeah, you've prepared yourself a nice little blunt. You could certainly smoke.
I'm gonna smoke it to get that dark vision because I want to be able to see in the dark.
Trothy, you have dank vision. You're sunlight sensitive, but you have 30 feet of night vision.
Okay. And then
You guys,
while
by
we
the way,
wait,
see Trothy has gathered disgusting bat guano and is smoking it. Like
we should enter to be ready.
With my pre-existing opinions of Trophy.
Yeah, I am a very smoky person. It's stinky.
All right.
Welcome passes no judgment.
I'm gonna enter the room while we wait, so that I can breathe in the toxins.
Foul-smelling guano covers the floor. Okay, so you're gonna do it while you wait, so that you can just like tough it out. All right, make the con save.
Vorkun's gonna fall suit.
You pass through. Vilker.
I'm used to foul smelling.
Vilker, make the con save. Hans has like wetted his kerchief, and he's ready to move on Keiko's command.
All right. Let's head in.
All right, and Hans says, "What's the plan, Keiko? Once the fighting kicks off."
Well, you should stay in front of me, and we tag team, just like usual. I can't tell what the layout's going to be, but they will have a caster, curse spitter.
All right, my liege, let me take point. You'll fight. You'll swing over me, and I'll interdict anyone trying to strike at you.
Sounds ideal. And I will make sure that no one lands a killing blow on either of us.
So
our first priority will be the curse spitter, followed by the queen.
So, you got Trothy. You sense a source of poison damage fulminating magically to your west by about 30 feet.
No, I don't. I lost concentration on that.
Just kidding.
because I did entangle.
What's your passive perception, Trophy? And Vilkrin?
15.
And Vilkrin?
13.
Vilkrin, you hear chanting, you're not sure what it is. Trophy, you hear what sounds like some sort of foul curse being magicked up. And you hear there's like a quick movement of feet. What do you do?
I nudge Trophy. I'm like, maybe we should go. I don't hear.
I'm gonna
his voice
I'm
anymore.
gonna. The door is closed.
Yeah, the door is presently
As I
closed. You hear
This time, I'm not gonna open the door. I'm just gonna try to like peek through a little hole in it.
Okay. Give me a perception.
Oh no.
Vilkrin, are you helping Trophy?
If I'm allowed to, I'm not quite sure how I would.
You give him a boosty. You can see it from a higher angle.
You got it, buddy.
Alright, so, here's what's happening. Right? Koltek has had something cast upon him, and he's not doing so hot. He has dived over a table and pulled it back for cover. The cursed spitter is now within 5 feet of him. The goblin warriors are, who apparently the bodyguards are, primed to act. You see Queen Bargnot herself. She looks pretty tough, and she has a blade, but she also has a whip that she's pulling out. And Trophy, you note above you, there's a bucket. It's a metal bucket that's been, like, cleverly put up there with wire and such that when the door is opened, it will knock off and spill whatever its contents are, whoever comes to the door first.
Seeing this, point at this spot in the room, right there,
Yeah?
and cast Fog Cloud.
Nice.
Alright, so the fog cloud emanates throughout the room.
I step back then from the door and say like, all right, things are going down. It's gonna be very hard to see in there. There's someone, or just head south and attack anything that you feel. To Hans and Keiko.
Alright, yeah, so do you guys take this moment to rush in, and who's kicking in the door? Hans, I presume?
Yeah.
You-
I think if things are kicking off, we charge.
Alright, you stack up, and
I make sure that they know about the trap.
despite the fact that you're not you mentioned the trap?
Yeah, the trap at the doorways to open the door. Don't like immediately walk through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hans
Good point.
notes this. You guys are going to have your own surprise round on them because this is an unexpected addition to an ongoing encounter. Hans kicks open the door and holds back. The bucket falls, clatters, and out of the bucket crawls a swarm of spiders. Things are obscured a bit in the fog cloud. And
That's all unfortunate.
the
Point of order, technically no one can see anything in the fog cloud.
wait, really?
It is heavy obscurement, which means it's complete lack of visibility
It's like
within
super dense
it.
fog.
Okay, so
Not
you.
even
The
dark.
point was so that the caster can't cast anything on us.
All right, well, Hans will just, step in and rush, not even giving a shit. The spider
Yeah,
swarm will
I told
op
them
him.
go south.
The spider swarm is going to op him. Failing. Not getting through his metal booties. 5, 10, 15, 20. And Hans, not able to see the enemies, just runs right up to the middle, finds the throne, and says, "Ha! You are the Roman Koenig. You will have your fate." And he points the blade at her, and in response, because they're outside the fog, she lowers her blade, he lowers his, and there is a moment of truth. As Hans
Um,
swings
no,
and
no,
misses. Yeah.
she's not. That's not outside the fog.
20-foot radius. What?
20-foot radius. The fog is everywhere.
So just the southern tip of her platform.
Hmm,
So he can see her,
yeah.
right? No, he's in the.
No, no. I mean, no.
All right.
Again, it's from here, so she's
All
within
right.
20 feet.
I'll let him do it with a disadvantage, in that, like, you can be aware of something within 5 feet of you. But yeah,
Well, yeah.
he's not doing too good.
All attacks are at a disadvantage
All right.
right now.
Keiko, what are you doing? Things are heavily obscured. There's like a deep room with deep fog. You run in. Okay.
So I'm assuming I also get offed by the spider swarm? Or can they only
They
do that
they only
once?
have the one reaction.
Alright, well, it's disadvantage glaive attack at the queen from behind. And, I don't know, does an 18 hit?
Yeah. Even with this, I'll let you fight through the heavily obscured fog. Yeah. You cut Queen Bargnot's side.
I was just following the directions. Front, south, and stab.
Yep.
7 damage.
So. Queen Bargnot chooses now to use the first of her villain actions. What are you waiting for? She has been hit. There will now be the fighting will commence. So the Goblin Warriors are flanking you despite the heavy obscurement, so it comes out even. A 16 and an 8 for a hit and a miss, delivering 7
16
piercing. Yep.
Ow!
You take a ting, and you hear as something whistles through the air. As an unseen sniper shoots from under the deck, and the spider swarm also moves up onto you, crawling up along you, and making. Actually, it's not a weapon attack. They can't do that. The spiders just shot at the spiders, if I'm honest. All right. All this shit happens. Vilker and Trothy, what are you guys doing?
So I know where the mage was when I cast the spell. So I am going to walk into the swarm, or walk into the fog, up to where the mage was, and then I'm going to do a slashty slash at it.
All right, Tyler, disadvantage. The claw.
Yep.
So, technically, in the
11.
fog,
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna act just like darkness, where you have disadvantage for attacking at someone you can't see, but they also induce advantage because they can't see you attacking them.
Mm-hmm.
So it washes out to just a basic roll. It
Yeah.
basically negates all of flanking in this room.
Yeah, they got it either way, but that's good to know. So yeah, you're gonna hit him.
Ooh, acid damage.
Yeah, you're gonna hit him. You're gonna deal 2 acid damage, and yeah, they can't use that. All right.
And always surrender. And that.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know what? No, might as well. While I have this. This is the final fight, probably. Once we kill the queen, I feel like we'll be fine. So I am going to Hungry Jaws.
Hungry, hungry hippo. 11 will not hit as you snap at him, but you have singed him. And it is Vilkrin's turn.
Vulcan's also gonna follow suit, run into the fog. Is gonna crunch on the spiders. He's going to jump up and face step back down. But when he face steps, he did not make an attack roll for this. Well, I guess it's not attack. I get to do any creature of my choice within 5 feet of me will take fire damage equal to my proficiency bonus, which is 2. So I don't know if you want to count the swarm as one creature, or if it counts as individuals.
I'd say you can target it for the attack. So you deal 2 fire damage, singeing several of the spiders. And where do you face step 2?
This corner.
This, you mean the middle of the room?
Yeah. I need to be 5 feet within the creature that I'm face stepping, dealing damage to.
All right. You pop into the middle of the room with a heavy cloud obscurement.
And then I'm gonna go south one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna see 3 dark bodies, and I ask Hans, Keiko, which one are you?
If you're on the middle,
We're to the south.
All right. I'm gonna to the body to the left, or to I guess, yeah, on the west side. I'm gonna try to do shocking grasp. Probably not gonna hit. And that is my turn.
Trotha, you were 14, right?
What was
All right.
that?
Okay. Hans, Kaiko. I'm gonna try and keep the old turn order for our sake of just speed, right? All right, the curse spitter. So the curse spitter sees Trothy doing this shit, right? They're not really happy about the current situation. They cast Dizzying Hex on you. Make a wisdom save as he spits a hex, moving his hands and. Oh, you rebuff him. He snarls at you. And you're left in these fog clouds with him.
Is that really your best?
Forcan reaches for something in his robes to use next turn. He says, "You'll see." It is Kulteg's turn. Kulteg not happy about that dude and deciding now is the perfect time. Makes a dagger attack. He doesn't have advantage. He misses. Troth. I have Forcan on. I don't have the warriors. One moment. Honestly, the warrior is just going to go right after the boss lady. So yeah. What do you do, Trothy?
Having failed to get my healing from biting Forcan, am gonna pop another symbiotic entity.
10-foot aura?
to get my 8 temporary hit points.
And spores pop out in 10-foot aura, yeah?
Yep.
An aura of death swirls.
And then pulling out my quarterstaff, I'm gonna say, well then, let's see your best.
Vilkrin, it's your turn. Forkin scowls at you. 2 casters locked in a duel.
Give me 1 second, my mouse just died.
Do you want to tell me what you want to do and I can do it by clicking the buttons?
Yeah, give me 1 quick sec. But yeah, I'm going to, I think, same as the first.
Face step?
No. Shocking Grasp, the Goblin Warrior to my west. Does a 16 hit?
A 16 does hit. Give me the damage. Oh shit, yeah, you cook him in one. However...
you ignore the 8 because that's the roll 20 trying to proactively do the
yeah, you're right.
the crit. It's just the 4.
Zaps him a bit, but he doesn't die. Alright, Vilkrin, that's your turn.
I don't think I have any other thing I can do.
Keiko,
That's
what
my
do
turn.
you do?
All right. Back at it like a dot guano addict.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're just gonna give the queen another hearty stab.
You
Hmm.
stab into the throne above her.
Yeah, that one was a whiff. Um. All right. Well, I am
Yeah.
still
Also,
quite flanked.
yeah, she's not
Oh
blinded, so
yeah,
you have
sorry.
disadvantage on attacking her because she's not in the cloud.
Yikes. Oh, that sucks. Um. Hmm. Oh, I'm kind of in a predicament here.
Wouldn't you still
Um.
not see the attack coming because it's coming from a wall of fog?
True.
But she
Um.
doesn't inflict. She doesn't suffer the status of being blind. You see what I'm
Right. I
saying?
can't.
No,
Yeah,
but
I can't
no.
think of anything that I can do aside from what I did just do.
Yeah. Sometimes you
And I've
attack.
already used.
Yeah. The only thing
Yeah.
you at some point you could action surge as you are a fighter, but make that decision on your
Oh,
own. I would say
you know what? Yeah.
Hans swings and cleans an 8 slashing. You want to go for it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and attack one of the warriors next to me though, so I'm not dealing with that still. The
Mm.
injured one already. Ooh, does a 13 hit?
Um, Does a 13 hit? No.
Hmm. Damn.
You
Wasted my action
surge
surge.
another action. You swing. You chop into her throne. Your first stab hit the middle back. Your next one hacks it, and the wood falls off. She looks at you. You've ruined my throne. I'll make a new one with your skull. No one
Oh
disrespects
no, sorry.
Queen
The 13
Bargnot.
was
Hmm?
the 13 was at one of the goblin warriors right next to me.
You miss so
With
badly, you hit her throne
that was
instead.
okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right.
All right.
Didn't know if the ACs were.
So Queen Bargnot, her first attack, she whips out, a whip. And she attempts to lash you with it. However, it is a reach weapon attacking over you. It's about to hit. However, Hans is an avowed master of the longsword, yeah? So he imposes disadvantage with his reaction, cutting it, slapping it out of the way with his blade. You will not strike mine, liege. She is worthy, unlike you. You are but a Raubenheffer, and I shall put you in stats with dung. And it is, Queen Bargnot's turn. Queen Bargnot says, fuck that, drops the whip, just goes for her short sword and tries to shank him. And she does so successfully, delivering 5 piercing. As she cracks through his armor, blood seeps down Hans's side. You see liquid rolling in the shadows. You cannot stand as your shield forever, Kaiko. And as her bonus action, she says, "Get in here!" And you guys hear a clattering of goblin lackeys not too far away. All right. So that's Queen Bargnot's turn, and her villain action is refreshed, so she can perform one of her 2 remaining. The Goblin Warrior is still fog clouded, so they don't get flanking on you.
That is why I've kept the fog cloud up.
Short sword attack, short sword attack. Miss. Hit. 3 piercing to Keiko.
Ouch.
So that puts you at, I'll put it on you, 8. Okay. Vilkrin, you feel something shift around your feet, and suddenly there's a twang. Okay, so it doesn't miss you. It hit, yeah. So ignore the crit. You take 5 piercing damage from the goblin sniper below the stage.
Oh.
And I'll put, I don't know, this to indicate that they're below the stage. And that is the Goblin Warriors and Goblin Snipers' turn. The rest of the dungeon. This spider swarm crawls up on Trophy. And because they don't want to get near the fire of Vilkrin. And the spider swarm gives you little kisses all over. Does the 13 break your AC?
Nope.
Alright. And if there's damage other than psychic damage up to the spider swarm with all their little legs, it'll also be somewhat reflected upon you. And the there is a sound of pitter-patter as goblin lackeys say, "Where is everything?" And just sort of like pop out into the room confused. And one of them says, "Who is that?" And Koltek says, "Yeah, it turns out Forkan has betrayed the queen. Stab him." And Forkan's like, "You fools, that's just Koltek. Kill him." Yeah, I had to try. And the Goblin Lackeys are unsure, other than the fact that they don't really fuck with tall people. So the one close to Vilkrin is not fooled by any of this tomfoolery. And the lackey lashes out. 1 damage dealt to Vilkrin. Forkan whips out a charm you can barely see, but there's a pulse of air around his hand when he puts it in his hand. And you can see clearly it's some sort of charm. Roll me a religion or arcana, Trophy.
I do not know what it is.
What you do know is there's spiders all over you, and Forkan is going, like, has pressed this thing in the center and is going to, like, dash it on the ground. It glows white and bursts a suggestion of windy energy. You suspect that if he gets away with this, the fallout cloud is already dispersed around his hand, let me put it that way. You do anything about that?
I can't really.
Alright. Koltek tries. Your goblin sneak attempts to interdict the casting. Did I get rid of the sneak because I thought that it was one of the ones that we didn't need right now? No. And he fails. So there is an explosion and of wind. Trophy. Make a strength save. Koltek is also making the strength save.
Okay.
You hold your ground. Koltek holds his ground. The table goes, and the map that was on it goes flying and crashes into the wall. Boards fly everywhere as debris spreads. And the lackeys who are in the room have to make a strength save. The wind just bolstering, blowing them over. As one of them knocks into the other one in the middle, and they wipe out prone next to Vilkrin. Vilkrin, make a strength save. Vilkrin? Shin?
Sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry, you said to make a strength save?
Yeah.
Man.
Alright. Keiko, make a strength save.
Did you say Keiko?
Yeah.
Make a strength save?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I heard? All
Correct.
right, all right. Working on it. A strength. Boop. Oh yeah.
You hold Vilkrin is like flattened to you. You hold your position. The Goblin Warrior is like pushed about a bit. A strong gust of wind to just clear up the fog cloud. That was Furkan's main action.
Now that I can see him for the first time this turn, he needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Your spores come in after they ride the wind like with the little like spore bags out, and they shoot in like daggerous needles. He bats them like, no, I do that. No. As the curse spitter gets cursed and spat upon.
Oh, that succeeds.
He winds up doing a pretty good job, unfortunately. He doesn't actually have a bonus action, so he's chilling. He does, however, step 5 feet here. It's Kolteg's turn. And Kolteg says, oh, I'm going to enjoy this. You ran the first sign of danger and hid back here. Look, their leader and shaman are leading the fight. That's why we're going to win. And he goes for a dagger attack, and he misses his dagger attack on Forkham. It is Trothy's turn. However, Kultek does step here, granting flanking.
I'm gonna step up, so I can flanky. And be like, my turn, Forcan. And with straight, because I have disadvantage from the swarm, but advantage from flanking.
That's a crit.
Oh.
Let's see that. Okay, so, give me that damage.
So that totals to
19.
11 bludgeoning damage and 8 necrotic damage.
Okay, so here's what happens, right? Forcan, like, cowers behind this goblin lackey and shoves him out ahead. And you crack this huge, devastating damage into a lackey. How much damage are you dealing total?
In total, that is 19.
Okay. I'm gonna say you break through the lackey's damage threshold and deal 13, as well as killing the lackey. Because the death spores just, like, bore through, crack, rip the bone, and then, like, flow up into Forcan.
Damn, that was
Surrender
a really
is
good
always an option.
Yeah, so that's Trothy's turn.
Yeah.
Vilkrin, you're prone, as you often are.
Roken's gonna get up
Mm-hmm.
and says, "There's too many people in here," and I'm gonna use my last spell slot to cast Sleep again.
All right, who are your targets?
21.
Or it goes lowest first, right?
Yeah, it goes lowest first in a 20-foot radius. So it's basically everyone in this room going from the lowest health creature.
Okay, so 21
Man, that's a
minus
low roll.
this one pops to sleepy sleep, right? And yeah, I'll tell you, I know exactly what happens. This guy hits the fucking hay. And this one stays down asleep, and this lackey falls over sleeping. So that's 3 enemies out of commission, and the Goblin Sniper isn't really positioned for flanking on Keiko. So Keiko is no longer flanked, because Goblin Sniper is like under the boards, as it were. And I'll just depict that with this now, I guess. Alright, Vilkrin, anything else?
I cannot leave my position without taking damage, so yeah, that is my turn.
Keiko, what do you want to do?
Right on.
You can see now.
I can fight.
See. I can. Damn. All right. So yeah, Keiko's going to yeah, we're not doing too hot here, but there are a bunch of those are all living. God damn, there's so many goblins in here.
Now, it's
Good
important
God.
to note,
So-
you see the little sleeping emoji? Sleep is on 3 of the goblins.
The
Mm.
one to your west,
All right. Well,
northeast, and far northeast
Mhm.
are all sleeping.
I'm thinking the queen's still priority number one, though.
All right, you swing
So
and strike at the queen.
does a 17 hit?
Yes, it does. On the money.
12 damage.
If you want, you
Her
could try
blood
flanking.
flows across her jewelry.
You could start trying to flank the queen now that the fog is gone.
She is hard up against a wall, though.
Yeah. You or Hans are gonna have to take an
Mm.
op, or one of you disengages, but you could start positioning to
Maybe.
do that.
Yeah, maybe if some of these goblins clear out. Though the sniper's underneath this, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if you
Sniper's underneath
stand
is
if you
also
stand on the
holding a ranged
boards, the goblin sniper can't hit you, and he can't op you anyway because he's holding a bow.
That's actually super funny. I think I will.
Now, you
So
still step out of range on this guy, right?
There's still one guy that you
Yeah,
also
you
Also-
could step
Yeah.
over here
and,
instead.
and don't
not-
forget, like things like when the goblins ran into the room, technically speaking, you could have
Oh.
opt them. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. But remember, whenever someone comes within 10 feet of
Oh.
you, yeah, like if you go here and any of the lackeys approach, you can opt. All right.
I probably could have gotten. Yeah, I could have done that. I don't know if we want to do a retroactive action though.
Not that far. And now, do you break op range on this
Yeah.
goblin warrior, or do you hold here?
I think I can actually just move here without breaking op. from
Yeah, you
anybody.
can. Yeah, you can. So here's what Hans does. I see my liege. He turns around and he plants his right-hander into the shoulder of the goblin warrior, who crashes dead on the spot under the weight of it. And now there is no one alive to op either you or him from assuming tag team position on Queen Bargnot as he gets to the far side of her. But here's the thing. He does this and he thinks he's got his shit figured out. But Queen Bargnot says, "No dying." And right when he's about to go down, instead he's reduced to 1 HP. And he stays standing as Hans moves away. He leaps up off of the floor for the op. Cha! And it dinks off of his armor anyway. He's like, it's a minor setback. And yeah, so that's Hans's go. But at the end of Hans's turn, before hers, Queen Bargnot deploys Focus Fire. And what happens is all of the enemies who she can have move up to 60 feet towards Keiko. Yeah? Which does mean, Keiko, the moment this sniper pops out, you could opt them.
Oh, we're on that motherfucker. Yeah,
Do the damage.
yeah.
You slash half his
Get
HP.
fucked.
And yes, James, I believe one person moves into the spore zone.
Yep. So give me that Constitution saving throw.
The lackey comes in like, yeah, good.
Oh wait, no, is 13 meets my AC. Never mind. Ignore that. Or meets my DC. So
Alright.
ignore that roll.
Comes round. All right.
Does
Is
the goblin sniper leave my op range? Because he goes up the floorboard and climbs away, right?
yes, correct.
Yay.
Do you have
I don't think I'm gonna hit him, but does a 13 hit?
miss by one?
Damn.
Grip.
Actually, I'm gonna use Favored by the Gods, and I cannot miss this because default is 2.
Yeah, there's a strange glowing around the quarterstaff, and suddenly it connects. Give me the damage. As you crack the goblin sniper's skull, Barnett already used her reaction and can't save him. They die, lulled against it. No! You're ruining everything! You know how hard good snipers are to find.
No, I don't. I can look into that. But for now, I think you're gonna have to die.
Alright, so...
Stay out. You should have stayed out of my forest.
Oh, I just read something properly. So she whips out her short sword, like, with intention this time. And she says, "Alright. You're about to learn what it means to fight a goblin queen." And what it means is roll 20 bugs out, and I can't edit her sheet. Okay. And she makes 3 short sword attacks. First against
shit.
Keiko. Missing. Second against Hans. Missing. Third against Keiko.
Oh my god.
Ramming the blade home. As Keiko, yeah, it's down at 0 gaming. Roll me your first death save.
Yeah, ouch. We be rolling death saves tonight.
Just nat 20 again. Easy. Hey, it's a
Yeah, I
positive.
wish.
She runs down over the 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, one other thing. You shouldn't have been able to stop off the sniper either, because basically all of these fucks have crafty. We'll let it happen, though.
That's right.
No, what they moved into doesn't provoke. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
you
I
can do
I should
yours.
have been
You,
able
Yeah,
to
I wasn't
moved
supposed
in.
yeah,
to.
you in particular can do it with your
Oh,
approach. Yeah,
Does I'm assuming the queen also has this?
yeah. I
well,
mean,
I didn't kill those
See
goblin
how
lackeys
your
earlier, so that evens
so-called
out.
queen runs in fear.
she shouts with a bonus, "Get in here!" And you get the feeling like there might be yet more lackeys, not yet dry on supply. This living goblin warrior is asleep. This one is by Kaiko. He's almost dead. So he gets up here. He puts a blade to her throat. He looks at Hans and says, You have to let me go. Otherwise I'll kill her. And Hans is like, No. Touch her and you're dead. And he's like, I know. But if I don't, I live. So. And that's happening. Goblin Sniper is dead. As for the rest of the dungeon, there's one standing goblin lackey that tries to hit Vilkrin. Actually, first movement. And then, one goblin lackey tries to hit a guy, and the other tries to hit Vilkrin. Vilkrin, you are hit for...
Why couldn't it have been the other way around?
Vilkrin takes 1 damage.
Alright.
So it's Forcan's turn, right? And the Goblin Curse Spitter. Oh, and also, when the rest of the dungeon goes, the Spider Swarm goes. Trying to bite all over your body, Trothy, with success. So that is 5, 6, 7 damage. I don't know if you have anything to defend against poison.
Nope.
That leaves you up at 1 with the aura, but Forcan is now going to attempt to attack you. And I don't think he has advantage on his attack. You just have disadvantage on yours, right?
That is what the thing said.
The Curse Spitter. Where is the Curse Spitter? Hello? Mr. Curse Spitter. Oh, yeah, it was there. Reaches out and tries to give you the bad touch. Do you, roll a con save and take 8 poison damage.
First off,
Oh, and did you, by the way, when this new
as a
goblin luck, yeah, did you want to kill this guy?
no. No, I've been trying to save my reactions this round, or this time. As a reaction, because as a reaction to taking poison damage, I'm going to absorb elements.
Nice. All right.
So I have resistance to poison damage, so I only take 4 damage, which is...
Yeah, and then make the con save to see if you get poisoned.
And then...
He sees this isn't going well either. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's fucking, skirmish warfare time. Coolteg walks here and says, Nah, I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. You think you're gonna run? You think you're gonna run and hide in a fucking hole? You call yourself a queen? Call yourself a curse spitter? Yeah, I'll fucking spit on you. Get the fuck back in here. And he swirls his daggers. And he doesn't do a very impressive job, unfortunately. Trophy, your turn.
Okay. I will... Can't get flanking on anyone.
You
So I'll
could
step.
technically get one on the North Lackey, but do you want it?
Not worth it, I don't think. I will step on up
Mm-hmm.
because no one else would be in range if I got flanking on that one. So I'm gonna step on up to right next to Cluthe.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Drop my quarterstaff once more, and primal savagery.
The claws come out, and who are you targeting?
The one in front, or the one in. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna target the one in front of me, though I think.
Do you have disadvantage?
Yep.
I'm going to conform you with their AC is 14. You claw out, but it doesn't hit. Vilkrin, what do you do?
Um,
Oh, I have the auras down, yeah.
out of spell slots. I don't really know what I can do. Can we get a gauge on the queen's health?
She's bloodied. She's at half health. She's got blood all over her jewels.
Okay. Not gonna be able to do that. I think I'm just gonna shocking grass the one standing dwarf to the south of me.
Mm-hmm. Not dwarf, but yeah.
Sorry, not dwarf, goblin. Assuming the 15 hits.
Yeah. You roll me the damage. Okay, yeah, you just kill it. All right, Vilkrin, and you see there's a delicate scenario here with Keiko held hostage while dying. What do you do about that? Anything?
I step over the dead body of Lackey and talk to the goblin woman like,
It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Get any closer and she's dead.
okay, but then you're dead anyways.
Yeah, but then she'll be dead.
Okay.
You don't want her to die.
Still die.
You don't want her to die. Don't change the subject.
I don't know. I'd rather she not die, but
Okay, well then let
you
me through.
still die.
Okay, then let me through, and neither of us die right now.
If you can't see, the door is kind of blocked right now by your queen who's leaving you behind.
Okay, well
Hans
then
over
wait
there
for me
is
to
a very-
leave as well.
Han over there is a very noble man.
Yeah,
He will honor the word that you will get to walk away. We won't attack you any longer
This is
if you
true.
let her go.
I am an honorable Ritter. You have captured my liege. Surrender her, and I will not permit harm to come to you. You have my word as a Ritter. I swear it on my honor. He holds his blade up, and
That is your real option of getting out here alive.
and
You holding her and you threatening her will get you killed no matter what.
give me a diplomacy. Give me a persuasion with advantage.
I am blind. Persuasion with advantage. I'm assuming a 23 works.
All right. Okay. He drops his weapon and he runs out. And here's what happens, right? You realize something. The enemy are withdrawing through the bat guano room. But bat guano can be ignited for a potent explosion. You'd risk trapping yourselves in here, but you could finish this fight right now. Kaiko, Hans gives you a salve to get you up at 1 gaming.
Hans would presumably be in favor of yeah. Yeah, I think Hans would be in favor of making sure that they don't leave.
All right, so Keiko, you're up at 1 from the south. Do you? There's a torch
I'm
in the
back.
room.
Okay,
do you,
yeah.
do you go for the toss?
That she does. What will you have me roll for it?
Roll me a strength. There's a fire and a sudden explosion. It rips out. And there is a great collapse of rubble as Queen Bargno and all her treasures go up in flames. Although, yes, they die, there's a great crashing, and there's a moment of silence as what few goblin lackeys survive realize it's Jover, and Koltik says, "Hey, don't worry, got a great new boss right here." And he gesticulates to Keiko. The spiders eventually give up, and I realize that I am way over, and we have to end right now. So, thank you all for coming out. Please consider Where Evil Lives by MCDM. We've been playing a free preview adventure from them, and we are going to very quickly now. Raid the Onyx Path. See you on the flip, Dreamers.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.